Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Todoroki Had a Spider-Quirk Sister? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kuyami Shizuki, known by her nickname Komi, was a character with a unique background and a powerful quirk. Her name, which meant dark beauty, reflected her striking appearance, characterized by silky black hair and captivating green eyes that had a black background instead of the usual white. Born on May 13th, she stood at 168 centimeters, sharing her height with Denki Kaminari. Raised in a foster system, she was adopted by Endeavour, who sought someone for his son Shoto to train with after Shoto developed his quirk. This led to a sibling-like bond between Komi and Shoto. Komi's upbringing was not filled with affection, particularly from Endeavour, which left her feeling insecure about her looks. Despite her intimidating appearance, she had a kind heart and was always eager to help others, which inspired her to become a hero. She often felt self-conscious about her fangs and would go to great lengths to hide them. However, when it came to protecting others, she would not hesitate to fight back against anyone who posed a threat. Her quirk, which granted her spider-like abilities, included excellent eyesight that allowed her to see details more clearly, especially in bright light. She could create incredibly strong webs using spinneret glands in her hands, and while she had a limit to how much she could use this ability, she found that consuming iron-rich foods helped replenish her strength. Additionally, Komi had the ability to grow 2 extra arms, which she usually kept hidden due to her insecurities. Komi possessed a venomous bite that could induce extreme fatigue or sleep in her opponents, but she rarely used it, as she found it rude to bite others. Her enhanced strength allowed her to lift weights far beyond her own, though this sometimes led to unintended consequences, like breaking door handles. Her agility was remarkable, enabling her to jump great distances and react swiftly to danger. Furthermore, she had an exoskeleton that provided her with added protection, though it had its limits. As she navigated her life as a hero, Komi's dramatic personality often mirrored that of Shoto Todoroki, making her a lively presence. While she was not the most skilled artist, she had aspirations of sharing her creativity through art, hoping to inspire others with her character. Komi's journey was just beginning, and as she faced challenges and formed relationships, she was determined to carve out her own path in the world of heroes. Passing the recommendation exam was much easier for Komi than she had anticipated. It was simply a running test to determine the winners. Komi secured 3rd place, which guaranteed her a spot in UA's hero course, alongside her brother, Shoto. Fuyumi and Natsuo congratulated Komi during a dinner that Fuyumi had prepared. Endeavour chose not to attend, which left Natsuo in a foul mood. Komi had never been particularly fond of Endeavour, but she felt he could have at least made an effort to be present for his children. This dinner marked one of the rare occasions in recent years that Komi had shared a meal with Fuyumi and Natsuo. Shoto was not permitted to join them and instead had a regular dinner with their father. Endeavour discouraged any interaction between Shoto and his siblings, despite their familial ties. He showed little regard for Komi, viewing her as an adopted child who existed primarily to support Shoto's aspirations as a pro-hero. Once, Komi had made the mistake of expressing her own longing to become a pro-hero. Although she had her reasons for not sharing them with Endeavour, her statement had angered him enough that he refused to feed her for an entire week. Shoto secretly provided her with food during that time, and Komi appreciated his kindness. However, she often questioned whether his actions stemmed from genuine concern or a longing to defy their father. Komi frequently felt guilt for her thoughts about Shoto. She disliked that she had such feelings, but it was hard not to. She barely knew Shoto better than Fuyumi or Natsuo did. As for Tuya, that was a topic best left untouched. Komi was unsure whether Shoto's insistence on attending UA only if she accompanied him was motivated by brotherly affection or his own resentment toward their father. It took considerable persuasion and heated discussions before Endeavour finally relented. Now, Komi and Shoto were making their way to the gates of UA. As Komi admired the trees lining the path, she tried to remain inconspicuous, as she disliked being the center of attention and the gasps and whispers that often accompanied it. Komi pondered her name, wondering whether to go by Shizuki or Todoroki. Shoto suggested that she choose whatever felt right for her. Her BRH name was Kuyami Shizuki, a name she had never liked, so she preferred to be called Komi. Only Shoto used that name, while Endeavour insisted on calling her Kuyami, a name she rarely acknowledged. Although she had been raised by the Todoroki family, she never felt entirely comfortable introducing herself as one of them, especially since Endeavour had enrolled her under her given name. As Komi ascended the steps to the school, she adjusted her skirt, anxious about how it might appear to those behind her. The skirt was already short, making it difficult to navigate the stairs. She wore thigh-high socks to conceal her exoskeleton, which was a source of insecurity for her. Despite her efforts, her hands, which bore the marks of her condition, remained exposed. Deciding to go by Shizuki, Komi did not expect anyone to want to befriend her. She was accustomed to people avoiding her due to her appearance, especially those who were uncomfortable with spiders. Komi and Shoto found themselves in a class known as 1A, the top hero class for first-year students. As Komi held the door open, she noticed a seating chart on the board. Shoto was seated at the back in the third row. As she made her way to her assigned seat, she observed that the number of students in the class was uneven, which struck her as odd. As more students entered, the classroom filled with noise and chatter. A girl with pink skin and yellow antennae bounced in, her eyes resembling Komi's. Komi felt a pang of envy at how well the girl's eyes complemented her appearance. The girl radiated confidence, laughing with a boy who had red spiky hair. Komi shifted in her seat, her back stiffening as she sat. She rested her hands on the desk, her posture slouching as she pushed back the skin on her nails to reveal the moon-like patterns beneath. She was aware that she did not take good care of her hands, which appeared claw-like due to her exoskeleton extending to her wrists. They were cold, providing a cooling sensation during the summer heat. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted her thoughts, demanding that a classmate remove his feet from the desk. The speaker, a tall boy with glasses, was clearly upset by the disrespect shown to the school's property. The boy with ash-blonde spiky hair, who had been lounging carelessly, responded with a smirk, dismissing the criticism with a sarcastic remark. The confrontation escalated, with the glasses-wearing boy introducing himself as Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. The ash-blonde boy leaned forward, his demeanor still mocking, and expressed his intention to enjoy making Ida's life difficult. Komi sighed, lowering her head as she turned her attention back to the front of the classroom, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation for what lay ahead. The classroom was filled with noise, and Komi found herself seated at the front, right in the midst of it. Resting her head on the desk, her hair fell around her face, creating a small barrier from the chaos. She longed to be at home, enjoying the stillness of her room where peace reigned. A sudden chill ran down her spine, causing her to lift her head from the desk, alert and waiting. In an instant, she had to dodge a crumpled piece of paper that flew past her. Turning her head, she searched for the culprit and found a boy with striking red eyes glaring at her, as if caught in a moment of surprise. He made a comment about not recognizing her face, questioning whether she was one of the students who had been admitted through recommendations rather than merit. Komi remained silent, her gaze steady as she took her time to respond, simply affirming his assumption. Before the boy could continue, their homeroom teacher interrupted the class with an eerie voice that echoed throughout the room. Komi had not known what to expect from UA, the prestigious school with a reputation for excellence. She had heard about the principal, a small mammal, but never imagined her homeroom teacher would make an entrance lounging in a large yellow beanbag. The teacher instructed the class to don their spunky uniforms adorned with the UA symbols and gather outside for a test. The idea of a test on the first day was unexpected, yet Komi had prepared for this moment, albeit a bit too much, leading her to forget many details. Once outside on the field, Komi stood next to her brother, Shoto, feeling a bit out of place among the other students. She was hesitant to introduce herself, unsure of how to approach them. Instead, she took the opportunity to admire the surroundings, as she rarely ventured out of the Todoroki household. Whenever she could, she absorbed the little details around her, including the sight of All Might in a striped yellow suit, observing the class. Komi nudged Shoto, gesturing toward All Might, who seemed to be a topic of amusement. She had an interest in fashion, despite her own wardrobe being less than stylish. The teacher, Shota Aizawa, announced the quirk apprehension test, which resembled a fitness exam but allowed the use of quirks. He expressed his frustration with the education system, noting that the country still relied on averages from students who did not use their quirks, deeming it irrational. This word seemed to be a recurring theme in his speech, and although Komi found it familiar, she couldn't quite place it. Aizawa's gaze landed on Bakugo, the boy who had previously thrown the paper. He inquired about Bakugo's best result in a softball throw during junior high, to which Bakugo calmly responded with a distance of 67 meters. Komi had never participated in a physical exam, having been homeschooled by Endeavour and other high-paying tutors. Enji believed that if Shoto did not need to undergo physical testing, neither should his training partner. As Bakugo unleashed his quirk, causing the ball to soar with explosive force, Komi instinctively shut her eyes. The impressive distance he achieved drew cheers from the other students, startling Komi and prompting a confused glance from Shoto. Aizawa, however, remained stoic, warning the class that they had 3 years to become heroes and that their attitudes would be scrutinized. He added that those who finished last in all 8 tests would face expulsion, a statement that silenced the room. Komi noticed Shoto's annoyance at Aizawa's words, and she cracked her fingers, a habit that Shoto found distasteful. Aizawa, with a wild look in his eyes, welcomed them to Yue's hero course, a greeting that left Komi feeling less than enthusiastic. As the tests commenced, Komi observed her classmates using their quirks, analyzing their movements as Endeavour had taught her. She understood the importance of recognizing strengths and weaknesses. Her own abilities were well suited for the tasks ahead. In the 50-meter dash, her quirk granted her agility, allowing her to excel effortlessly. Komi's grip strength test showcased her inherited ability to lift heavy objects, and she soared over the standing long jump, utilizing the jumping prowess of spiders. The final challenge was the ball throw. Centering herself in the circle, she focused on her target, taking a deep breath before launching the ball with all her strength. The softball whizzed through the air, creating a whooshing sound before it landed with a thud, kicking up dust around it. Komi turned her gaze toward Aizawa, eager to learn her score. Komi's expression turned flat when she saw the measurement displayed before her. It read 705.1 meters, just a fraction below the fiery Bakugo. She maintained her composure as she returned to her brother's side, but her respect for the dual-haired boy evaporated when he bent down to gloat. He remarked on the situation, seemingly oblivious to how irritating he was being. Komi retorted, crossing her arms and pointing out that he hadn't even surpassed 100 meters, suggesting he should speak for himself. Shoto, on the other hand, seemed to derive his strength from his physical abilities rather than his quirk. It was the first day at a prestigious school for both of them, yet Shoto chose to remain aloof. He straightened his posture, a habit instilled in him by Endeavour, who enforced strict discipline at home. Good manners and diligent work were expected, and while Komi often relaxed her stance, she struggled to maintain focus, especially when Endeavour was not around to scrutinize her. Shoto, despite his lack of etiquette, sometimes displayed a carefree attitude that worked in his favor. He managed to achieve good results without the constant pressure of their father looming over him. Komi, however, lived in fear of Endeavour's threats to send her back to the foster system if she didn't excel. The Todoroki household was well aware of the lengths Endeavour would go to achieve his goals, showing little regard for the emotional or physical toll on his children. While Komi could respect him as a hero, she found it impossible to respect him as a person. In the end, Aizawa had not expelled anyone, instead telling a small lie to motivate the students. He had a peculiar obsession with the word rational, which Komi found amusing. By the time Class 1A returned to their homeroom after orientation, some students were disappointed, but Komi felt relieved to avoid social interactions, having exhausted her social energy for the day. She caught the first train home with Shoto, getting off at the second station to walk the remaining blocks to the Todoroki household. As Shoto entered, he lazily kicked off his shoes but placed them neatly where they belonged. Komi followed suit, removing her shoes and then picking up Endeavor's left shoe, taking it with her as she walked through the house. She made her way to the kitchen, crouching to toss the shoe into the cabinet under the sink. After grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge, she headed upstairs, skipping a few steps. The sunlight streamed through the hallway windows as she opened the shoji door to her room and closed it behind her. Taking a sip of her cool drink, she dropped it on her desk and flopped onto her bed, exhaling deeply after the exertion of climbing the stairs. Gazing at the ceiling, she noticed the bright orange blanket she had tied up, a makeshift bed that Endeavour disapproved of, deeming it foolish. Yet, it provided her with a sense of comfort, and she relished the thrill of being elevated. She enjoyed high places, which likely fueled her constant training. It was Monday, and Endeavour's rules were strict. Even the maids would report her if she stepped outside her room. This was why she had a bathroom in her room. On most days, she was confined to her space unless it was time to train. Endeavour had recommended her for UA, but she could only train when he was home or permitted her to do so. Komi spent most of the day in her room. After using the punching bag Endeavour had installed, she grew bored and decided to take a nap. She awoke to the sound of Endeavour searching the house for a shoe. A week had passed since Komi started attending UA, and she was almost certain no one knew her name. Only a few students had spoken to her, excluding Shoto. On the first day, Bakugo had been the first to address her, followed by a girl with pink skin who complimented her hair, leaving Komi unsure of how to respond. Then there was a boy in glasses who advised her not to run in the halls to avoid tripping. Today marked another day of school. As Komi approached the entrance, she felt the sensation of being watched. When she turned around, she was startled to find a boy with purple hair staring at her. He was short but close enough that when she slapped him, a bright red mark appeared on his face, and he fell to the ground. After hearing the commotion, Shoto inquired about what had happened. Komi dusted off her hand and glanced at her brother, stating that either he or she would have to confront the boy soon. She adjusted her hair and walked away from the situation, knowing she could be kind, but only to those who deserved it. The fifth person to speak to her had a more valid reason. As Shoto walked with Komi to Class 1A, he reached his seat before she did, turning their daily commute into a friendly competition to see who could arrive first. Komi felt a chill at the back of her neck as she hurried to her seat, not noticing the pencil case that came flying toward her. When it struck her, she instinctively caught it in her hands. A boy with green curly hair rushed over, his arms flailing and an anxious expression on his face. He apologized repeatedly, clearly distressed by the incident. Komi blinked in surprise, still holding the pencil case and regarding the boy with a neutral expression. She reassured him that it was fine, really. Despite his continued apologies, he took a bow, and as Komi extended the pencil case for him to take, he noticed the black exoskeleton on her skin. His eyes lit up with fascination, and he exclaimed that her hands were cool, comparing them to spiders. Feeling a bit shy, Komi retracted her hands and hid them behind her back, thanking him with a slight nod before rushing back to her seat. The boy watched her return, guilt washing over him as he approached her again. He expressed that he hadn't meant to offend her and reiterated his admiration for her hands, which reminded him of spiders. Komi glanced at her brother, who was oblivious to the exchange, and slowly revealed her hands again, placing them on the table. She explained that they were indeed like spiders, referring to the exoskeleton as a part of her quirk. The boy's excitement grew as he pulled out a worn-looking book, eager to learn more. He bombarded her with questions about how her quirk worked, whether it provided protection or strength, and what her abilities entailed. Komi's eyes widened at the rapid-fire questions, realizing he spoke without taking a breath. She glanced at the floor, concerned that he might faint from lack of oxygen. Just then, the classroom door opened, and the boy darted back to his desk as Aizawa entered. This time, he walked in rather than sliding, his unusual leg parts from the yellow sleeping bag visible. Aizawa noted that the class needed to work on their timing, indicating that they had improved slightly since the last time. He then proceeded to take attendance, signaling the start of another day in class. The day had already begun to feel dull for Komi. At lunch, she struggled to find something appealing to eat and ultimately settled on an apple that looked almost artificial. As she made her way through the bustling cafeteria, she searched for Shoto, who had taken his soba, and finally found a place to sit. The cafeteria was crowded, and Komi had already bumped into several people. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, demanding her attention. Unsure if the voice was directed at her, she hesitated. The voice continued, more insistent, and she realized it was indeed meant for her. When she turned slightly, she saw Bakugo, his expression filled with disdain. He informed her that she was in his way, speaking in a low, threatening tone. Komi glanced around, noticing there were multiple paths available for him to take. When she looked back at him, his anger seemed to intensify. Confused, she suggested he simply go around her. Bakugo, however, chose to assert his dems by placing his hand on her head to push her aside, doing so with little care. Komi scoffed at his behavior, wondering what had caused him to act this way. Just then, she felt a cold sensation on her neck and instinctively jerked her head to the side, narrowly avoiding a tray of food that flew past her. Bakugo returned, gripping her collar tightly. Unfazed, Komi met his gaze directly and reiterated her earlier comment, speaking slowly to ensure he understood. He growled at her, questioning why she was eavesdropping. Komi blinked and raised an eyebrow, pointing out that his yelling made it hard not to overhear. With surprising strength, she removed his hand from her collar, watching as his expression shifted to one of shock, confusion, and anger. She then excused herself and maneuvered through the crowd until she spotted her brother. Shoto was engaged in conversation with a girl, shaking his head as she walked away, disappointment evident on her face. Komi took a seat across from him, and he looked up with a bland expression, commenting on her messy hair. She raised her eyebrows, curious about what had upset him that day. He feigned ignorance, insisting he was fine, which only prompted a sigh from Komi as she rested her head on the table, realizing her brother could be quite oblivious. Amidst the noise, Komi heard loud giggling followed by shushing, which piqued her curiosity. She lifted her head and noticed a group of girls staring at her, causing her to feel a mix of shock and insecurity. The girls quickly retreated, giggling even more, leaving Komi feeling confused and vulnerable. She glanced at the untouched apple on the table, reflecting on her expectations of kindness in a hero school. Komi's day continued to be challenging. Later, she found herself in a training session, feeling the weight of her target score. She had managed to hit all 3 bullseyes with her spider webs, achieving near perfection. It was early morning and Endeavour, her father, seemed to be in a foul mood. He pointed out that she had missed the second bullseye by a few centimeters, reminding her that if she wanted to continue living under his roof, she needed to earn her place. His words stung, as they implied that she needed to prove herself constantly, as if her efforts were never enough. Despite her struggles and the pain she endured during training, it felt like nothing she did would ever satisfy him. Komi pushed herself to improve, determined to meet his expectations. After the session, he instructed her to prepare for school and left without offering any praise or criticism. To him, she felt like just another object, devoid of value beyond being a punching bag. Although it had been some time since she had faced any physical abuse, the emotional toll lingered. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, Komi draped it around her shoulders and returned to her room. After a brief shower, she aggressively dried her hair and changed into her school uniform, ready to face another day. It was a moment of freedom as the sun began to set when Komi left the school. She made her way to her shoe locker, eager to swap her school shoes for a pair she cherished. Walking in those shoes was a delight. They fit perfectly without the need for breaking in. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind her. One of the girls, known for her incessant giggling, taunted Komi about her struggles in art class, accompanied by 2 friends who laughed at the remark. The laughter echoed in the hallway, and Komi felt a surge of frustration. She quickly shut her locker and left the room, trying to ignore the jeers that followed her. As she walked home, Komi felt the urge to retaliate but instead chose to keep her hands in her pockets and her head down. Today, her brother Shoto would have to walk home alone. Upon arriving at her house, Komi unlocked the door and stepped inside. She kicked off her shoes and, in a moment of mischief, grabbed one of Endeavor's shoes from the mat and tossed it over the fridge, ensuring it was out of sight. Before one of the maids could notice her antics, she snatched some food and hurried to her room. Once inside, she tossed her bag into the corner and approached her desk. Opening the bottom drawer, she retrieved a special box where she kept her most treasured items, including a pair of earbuds she had purchased for a modest sum. She knew Endeavour would disapprove if he discovered her secret stash, which was why she hid her belongings so carefully. After returning her items to the box and placing it back in the drawer, Komi climbed up the wall and settled into her hammock, connecting her earbuds to her phone. She selected her favorite playlist and closed her eyes, allowing the whimsical music to wash over her. The volume was so high that she nearly missed the sound of her door opening. It was Shoto, who made himself comfortable on the floor of her room. Komi leaned back, rubbing her temples and turning off her music. Shoto asked why she had left, but she simply shrugged, indicating it had been a long day. She advised him to change out of his uniform before Endeavour returned and warned him that he should stop hiding his shoes, as their father would eventually notice. Komi raised her hand in a half-hearted gesture as Shoto left, unable to muster a smile. She lay back on the floor, staring at the ceiling, until the sound of a car pulling into the driveway jolted her upright. She knew Endeavour would be displeased if she wasn't ready. In a flurry, she rummaged through her room, searching for something presentable that didn't look too burnt. She rushed to the training room, tying her hair up as she went. Shoto glanced at her as she entered, and they exchanged a knowing look, both aware of their mutual dislike for the training sessions. As time passed, Komi's exhaustion became more evident. Endeavor's rigorous training schedule forced her to wake up earlier and go to bed later. Shoto, being Endeavor's favorite, enjoyed a few extra hours of sleep, leaving Komi feeling even more drained. Despite their early arrivals to class, which usually allowed for some rest, Komi found herself sleeping through the ringing bell. This pattern continued for a week, and she often dozed off in class, barely aware of the discussions around her. She even missed the chaos when reporters invaded the school, eager to cover All Might's involvement with the students. Finally, one day brought a glimmer of hope. Endeavour was staying at a hotel for hero work, and Komi felt lighter, having escaped the ridicule from the girls at school. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in the back of her mind. Something felt off as she boarded the bus to the training facility, an inexplicable sense of wrongness enveloping her. The atmosphere shifted when a boy next to her erupted in anger, lashing out at a girl he called names. Komi leaned back, surprised by the outburst. The girl remained unfazed, seemingly ignoring the boy's hostility. Once he calmed down, he turned his scornful gaze toward Komi, questioning her presence and mocking her for being sensitive. Komi instinctively hid her hands, feeling the weight of his words. The surrounding students noticed her reaction, and the boy continued to taunt her, suggesting that if she was easily offended, she didn't belong in the hero course. Another boy, with green curly hair, widened his eyes in shock at the harshness of the remarks. Komi felt a surge of anxiety as she stepped off the bus, despite her mind urging her to stay put. Something was amiss, and she struggled to focus on the pro-hero, 13, who was leading her class into the dome-shaped building. As she scanned the wreckage sites, her confusion deepened. No matter where she looked, she found nothing out of the ordinary, yet the warning in her mind persisted. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. 13's voice faded as Aizawa took a breath to speak, but before he could finish, the lights flickered ominously, and a dark purple mass began to form at the center of the dome. The word, fight, echoed in Komi's mind, a simple command that drowned out all other noise. She felt a firm grip on her arm as Shoto pulled her along with the rest of the class, urging her to move. Komi glanced back, her heart racing as she watched Aizawa leap down the stairs, his scarf billowing around him as he confronted the emerging threat. She turned her attention back to the doors, but before she could reach them, the purple mass solidified into a figure. The villain introduced himself as a member of the League of Villains, expressing a twisted sense of hospitality as he revealed their intention to disrupt the peace. Just then, Kirishima and Bakugo charged forward, attempting to confront the villain. Komi instinctively reached out, desperate to intervene. As Bakugo unleashed his explosive quirk, dust filled the air, and Komi coughed, struggling to see. When the dust settled, she was shocked to find the villain completely unscathed, while her classmates seemed to have underestimated the threat. The mist surrounding the villain began to spread, and Komi felt a hand grip her upper arm. She turned sharply, catching a glimpse of Kirishima before the mist obscured her vision. In an instant, the ground vanished beneath her, and she let out a startled cry as she plummeted through the air. As she fell, she realized she was likely warped to the collapse zone, a dangerous area filled with debris. Spotting two poles on the roof of a crumbled building below, she quickly aimed her hands and shot out webs, creating a makeshift hammock to break her fall. She landed awkwardly but managed to roll to her feet, contemplating her quirk before pushing herself off the ground. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby, and Komi turned to see a body hurtling down, creating a crater upon impact. Her heart raced as she rushed over, fearing the worst, but relief washed over her when she recognized the familiar red-haired boy brushing off the dust. He smiled at her, seemingly unfazed by his fall, and complimented her quirk, asking if she was all right. Komi was taken aback, her mind racing as she processed his nonchalance. She questioned how he could be uninjured after such a fall. Explained that his quirk allowed him to harden any part of his body, which had saved him from harm. Before they could continue their conversation, Bakugo's gruff voice interrupted, reminding them of the pressing danger. Komi's heart sank as she realized they had to confront the villains. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture and prepared herself for the battle ahead, ready to face whatever challenges lay in store. The boy with ash blonde hair turned around, a menacing grin on his face. Komi thought he looked striking but never dared to voice her thoughts. He brushed past her and the red-headed boy, declaring his intent to eliminate their enemies. The red-headed boy introduced himself as Kirishima and acknowledged the ash blonde as Bakugo. He then turned his attention to Komi, expressing his belief that she was named Kayami. Komi quickly corrected him, stating that her name was Komi and politely asking him to call her that instead. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, giving her a thumbs up and expressing hope that she was a good fighter. As she walked to school alongside her brother, Komi noticed a group of girls giggling and casting glances in her direction. It was clear they were mocking her, and she felt a surge of discomfort at their behavior. Komi blinked and turned her gaze toward them, her senses sharpening as she took in every detail of their faces. Their laughter, directed at her simply for walking with Shoto, stung. Taking a deep breath, she faced forward again, attempting to ignore their taunts, but found it impossible to do so. With quick steps, she ascended the stairs and hurried toward the safety of the 1A classroom door. As she reached for the handle, an unexpected mishap occurred. She accidentally tore the door off its hinges. The loud crash drew the attention of everyone in the room, and they stared in disbelief at the seemingly fragile girl who had just removed a heavy door with such ease. Komi felt her face flush with embarrassment, turning various shades of red. She carefully placed the door back in its frame and used her webs to secure it. Entering the classroom, she could feel the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. In a flustered attempt to downplay the incident, she gestured toward the door and made a hasty comment before rushing to her seat, vowing to remember this mortifying moment for years to come. After a few moments, the other students resumed their conversations, leaving Komi to deal with her embarrassment alone. Her face remained crimson as she folded her hands on the desk and rested her head on her arms, nearly drifting off to sleep. Today was the day of the first battle training class, and Komi felt little longing to participate. Although she was enrolled in a hero school, she had no intention of showcasing her quirk. Her presence there was primarily for Shoto's sake. As Shoto's turn to play the hero approached, Komi chose to remain outside. Observing from a distance, she noticed the reactions of her classmates as they questioned her decision to stay back. Some wondered why she was not joining in, expressing concern for her well-being. All Might, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of frustration. He understood that many in the class viewed Komi as merely a pawn in the Todoroki family's ambitions. While he had adopted her to support Shoto's journey to becoming a pro-hero, he had hoped she would find her own path. Shoto emerged from the training area, having encased the entire building in ice. His hero costume was distinctive, showcasing his powers. As he approached, Komi straightened up, waiting for him to get closer before she resumed walking beside him. He remarked on the ease of the task, his confidence evident. Komi, glancing at him, pointed out that it was just the first class and that he had faced less experienced opponents. She cautioned him not to let his ego inflate too much. Despite her words, Shoto insisted he was not arrogant, though his tone suggested otherwise. Komi sighed and shook her head, knowing that her brother's confidence often bordered on cockiness. Surprisingly, fighting the villains was much easier than Komi had anticipated. With the extra strength granted by her quirk, most of the villains were incapacitated within the first few punches. Bakugo was explosively taking down enemies left and right, while Kirishima was enjoying himself, using his quirk to its fullest. The redhead even picked up a broken pipe to swing at the villains. Bakugo blasted 2 villains into the wall, rendering them unconscious, and Komi spun a large man around with her webs before throwing him out of the window, leaving him to figure out how to stop his fall. Kirishima had also used his hardening ability to knock out the villain in front of him. Bakugo huffed, questioning whether that was all the villains they would face, expressing his surprise at their weakness. Kirishima suggested they hurry and go save the others, turning around and relaxing his hardened arm. Komi remained silent, scanning the room. She felt a chill at the back of her neck, sensing that someone was still moving. Breathing slowly, she searched every corner of the room, finding almost nothing. Kirishima spoke about how they had slowed 13 down and expressed his guilt over it, but Komi was too focused on her surroundings to pay attention. Suddenly, she heard something land on glass. Whipping her head around, she formed fists with her hands, staring intently at the source of the noise. Out of nowhere, a sword appeared, accompanied by the beginning of a yell. Without hesitation, she pushed Kirishima out of the way and kicked the weapon into the wall, watching as it slumped to the ground, revealing itself to be a chameleon-like creature. Kirishima was in awe of her quick reaction time and thanked her. Bakugo approached the fallen villain, kicking it to ensure it was truly out of commission. He questioned Kirishima's surprise at his calm demeanor, which was a stark contrast to his usual fiery personality. Komi then suggested they head back to the central plaza, where Aizawa was still fighting against the villains. She pointed out that even a pro like Aizawa couldn't handle all of them alone and could use their help. Bakugo agreed and turned to head toward the door. Komi made sure to be the first to peek out, convincing the boys to let her go ahead. Her hair blended in with the surroundings, making her less noticeable, and she had told them she could walk on walls and ceilings. She pushed herself up, moving along the wall and sticking to the ceiling, checking for any signs of danger. The unsettling feeling at the back of her neck had dissipated. Once she landed gracefully on the ground, she took a moment to ensure the area was clear before signaling for the boys to join her. Bakugo was about to question her delay but caught himself, instead asking what was taking them so long. Komi responded that she needed to confirm there were no villains, adding a hint of sarcasm and attitude that surprised both boys. Kirishima found it amusing, while Bakugo stared at her, puzzled by her sudden assertiveness. As the trio made their way toward the center, both Bakugo and Kirishima noticed Komi suddenly dart off. They followed her gaze to see a boy who looked like he was a mix of 2 different people. Komi rushed to him, relieved to find her brother unharmed, and asked if he was injured. He reassured her that he was fine, resting a hand on her shoulder while glancing at the 2 boys behind her. Bakugo jokingly asked if the 2 were married, but Komi quickly distanced herself from that notion, sounding almost disgusted as she clarified that she was his sister. Kirishima, confused, pointed out that they looked nothing alike. Komi quietly explained that she was adopted before urging them to continue toward the center, emphasizing that Aizawa couldn't handle everything alone. Komi had always been a fast runner, whether due to her quirk or sheer determination. She could sprint long distances for an hour or 2 when necessary. However, her speed felt inadequate when she witnessed an inhumanly tall creature seemingly teleporting toward 3 of her classmates. Midoriya, the green-haired boy, had attempted to punch a blue-haired man, but the monstrous figure intervened. Aizawa lay on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Komi's legs felt heavy, and she couldn't recall how she had strayed so far from the group of boys. With people in danger, her heart raced. The teacher, looking disheveled and homeless, was closer, so she slid down to him first. She shook him, but he was pale and bleeding profusely, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. When the doors of the USJ burst open, a chill ran down Komi's spine. Initially frightened that more villains were arriving, she looked up to see All Might, but he wore no smile. The small purple-haired boy expressed his relief, believing they were saved. Komi blinked, trying to process the chaos around her. All Might leaped down to the center, picking up Komi, Aizawa, and the 3 classmates in the water while simultaneously battling the villains, bringing them to safety. She quickly gathered her thoughts as All Might instructed them to take Aizawa back to the entrance, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Midoriya appeared conflicted about All Might's request, but after receiving a reassuring thumbs up from the hero, he decided to proceed. He took Aizawa's front on his left side while Komi supported the right. The smaller purple-haired boy, whom Komi found difficult to warm up to, took hold of Aizawa's legs, and the frog girl led the way. Using her webs, Komi attempted to stabilize Aizawa's bones and staunch the bleeding. A deep cut below his eye suggested a likely scar. Initially uncertain about Aizawa, Komi had developed a newfound respect for him after witnessing his bravery in the face of danger. It took courage to jump into an unfair fight against opponents with nothing to lose. Midoriya asked the frog girl to take over for him, and without hesitation, she agreed. Komi felt a cold sensation creeping up her neck as she relinquished her hold on Aizawa. Midoriya took a few steps forward, and Komi bolted after him, the small boy calling out to them. Ahead, she spotted All Might in a precarious position, blood seeping through his white shirt. The villains had ensnared him with some deceptive trick. Komi felt that familiar chill again, this time not on her neck but in her chest as she spotted her brother, Bakugo, and Kirishima rushing to join the fray. They quickly engaged in the battle, with Bakugo capturing the misty villain while the blue-haired antagonist threw a tantrum. As All Might freed himself, Shoto rushed over to Komi, gripping her shoulders and expressing his concern. He had never raised his voice at her before, and his anger startled her. He questioned her reckless decision to run toward the villains, urging her to think before acting. Komi blinked, struggling to find the right words. The intensity of Shoto's expression reminded her of Endeavour, and she felt a pang of discomfort. Shoto's frustration was palpable as he urged her to be careful. Komi apologized, explaining that Aizawa had been in danger. Shoto fell silent, his face partially obscured by ice, a reminder of his control over his hero costume, which Komi privately thought was quite impressive. Suddenly, Komi's attention was drawn to the low, menacing mutterings of the blue-haired villain. Though she couldn't catch every word, she heard enough to understand that he was preparing to unleash his power. In a shocking display, the bird-like villain snapped his bones and tore off his own limbs to escape the ice Shoto had created. Komi followed the villain's gaze, which landed squarely on Bakugo. Her posture straightened, and she instinctively shot out a web toward him. However, the villain moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the webbing as if it were nothing. To her surprise, Bakugo appeared right in front of her, seemingly unharmed. While Midoriya praised Bakugo's reflexes, Komi felt a sense of confusion. She had not seen him move at all. In a hushed whisper, she called out for All Might, scanning the area for the hero. Her gaze fell upon the swirling dust on the ground, where she spotted blonde hair and the villain. The blue-haired antagonist raged against the perceived injustice of violence, declaring that the world would understand the consequences of All Might's actions once he was dead. His words struck a chord with Komi, who had often felt judged by others, labeled as a villain due to her lineage. In that moment, she realized the weight of the villain's words. The struggle between good and evil was a reality she faced daily, and the burden of her family's legacy loomed large over her. Criminals often attempted to justify their actions as noble, but deep down, they were driven by their own desires. All Might confronted the villain, determined to stand his ground. Shoto stepped forward, aware that they were outnumbered, while Komi surveyed the scene, noting the bodies scattered around them. She felt the urge to fight, but All Might instructed everyone to stand down and evacuate. Despite All Might's warnings, the villains had their own agenda. The blue-haired villain issued commands to the Nomu, and chaos erupted as the bird-like villains sprang into action. Komi dismissed All Might's advice. She and Shoto were in danger, and she felt a strong need to protect herself and those around her. However, she ultimately refrained from engaging in the fight, leaving All Might and Midoriya, the green-haired boy, to face the villains. Midoriya, in his eagerness to help, ended up injuring himself. When Komi returned home, she was too exhausted to play pranks, like hiding one of Endeavor's shoes. She and Shoto walked side by side until they reached her room. She dropped her bag and climbed into her hammock, allowing her tense muscles to relax as she buried her face in her pillows. Unfortunately, her moment of peace was interrupted by the sound of the front door slamming shut, signaling the arrival of Enji. Komi recognized the aggressive tone in his entrance. Hesitating, she got out of bed and opened her door, making eye contact with Shoto as he passed by. Together, they peered over the wall to see Endeavour still dressed in his hero costume. He immediately acknowledged their presence, demanding they stop hiding and come out. Endeavour expressed concern for Shoto's well-being, asking if he was injured. Shoto reassured him that he was fine, but Komi noticed how Endeavor's attention was solely on his son. As he walked past them, he criticized the school's security system without acknowledging Komi's presence or injuries. She felt a mix of frustration and hurt as she followed him to the training room, where he ordered them to change and be ready in 5 minutes. Komi found herself exasperated, unable to believe Endeavour could be so demanding after a villain attack. She carefully chose her words, recalling the consequences of her previous confrontations with him. She pointed out that he had taken a break after a serious injury, but her words only provoked him further. In a moment of anger, he struck her, but she managed to remain standing, feeling the weight of his authority. Shoto stepped in, expressing his own longing to rest rather than train. Endeavour reluctantly agreed, but he made it clear that he expected them both to be ready by sunrise the next day. The situation felt unjust to Komi, who resented the slap and the way Endeavour spoke to them. As Shoto placed a comforting hand on her shoulder before retreating to his room, Komi climbed the stairs to her own. Her room felt empty and suffocating, and she allowed her anger to bubble up until tears blurred her vision. The sting on her cheek served as a painful reminder of Endeavor's authority. Just then, one of the maids entered, dismissing her tears as attention-seeking. Komi felt the sting of isolation. She was not a Todoroki, and the maids were always kinder to them. Taking a deep breath, Komi waited until the maid left for her bathroom before grabbing a jacket and heading toward her window. She had run away from home before, but this time felt different. She left the grounds quickly, her footsteps echoing in the quiet night as she made her way away from the house. As she walked, she hunched her shoulders and glared at the ground, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. She eventually found herself at an empty playground, a place she remembered from her first encounter with the Todoroki family. The nostalgia was bittersweet, as she recalled the hope she once felt about visiting this place. Suddenly, a lady with striking blue hair emerged from the front office, calling out to her. The lady recognized Komi and asked if she had a moment to talk. A small child nearby, with long hair and a timid demeanor, looked up as the lady guided Komi into a meeting room. The young girl followed, her head down, acutely aware of the judgment from her peers. In that moment, Komi felt a connection with the child, both of them navigating their own struggles in a world that often felt unwelcoming. At the center of the room was a window that offered a perfect view of a special tree, allowing the young girl to observe expecting parents and their future children meeting one another. Despite this delightful scene, she thought the room could use a fresher scent. The office lady introduced the Todoroki family to the girl, sounding somewhat overwhelmed. When the child looked up, she was captivated by the sight of a hero sitting before her. Endeavour, known as the second strongest hero after All Might, was in front of her. She had met a hero before, but this encounter felt different. She was not in any danger this time. The office lady confirmed the girl's name, and Endeavour acknowledged her strength. The office lady, eager to showcase the girl's abilities, encouraged her to demonstrate what she could do. The girl, who had never liked her name, walked over to the couch across from the Todorokis. With a brief glance at them, she effortlessly lifted the couch over her head, showcasing her remarkable strength. The blue-haired woman expressed her belief that the girl was the strongest among the children they had. Just then, a gentle voice called out to the girl, asking her to come closer. The girl felt drawn to the warmth radiating from the white-haired woman. As she approached, the woman tenderly brushed the girl's hair away from her face, tucking it behind her ears. The woman complimented her, saying that a pretty girl like her should be proud of her appearance, which brought a smile to the girl's face. The woman asked if she could call her Kuyami, to which the girl replied that she preferred to be called Komi. The blue-haired lady reprimanded Komi for her response, reminding her to show respect to her elders. As morning arrived, Komi wished the sun would stay hidden. The height of her hammock allowed her to avoid direct sunlight, but the alarm in her room shattered her peaceful slumber. The beeping sound, which increased in speed, annoyed her greatly. Komi was not a morning person. On the way to school, Komi and Shoto traveled in silence. Shoto scrolled through a hero news feed on his phone while Komi gazed out the train window, taking in the familiar scenery of buildings and trees. Although she had a phone she was attached to, she preferred to observe the world outside in the mornings. When they reached the last train stop, they got off, and Shoto paused to buy a drink at a fast food store, generously purchasing one for Komi as well. She decided to save her drink for later, knowing that certain fizzy beverages could interfere with her quirk. As they approached the school gates, Komi mentally prepared herself. The best classes were at the end of the day, but she had to endure the morning first. Unfortunately, Mondays brought her bad luck, and a group of girls suddenly appeared before them. One of the girls exclaimed in excitement, recognizing them as fellow students. She introduced herself as Asami and attempted to engage with Shoto, who remained uninterested and continued walking. Asami complimented Komi's bag and tried to initiate conversation, but Komi preferred to ignore them. Asami, undeterred, expressed her longing to hang out, but Shoto declined, citing homework as his reason. The girls, clearly a tight-knit group, began whispering among themselves, casting glances at Komi and Shoto. The siblings exchanged a knowing look, with Shoto commenting on their loudness. Komi, raising her eyebrows, agreed with a subtle cough. Upon entering the classroom, Komi noticed the atmosphere was calm and reserved, filled with peaceful conversations. However, as she closed the door, she misjudged her strength and accidentally removed the handle. The noise drew everyone's attention, and Shoto turned to see what had happened. Komi held the handle in her hand, realizing that the bell would ring soon and Aizawa would arrive. In a moment of quick thinking, she kicked the fallen screws and metal roll toward her desk and used her webs to reattach the handle to the door. After tidying up, she placed the items in her bag, not intending to keep them but wanting to avoid causing a scene. Curiosity piqued, some classmates leaned over their desks to see how she had managed to fix the door handle. However, their questions went unanswered as Aizawa entered the room, prompting everyone to sit up straight in silence. He noted the unusual feel of the door handle, observing the white strings of a spider's web before moving on with the lesson. Komi had wanted nothing more than to sink into the floor and never come out. The weight of embarrassment hung heavily on her, and she felt as if the world around her had faded into a blur. She glanced around, her heart racing as she tried to process the situation. It was one of those moments that seemed to stretch on forever, where time itself felt suspended. Despite her longing to disappear, Komi knew she had to face the reality of her surroundings. Her friends were nearby, their expressions a mix of concern and encouragement. They had always supported her, and in this moment, she could feel their unwavering belief in her. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, determined to overcome her shyness and engage with them. As she gathered her thoughts, Komi reminded herself of the small victories she had achieved in the past. Each step forward, no matter how small, had brought her closer to the person she wanted to be. With newfound resolve, she decided to take that next step, ready to embrace whatever came next. Information Komi had gathered about the UA Sports Festival came from listening quietly to her classmates. This annual event was a significant opportunity, one that could shape her future as a hero. Komi had always aspired to be a hero, but she preferred not to be the center of attention. Being less popular would mean fewer people judging her based on her appearance. When the final bell rang, Komi noticed a large crowd of students blocking the door to her classroom. She decided to remain seated until the crowd dispersed. With her bag on her desk, she managed to conceal most of her appearance from the other students. This part of her life filled her with dread. She constantly worried that someone would be frightened by how she looked. Growing up, Komi had faced harsh treatment from others. People would gasp and pull their children away while hurling insults at her, simply because she was different. Those with physical quirks that altered their appearance often faced derogatory names like mutant or freak. Komi preferred not to dwell on the more hurtful slurs that haunted her memories. This experience fueled her longing to become a hero. Taking public transport and attending school were significant steps for her, requiring immense courage. She was trying, albeit slowly, to overcome her fears, aware that challenges would arise along the way. However, her dream of becoming a hero overshadowed her anxieties. Komi envisioned herself as a champion for those with physical quirks, someone who could save others from difficult situations. She wanted to be the hero she had needed in her own childhood. To achieve her goals, Komi knew she needed to take small steps. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted her thoughts, drawing attention to her. A girl in her class pointed out her presence, and Komi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as giggles erupted from a group of 3 girls she barely remembered. Just then, another girl, who had pink skin and eyes similar to Komi's, stood up in defense of her. Komi was taken aback by this unexpected support. She had never experienced anyone standing up for her before. She had always fought her own battles, often to no avail. As the 3 girls whispered among themselves and walked away, Komi turned to the girl who had defended her, feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude as she offered a thumbs up and a smile. Komi was unsure how to process this moment. Did this mean the girl had her back? Could they be friends? She had hardly spoken to her, yet here she was, defending her. It felt surreal, as if it were a scene from a movie. Meanwhile, a boy with purple hair made his way through the crowd, confronting Bakugo, who was known for his fiery temper. The purple-haired boy expressed his disappointment in finding a group of egotistical students, revealing that he had not made it into the hero course but was determined to prove himself. He declared that if anyone performed well in the sports festival, the teachers might consider transferring them into the hero course, implying that he would fight for his place among them. Komi found his intensity striking. As the tension between the purple-haired boy and Bakugo escalated, a classmate with unique eyelashes chimed in, criticizing their peers. Bakugo, however, seemed unfazed by the remarks, choosing to walk away with an air of indifference. Komi leaned forward in her seat, intrigued by Bakugo's nonchalance. Kirishima, a boy with spiky red hair, called after Bakugo, urging him to respond. Bakugo glanced back, offering a rare moment of acknowledgement as he stated that the opinions of others were irrelevant. His only focus was on defeating them. With that, he walked away, leaving Komi to reflect on her feelings of admiration and envy toward his carefree attitude. When Kirishima approached her table, Komi straightened up in surprise. He reassured her not to pay attention to the negative comments, suggesting that others were likely jealous of her position in the top hero class. Komi blinked in disbelief, wondering if she was truly receiving comfort from him. Another classmate, Hagecure, appeared beside Kirishima, echoing his sentiments. Komi felt overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness directed toward her. As Shoto approached, ready to accompany her, Komi awkwardly stood up and grabbed her bag, still processing the warmth of the support she had just received. Kirishima and Hagecure found themselves in a bustling city, filled with the sounds of laughter and the aroma of street food. They had decided to spend the day exploring, eager to experience everything the vibrant atmosphere had to offer. As they wandered through the crowded streets, they marveled at the colorful stalls and the variety of goods on display. Kirishima, with his energetic spirit, suggested they try some local delicacies. Hagecure, always up for an adventure, agreed enthusiastically. They sampled various dishes, each bite more delicious than the last, and shared their thoughts on the flavors that danced on their tongues. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city, They stumbled upon a small park. It was a serene oasis amidst the chaos, with trees swaying gently in the breeze. They decided to take a break and sit on a bench, enjoying the peaceful surroundings. In that moment, they reflected on their friendship and the bond they had formed over the years. They spoke about their dreams and aspirations, feeling grateful for the support they provided each other. The laughter they shared echoed softly in the evening air, creating a sense of warmth and camaraderie. As night fell, the city transformed into a dazzling display of lights. Kirishima and Hagekure felt a sense of wonder as they watched the skyline twinkle against the darkening sky. They made a pact to always cherish these moments together, knowing that their adventures were just beginning. With hearts full of excitement, they continued their journey, ready to embrace whatever came next. She stared at them for a moment, her mind racing with thoughts and emotions. The room was filled with a tense silence, broken only by the sound of her own heartbeat. She felt a mix of anxiety and determination as she considered her next move. The faces around her were a blend of curiosity and concern, each person waiting for her to make a decision. As she took a deep breath, she reflected on the events that had led her to this point. The journey had been long and fraught with challenges, but she had learned so much along the way. Each experience had shaped her, and now she stood at a crossroads, ready to embrace whatever came next. The weight of their expectations hung in the air, but she was resolute. She knew that she had the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With a newfound sense of purpose, she looked around the room, meeting the eyes of her companions. They were all in this together, united by a common goal. In that moment, she felt a surge of hope. The future was uncertain, but she was ready to forge her own path. With determination in her heart, she stepped forward, ready to take on the world and all its possibilities. As the tension in the room escalated, one character swiftly moved to bow respectfully before Shoto, urging him toward the nearest exit. The urgency in their actions suggested that time was of the essence, and they needed to leave quickly. Shoto, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, followed without hesitation, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and the pair navigated through. The crowd, determined to escape whatever threat loomed behind them. Shoto gazed out the window before turning his attention to Komi. He expressed his longing for her to truly challenge him during the upcoming sports festival, insisting that he did not want her to simply let him win. This revelation left Komi feeling confused, as she had always believed her role was to support him in becoming a pro-hero. However, Shoto's words resonated with her, igniting a flutter of excitement in her heart. She had long contemplated breaking free from Endeavor's influence, but hearing Shoto affirm her independence made it feel more tangible, as if it were an achievable reality rather than a distant fantasy. Their bond was strong, built on mutual trust and honesty, and the idea of not being a puppet to anyone, especially not Endeavour, felt liberating. Yet, just as the conversation deepened, Shoto abruptly shifted topics, asking if Midoriya and All Might were related. Komi, momentarily distracted by two bugs fighting at her feet, was caught off guard by the unexpected question. Shoto speculated about the similarities between Midoriya and All Might, suggesting that perhaps Midoriya was All Might's secret child. Komi found herself speechless, struggling to formulate a response to such a far-fetched idea. Despite her inclination to support Shoto, she could not agree with his theory. However, she sensed that he would likely revisit the topic, given his tendency to lack social awareness. With the sports festival approaching, Komi felt the weight of her aspirations pressing down on her. This was her chance to prove herself, and she was determined to give it her all, even if it meant competing against her brother. As the festival drew near, Komi felt a sense of relief that she would not have to wear her hero costume, which had sustained damage during a previous incident. This fortunate turn of events meant that the competition would be fair, as all hero students would be on equal footing without any additional advantages. During a conversation between Shoto and Midoriya, Komi found herself drawn in by Shoto's assertion of strength. The entire class seemed captivated by the exchange. Shoto acknowledged Midoriya's connection to All Might but made it clear that he intended to defeat him. Komi leaned back in her seat, recognizing that this was simply how Shoto operated. He believed in overcoming those who appeared stronger. She understood that if Midoriya could master his quirk, he would be a formidable opponent. As Shoto's words hung in the air, Denki and Kirishima interjected, questioning Shoto's confrontational approach. Kirishima attempted to diffuse the tension, but Shoto remained resolute, emphasizing that the competition was not about friendship but about individual performance. Komi felt a pang of frustration at Shoto's rudeness, knowing that making enemies among their classmates was unnecessary, especially with the challenges they would face together in the coming years. Midoriya, looking conflicted, acknowledged Shoto's superiority but also expressed his determination to rise to the occasion. He recognized the fierce competition they would face and vowed to aim for the top. Komi felt a mix of emotions as she listened to Midoriya's resolve. She had always fought to fit in, and now she was being encouraged to stand out, a notion that felt daunting yet exhilarating. As the reality of the upcoming competition settled in, Komi reflected on her journey. The path ahead seemed challenging, but she was ready to take those crucial steps toward her dream of becoming a hero. Komi felt a deep uncertainty about her choices, particularly regarding the path she was on. She recognized that she did not want to engage in the actions that were expected of her. There were many aspects of her life that she wished were different, and if given the opportunity to design her own future, she would have chosen to live without a quirk. The burden of her unique ability weighed heavily on her, especially considering the circumstances of her upbringing. The shadows of her parents, who had been villains, loomed over her, complicating her longing for a normal life. The UA Sports Festival was in full swing, showcasing the talents of aspiring heroes vying for recognition and fame. Present Mix enthusiastic commentary echoed throughout the stadium, announcing the arrival of the first-year students from Class 1A, who had already made a name for themselves by overcoming a villain attack. As Komi stepped onto the stadium floor, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The stands were packed with spectators, all eager to witness the competition. The atmosphere was electric, and Komi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of faces in the crowd. Present Mike continued to hype up the event, but his words felt excessive to her. The excitement was palpable, but she was more focused on the challenge ahead. Midnight, the teacher overseeing the event, commanded attention with a sharp crack of her WHP, silencing the crowd. Komi felt her cheeks flush as she took in Midnight's outfit, which seemed more suited for a performance than a professional setting. Midnight announced that Katsuki Bakugo would lead the student pledge, and Komi glanced at her brother, who stood across the field. She was positioned next to Denki Kaminari and Tokoyami, the latter appearing unfazed by the spectacle. As Bakugo stepped forward, Komi's heart sank. He was known for his fiery personality, and she worried about what he might say as the representative for their class. Midoriya, a fellow student, seemed anxious, clearly intimidated by Bakugo's reputation. Others in the crowd began to murmur, expressing their disbelief that Bakugo had been chosen for this role. Bakugo approached the microphone with an air of indifference, hands in his pockets. He began to speak, but it quickly became clear that he was not reciting the school pledge. Instead, he declared his intention to win, dismissing his classmates as mere stepping stones in his path to victory. The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and jeers, and Komi felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for Bakugo's boldness. Ida, another student, chastised Bakugo for his disrespectful attitude, but Bakugo shrugged off the criticism, further igniting the crowd's reaction. As the tension escalated, Bakugo returned to his spot, leaving a trail of murmurs in his wake. Komi, however, remained focused, trying to ignore the chaos around her. When Bakugo directed a comment toward her, she felt a rush of panic. Had she inadvertently drawn his attention? Just as she contemplated her response, Midnight intervened, announcing the start of the games. With a dramatic flourish, she revealed the first event, an obstacle race. Komi's heart raced with excitement as she read the details. The course was 4 kilometers long, and she felt confident in her abilities. Her quirk, which allowed her to maneuver with agility, would give her an advantage. However, she knew that the obstacles would be challenging, as UA was known for pushing its students to their limits. As the contestants lined up at the starting gate, Komi prepared herself for the race. The anticipation built as the countdown began. When the signal to start was given, chaos erupted. Competitors surged forward, and Komi quickly realized that getting through the narrow entrance would require some strategy. With a swift motion, she used her quirk to swing above the crowd, avoiding the push and shove of her fellow students. As she soared through the air, she spotted a group of girls behind her, their intentions clear as they lunged toward her. Just as they reached for her, Komi braced herself for the challenge ahead, determined to navigate the obstacles and prove her worth in the competition. Komi's long black hair became entangled in the blades of unusually large grass, leading her to suspect that one of her classmates possessed the ability to manipulate it. After freeing herself, she began running, quickly catching up to the first-year students. Spotting Asami and her friends, Komi couldn't resist the urge to leap onto the roof and swing through the air. With a flick of her wrist, she shot out webs that connected each girl to one another, securing one of them to the wall. Confusion and complaints erupted from the group as Komi zipped past, leaping and aiming her wrist toward the rooftop. Despite starting last, Komi soared over nearly all 11 classes, now competing with Siro, who was using his tape to mimic her movements. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing Komi to shiver. Recognizing the impending ice attack, she quickly dropped to avoid it. She knew her brother well, and it was clear that her classmates did not share that understanding. Spotting an area free of ice, she aimed her webs downward and shot them out, allowing her to land and continue running. A few students managed to dodge the ice attack, impressing Komi with their agility. However, her moment of admiration was cut short when she noticed 3 massive robots blocking her path. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and as she turned around, she gasped at the sight of the towering machines. She overheard some students mention that these robots were part of the exam, which made her realize she might have underestimated her opponents. The sheer size of the robots made her wonder how the school had acquired the funding and permits for such equipment. Determined not to wait for someone else to take action, Komi crouched down and leaped into the air, landing on one of the robot's legs. Despite the odds, she managed to stick to it, utilizing her quirk. She shot webs into its knee and bounced from robot to robot. Just as she felt the coldness of ice creeping in, Shoto fired his ice attack, but Komi was already on the move, hitting the ground running. Shoto, who had undergone similar training as Komi, quickly caught up with her. The competition between them was intense, with their positions constantly shifting between first and second place. Komi had promised him she wouldn't hold back, no matter what. As Present Mike continued his enthusiastic commentary, Komi found herself at the edge of a man-made cliff, with narrow paths connecting the surrounding ground. It resembled a miniature Grand Canyon, a sight she had never seen before. With her webs ready, Komi easily claimed first place by diving off the ledge and swinging through the air. Shoto followed closely behind, creating a path of ice that shattered beneath him. As Komi reached a set of stairs, she opted to jump rather than run up, but the sound of small explosions caught her attention. Bakugo was closing in on her, and suddenly, Shoto shot past her, gliding on his ice to gain distance. Komi clenched her fists and lowered her stance, increasing her speed as she sprinted toward the next course. The race continued, a relentless pursuit among Komi, Shoto, and Bakugo as they vied for the top position. A large sign warning of danger loomed ahead, and Komi felt a surge of adrenaline as she nearly beat her brother to the start of the course. The field appeared empty, but occasional bumps hinted at hidden dangers. With the warning sign and the threat of mines, Komi quickly formulated a plan. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she aimed her wrist at a noticeable bump in the ground and shot out webs, detaching them from her wrist. Upon contact, a loud explosion erupted. Glancing at Shoto, the two of them took off in their own directions, navigating the minefield. Komi ignored the chaos behind her as some students triggered mines, sending them flying into the air. Light on her feet, Komi deftly maneuvered through the minefield, her heart racing with each step. She kept her focus sharp, avoiding Bakugo and Shoto, who were engaged in a brawl amidst the mines. When her path was suddenly obstructed by a cluster of mines, she searched for a way through just as a deafening explosion rang out. Midoriya was launched into the sky, propelled by a massive pink cloud from a detonated mine. Komi watched in awe for a brief moment before realizing the urgency of her situation. She quickly decided to leap over the mines, but her foot landed on one, triggering an explosion beneath her. Cursing under her breath, she regained her footing and continued to run, jumping and dodging the mines with agility. Her enhanced eyesight proved invaluable as she drew closer to the stadium, the sounds of President Nick's commentary filling the air as he playfully teased Mr. Aizawa while focusing on the race. Once she cleared the minefield, Komi shifted into high gear, determined to leave her competitors behind. Kicking up dirt beneath her, she sprinted with all her might, overtaking one student after another. Ahead of her, she spotted her brother and the other two competitors, but the distance seemed insurmountable. Instead, she concentrated on closing the gap, passing another student and breaking into the top 10. President Mike exclaimed about the speed at which her classmates had navigated the minefield, and Komi could hear Aizawa's voice, slightly muffled by the bandages he wore, explaining that each student was driven by their own determination to succeed. As Komi pressed on, she felt the thrill of the race surging through her veins, ready to give it her all. Eraserhead was not the best teacher, and the competition had taken an unexpected turn. The CLMX of the race was a whirlwind of surprises, culminating in Izuku Midoriya emerging as the first-place winner. Komi dashed through the dark tunnel, gradually slowing her pace. She spotted 3 others ahead and realized she had finished in 4th place. Despite her heavy breathing and sweat, a big smile spread across her face as she approached her brother. She felt a rush of joy, having managed to outpace him several times during the race. This opportunity for hero internships was thrilling, but the friendly rivalry with her brother made it feel like a fun game rather than a fierce competition. Komi expressed her longing to race again, though she quickly suppressed her excitement, aware of her fangs showing. Shoto, her brother, reminded her that this was serious and they couldn't afford to slack off. The smile faded from Komi's face as she reflected on their match, appreciating the chance to compete without the need for aggression. Shoto paused, considering his words before he turned back to her. He acknowledged that their friendly competition had its merits. Komi felt a flicker of happiness at his response as she joined the other competitors who had advanced to the next round. The announcement came that the top 42 had made it through, and for those who didn't, there would be more opportunities to shine. The real competition was about to begin, and the next game was revealed as a cavalry battle. Initially confused by the term, Komi soon learned that it involved students teaming up to carry one person on their shoulders, rather than anything to do with horses. Teams of 2 to 4 would compete, and points would be awarded based on their finishing positions in the previous race. Komi had finished 4th, just ahead of Bakugo, which meant she had accumulated a decent score. However, the point value for first place was a staggering 10 million, making Midoriya a prime target for everyone. Komi knew her brother would likely go after him, but the risks involved were significant. As the 15-minute preparation time began, Komi found it amusing how she and Shoto turned to each other simultaneously. This round required teamwork, and she couldn't think of anyone better to partner with than her brother. They understood each other's strengths and weaknesses perfectly, making their collaboration a natural choice. Komi approached Shoto, who had already formed a team with Ida and Denki. Their combination of speed, electricity, and ice powers made them a formidable group, especially since Shoto preferred to avoid using his fire abilities. The cavalry battle turned out to be easier than expected, and they managed to score first place by stealing Midoriya's team's 1,000,000 points. This round felt much simpler for Komi compared to the obstacle course. She effortlessly supported Shoto, surprising Denki and Ida with her strength. Lifting weights far beyond her own was second nature to her, a skill honed from childhood experiences. After the competition, Komi placed Shoto back on the ground and smiled at him, thrilled that they had worked together to achieve victory. From finishing last to battling for first place, Komi felt an exhilarating rush of accomplishment. She glanced at her classmates, noticing Bakugo's frustration and Midoriya's tears. Despite the competitive atmosphere, Komi felt a sense of relief and joy. Turning back to Shoto, she hoped to share her excitement and see him pleased with his first-place achievement. However, when she looked at him, he appeared distant, his expression void of emotion as he stared at his hand. Komi chose to overlook the brief moment when he had used his fire during the game, focusing instead on their shared success and the bond they had strengthened through the competition. Shoto had recently gone on a rampage about rejecting Endeavor's quirk, leaving Komi uncertain about how to help him cope with his intense emotions. She leaned against the wall near Midoriya, who stood awkwardly as Shoto glared at him. Komi felt that this was not the best way to support her brother, but she was at a loss for what else to do. Her experiences had always revolved around making Shoto the center of attention, and now she was unsure how to navigate his anger. Midoriya fidgeted nervously, clearly anxious about being brought to a secluded part of a public space. Komi understood his apprehension. If she were in his shoes, she would have felt similarly threatened. Shoto continued to glare at Midoriya, refusing to respond to his question. Komi focused on her feet, reflecting on the Shoto she barely knew. He was not inherently mean, but his rage often overshadowed his more foolish tendencies. Midoriya suggested they get some food, attempting to smile, but it fell flat. Komi wondered if her own smiles ever looked that forced. Eventually, Midoriya spoke up, admitting he had been overwhelmed and had broken a promise he made to himself long ago. He glanced at Shoto's left arm, which had been tucked away in his pocket, and then revealed it, expressing how the power he sensed from Shoto reminded him of All Might's quirk. Komi felt a wave of realization wash over her as she understood where this conversation was heading. Midoriya compared the power emanating from Shoto to that of All Might, jokingly questioning if Midoriya was All Might's secret child. Komi found herself unsure of where to direct her gaze, whether to Midoriya, whose shock was evident, or to Shoto, whose expression was unreadable. Midoriya quickly denied the accusation, shaking his head and avoiding eye contact. He insisted that even if he were, he would deny it, leaving Komi to wonder about the implications of his words. Shoto pointed out that Midoriya's phrasing suggested there was something unsaid between them. Komi noted the way Midoriya glanced away, clearly struggling to find the right words. Shoto revealed that Endeavour was his father, a fact that Komi had anticipated. She understood the weight of that connection, knowing that Endeavour was the number 2 hero. Shoto's anger simmered beneath the surface as he glared at Midoriya, implying that if Midoriya had any connection to All Might, it only fueled Shoto's longing to surpass him. Komi wished she could articulate to Shoto that he was not destined to fulfill their father's ambitions. Yet, she recognized that Shoto had been born for that very purpose, just as she had been drawn into his life to support him. Their shared understanding left her feeling helpless, as she grappled with the limitations of their circumstances. Shoto continued, discussing the concept of quirk marriages, which had been a troubling issue in the early generations of superpowers. He explained how some sought out partners solely to produce powerful offspring, often leading to forced relationships. He revealed that Endeavour had gone to great lengths to secure his mother's quirk, raising Shoto with the expectation that he would surpass All Might. Midoriya gasped at this revelation, and Komi noticed his eyes darting toward her, though she could not decipher his thoughts. The weight of Shoto's words hung heavy in the air, and Komi felt a mix of emotions swirling within her. Shoto expressed his frustration at being treated as a mere tool for Endeavor's ambitions, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Komi. She reflected on Shoto's privilege in being able to refuse Endeavor's demands, while she felt like a mere bystander in their father's grand designs. The fear of Endeavor's potential actions loomed over her, a constant reminder of the control he exerted over their lives. Shoto shared a haunting memory of his mother, recounting how he only remembered her crying and the pain she endured. He recalled a moment when she had scalded him, a vivid reminder of the trauma that had shaped their family dynamic. Komi's heart ached for her brother as she witnessed the depth of his struggles, knowing that their shared experiences bound them together in ways they could not fully articulate. In a nutshell, the situation had spiraled out of control, marked by years of turmoil caused by a man who seemed intent on building a family only to dismantle it. One night, Komi awoke to the sound of Shoto's screams and Rei's cries. Confused and frightened, she witnessed Shoto's face, burned and in pain, as Rei desperately pressed ice against it in an attempt to soothe the injury. Ironically, it was the ice that Rei had created to help him that ultimately left a lasting scar. After that fateful day, Komi never saw Rei again. Shoto had made it clear that his actions were a rebellion against his father, Endeavour. He expressed his determination to prove his worth without relying on his father's fire quirk, which he felt was a burden rather than a gift. Komi understood the complexity of his feelings, knowing that it was not Endeavor's quirk he was rejecting, but rather the expectations that came with it. Shoto was resolute in his longing to show that he could achieve greatness on his own terms. As Shoto walked away, hands tucked into his pockets, Komi remained where she was, contemplating her next move. She noticed Midoriya rushing to catch up with Shoto, and she decided that handling the situation on her own would be the best course of action. Fueled by the intensity of the earlier matches and the shadow of Endeavour looming in her mind, Komi made her way toward the corner where Bakugo was hiding. Bakugo took a step back in surprise when Komi suddenly appeared beside him. Instead of guilt or shock, his face was contorted with anger. Komi, however, had no intention of being kind. She raised her palm, a serious expression settling on her features, and warned him that any slip of the tongue regarding what he had overheard would have serious consequences. She made it clear that she would ensure he would never achieve his dream of becoming a hero if he dared to speak a word of it. Bakugo clenched his teeth, his anger still palpable, but he remained silent. Komi then instructed him to leave, urging him to kick off his preacher's shoes and disappear from her sight. As the excitement in the stadium reached a fever pitch, Present Mike announced the start of the sixth match. Komi approached the concrete block, ready to face her opponent, Fumikage Tokoyami, known for his formidable quirk, Dark Shadow. Komi had only encountered him briefly during the cavalry battle, but she was determined to give it her all in this match. With the signal to start, Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow, the bird-like figure shooting toward Komi with incredible speed. Reacting quickly, she dove to the side and aimed her wrist at him, shooting out webs that almost reached the Shadow's head but were thwarted by its defenses. Undeterred, Komi decided to close the distance between them, but Dark Shadow was relentless, pushing and headbutting her as she advanced. Growing weary of the constant blows, she grounded herself, preparing for the next attack. As the Shadow charged at her once more, Komi seized the opportunity. Two pairs of dark, porcelain-like hands latched onto the Shadow, lifting her into the air. Present Mix enthusiastic commentary filled the stadium, but Komi focused solely on her strategy. She let go of the Shadow momentarily, using the brief moment of weightlessness to her advantage. Aiming her wrists at the ground on either side of Tokoyami, she shot out webs that anchored her down. With all her strength, she pulled herself toward Tokoyami, knowing Dark Shadow was in pursuit. Gravity worked in her favor, and she reached him just before the Shadow could intervene. Her foot connected with his chest, delivering a powerful blow that sent him staggering. With a swift motion, she grabbed the collar of his uniform and hurled him toward the out-of-bounds line, where he ultimately lost the match. Present Mike declared Komi the winner, celebrating her decisive victory. As Tokoyami slowly got to his feet, he and Komi exchanged respectful bows before departing from the center of the stadium. Komi felt satisfied with her performance. Unlike other matches, there had been no unnecessary banter. Tokoyami had come to compete, and she had emerged victorious. After the match, Komi sought out her brother instead of heading to Recovery Girl. As she walked through the halls, she unexpectedly encountered Endeavour, her expression shifting to one of reluctance. She greeted him, aware that he had been anticipating her arrival. He spoke without moving, his presence imposing as he conveyed his expectations regarding his son, Shoto. He made it clear that her role at the school was to ensure Shoto's success, and any failure to do so would not be taken lightly. Komi clenched her jaw at his words, understanding the threat behind them. She bowed her head in acknowledgement, feeling a mix of resentment and obligation. Once Endeavour was out of sight, she continued her search for Shoto, her feelings toward him complicated by the necessity of his support. Eventually, she found Shoto resting against a wall in a quieter area. As she approached, he shifted as if to leave, but upon recognizing her, he paused. Komi leaned against the wall beside him, choosing to maintain a calm demeanor despite her growing frustration with Endeavour. Shoto explained that he preferred the quieter spot, avoiding the noise of the ongoing matches and the potential for Midoriya's incessant chatter. He complimented Komi on her performance, which brought a smile to her face. As they watched the next match unfold, Bakugo and Uraraka took the stage. Komi asked Shoto for his thoughts on the upcoming battle, and he assessed that Bakugo's strength would likely give him the upper hand unless Uraraka had a clever strategy. As the match began, Komi's instincts proved correct. Uraraka attempted to touch Bakugo to make him float, but he countered with explosive blasts, keeping her at bay. The fight showcased Bakugo's fighting prowess, confirming the predictions they had made. When Komi noticed that a girl was keeping low to the ground, she saw a rock flying high into the sky. Following its path, she discovered an abundance of rocks growing right above Bakugo's position. Komi quietly acknowledged the girl's strategy, but Shoto, standing nearby, overheard her and looked up to see the rocks. A loud voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, expressing discontent with Bakugo's behavior. The speaker challenged Bakugo's hero aspirations, insisting that he should stop bullying his opponent and end the match decisively. This sentiment was echoed by another voice, a feminine one, which further fueled the crowd's disapproval of Bakugo. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted dramatically as the audience began to boo him. Komi exchanged a glance with her brother, both surprised by the crowd's reaction to the 16-year-old. Present Mick's voice crackled over the microphone, but Komi struggled to hear him until he yelped in pain. Aizawa's voice then cut through the noise, addressing the source of the uproar. He questioned the man's qualifications as a pro hero, suggesting that he should consider a different career if he couldn't handle the pressure. Komi was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief as she turned to Shoto, wanting to confirm that she had heard Aizawa correctly. She found it oddly entertaining to see Aizawa confront the man so boldly, enjoying the spectacle of it all. Aizawa continued to explain that Bakugo's fierce demeanor was a recognition of his opponent's strength. He understood that she had earned her place in the competition, and he was determined to keep her at bay and emerge victorious. Komi, feeling bold, made a comment about Bakugo's physique, though only Shoto heard her. He glanced down at her, wearing a judgmental expression that caught her off guard. Komi pressed on, confident in her observations about Bakugo and even mentioning Ida's physique. Shoto's response surprised her, and they shared a moment of silence as the fight continued below. Suddenly, rocks began to fall from the sky, drawing Komi's attention back to the match. Bakugo unleashed an explosion from his hand, sending the rocks flying and creating a gust of wind that whipped through the crowd, tangling Komi's hair in her face. Once she managed to clear her hair from her eyes, Komi realized that Bakugo had won the match. There would be a brief intermission before the next round, which would feature Shoto's fight. Komi noted that he would be facing Midoriya, while she herself was set to fight Mina. Shoto seemed eager for his match, and when she inquired about his strategy, he simply stated his intention to win before walking away. Komi watched him go, folding her arms as she considered the situation. If Bakugo continued to win, she would eventually face him, and her chances of defeating him would depend on whether Shoto also won. His matches. With a sigh, she glanced at the brackets again before pushing herself off the wall to find a place to wait for her next round. Komi struggled to understand what she was doing wrong. She couldn't articulate the words or provoke the same feelings that Midoriya could in just 10 minutes. As she took her place in the stands, she leaned over the railing to get a better view of the fight between Midoriya and Shoto. Midoriya was shouting, while Shoto unleashed his ice powers, and it seemed Midoriya had injured himself in the process. The fight was intense and raw, showcasing everything Komi felt she could never achieve. As the battle escalated, flames ignited on Shoto's left side, and Midoriya smiled, seemingly unfazed. Throughout the fight, Midoriya inflicted pain upon himself to compel Shoto to utilize his full potential, combining both ice and fire. Shoto erupted into flames, illuminating the arena with his power. Komi clenched her fists, feeling the frustration of her own limitations. Despite her efforts to show Shoto that he was his own person, she realized that her words often felt more like self-reflection than guidance for him. Komi had changed during her time in the Todoroki household, but she knew that only time would reveal the extent of that change. As Shoto unleashed his full quirk, pushed by Midoriya's relentless determination, a voice rang out in the stadium, filled with joy and pride. Komi recognized the voice immediately, celebrating Shoto's acceptance of himself. Komi found it difficult to harbor any fondness for the loud and abrasive figure cheering for Shoto. She despised him for his cruelty and the way he seemed to overshadow everything. All she ever did was exist, and his presence felt like a constant torment. Her hatred for him was palpable. Endeavor's voice boomed, proclaiming that Shoto's journey began with his bloodline and that he would surpass him. Komi's disdain for Endeavour grew with each word, as he continued to ruin everything for Shoto. With her hair standing on end, she focused on the fight, ignoring the tension in the air as Midnight's quirk activated, summoning high walls of concrete around the arena. The hot, steamy air rose into the sky, causing Komi's hair to WHP and sway in the wind. Rubble was scattered everywhere, and smoke from the fire drifted lazily into the atmosphere. Komi did not harbor any anger toward Midoriya. He had accomplished what she could not, and it was for a greater cause. Yet, despite this understanding, she felt a surge of anger within herself. There was always something wrong with her, a truth she had come to accept. It seemed as though everyone around her was aware of her flaws, while she remained oblivious. When Komi spotted the green-haired boy on the wall of the stadium, well out of bounds, she pushed herself off the rails and sprinted toward the place where she hoped to reunite with Shoto. He had just unleashed his fire, and this was no small matter, it was significant. While happiness flickered in her heart, anger toward Endeavour and guilt for not being able to prove herself to Shoto weighed heavily on her. Determined, Komi ran to meet Shoto. Upon finding him walking back inside from the entrance, she did not slow down. Instead, she nearly tackled him in a hug before quickly pulling away. She chuckled lightly, feeling the heat radiating from him. Shoto glanced at his left hand, and Komi swallowed the disappointment that bubbled up within her, unsure of its origin. Suddenly, Shoto halted and glared at something behind Komi. She turned to find herself face to face with the last person she wanted to see. Endeavour stood there, his presence imposing. He questioned why she did not tell him to leave, and then proceeded to lecture Shoto about controlling his powers, expressing a twisted sense of pride in his son's abilities. He opened his arms as if expecting a hug, but Komi knew that his embrace was not meant for comfort. Endeavour continued, stating that now that Shoto had abandoned his childish rebellion, they could focus on what truly mattered. He declared that after graduation, Shoto would work alongside him, leading him down a path of greatness. Shoto, however, calmly asserted that he had not abandoned anything. He made it clear that Endeavour was a fool to think he could easily change his feelings. In that moment he admitted that, for just a brief PRD, he had forgotten all about his father. Komi smiled, not out of spite for Endeavour, but because she was proud of Shoto's growth at UA. This place was different from the Todoroki household. Here, they were almost free. Shoto expressed uncertainty about whether his feelings were right or wrong, but he walked away from his father, asserting that perhaps he did not need him after all. As Shoto left the hallway, Komi remained frozen in place, still processing Endeavour's presence. When Endeavour pointed at her, she instinctively tensed up, a habit she despised. He accused her of having influence over Shoto and demanded that she tell him to embrace his destiny. Komi's response was firm. She refused to manipulate Shoto for Endeavour's selfish desires. Endeavour's anger flared, his voice rising as he questioned her right to dictate what was best for his son. Komi stood her ground, her body tense with fear, but she was no longer intimidated by him. Endeavour may have been a pro-hero, but to Komi, he had long ceased to be a good person. She expressed her disdain, reminding him that Shoto was not his possession or a mere project. He was a person with his own identity, not a masterpiece to be crafted by his father. Endeavour scoffed at her defiance, dismissing her words and insisting that Shoto would understand one day. Komi felt a mixture of fear and determination. She wanted to challenge him further but found herself held back by the reality of her emotions. She had been afraid of Endeavour for a long time, but the longing to stand up for herself was a new sensation, one that had blossomed since her enrollment at UA. This change was refreshing, and she realized how much she had needed it. As Komi prepared for her next match, the anger still simmered within her. Arriving on stage, she felt the adrenaline coursing through her veins. When the match began, she quickly seized Mina's shirt, pulling her out of bounds in seconds. Despite winning, Komi did not feel like celebrating or returning to the stands. She had thrown Mina out of bounds not out of malice, but because she knew that engaging further would lead to unnecessary damage. Mina had done nothing wrong, yet Komi's anger was palpable, a feeling she had not experienced so intensely in a long time. The fire of her emotions felt strange yet invigorating, a reminder of her strength and the changes she had undergone. Komi felt her blood boil with anger. She struggled to understand why Endeavour could not accept that Shoto and Komi had their own feelings, thoughts, and opinions. It frustrated her that he viewed his family as a collection of failed prodigies, masterpieces, and tools rather than as a family. She wished he could be the man everyone believed him to be. In an attempt to cool off, Komi entered an empty waiting room, only to find it occupied by Asami and her group. Asami greeted her with a clap, and despite the door slamming behind her, Komi felt no sense of threat. Asami was all bark and no bite. One of Asami's friends exclaimed that they had discovered something strange, while another gasped in excitement. Komi observed their expressions, waiting to see what they were up to. Asked her if it was true that her parents were villains. This was not news to Komi. Half the world already knew that Amiri and Itsuki Shizuki were infamous villains and her parents. They had abandoned her, leaving her in foster care. From the moment she was born, she had never been wanted, even by villains. Komi responded that her parents were dead, glancing at the girl who had closed the door. Asami feigned sadness, commenting on the oddity of a villain's daughter attending a hero school and suggesting that Komi should embrace her family's legacy. Asami's laughter followed her words, implying that Komi suited the villainous look. Komi was all too familiar with the whispers and slurs directed at her. She had faced discrimination for being a mutant quirk holder, and some even followed her out of a twisted fascination. The notion that she resembled a villain lingered in the air. Despite her anger, Komi noted that Asami was not the hero type either. Asami narrowed her eyes and moved closer, warning Komi to be careful before her next match. Another girl chimed in, agreeing that it would be terrible if something bad happened to her. They mocked her chances of winning, suggesting that she simply did not have the winning type. As Asami and her followers walked away, their laughter echoed down the hall. The door closed softly behind them, leaving Komi to breathe heavily. She knew that confronting Asami would only lead to trouble, but it was hard to dismiss the hurtful words. Komi reminded herself that Asami's behavior likely stemmed from her own insecurities, and she was merely projecting them onto Komi. It was not Komi's fault. She had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. As the day progressed, Komi found herself listening to Present Mic announce that Shoto was facing Ida. Tears pricked at her eyes as the weight of everything overwhelmed her. The frustrations of the day, Endeavor's expectations, Asami's taunts, and the realization that someone almost a stranger could achieve what she had struggled for years to accomplish, caught up with her. She had initially enjoyed the festival, relishing the fun that felt like a rare privilege. But now, as she rested her head on the desk, her anger transformed into tears, intensifying her frustration. Although she could hear the excitement of present mixed commentary, she felt guilty for not being there to support her brother. She longed to be present for his fight, yet simultaneously wished for the earth to swallow her whole and remove her from her current situation. Komi found herself overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. The joy she had felt at the beginning of the day had been overshadowed by disappointment each time she attempted to share her happiness with Shoto. She grappled with resentment towards Endeavour and the unexpected tears that had threatened to spill throughout the day. It wasn't Asami who had caused her distress. Rather, it was the accumulation of her feelings that had built up inside her. Despite her turmoil, Komi was a fighter at heart. She had always been resilient, refusing to let negativity consume her. With determination, she left her emotions behind in the waiting room and stepped out towards the stadium, where her next opponent awaited. As she entered the arena, she spotted Bakugo on the opposite side, his familiar scowl etched on his face. In that moment, something clicked within Komi. Bakugo exuded confidence, reminiscent of the bravado he had displayed at the start of the school year. His arrogance and fiery temper reminded her of Endeavour, yet she knew that Bakugo was not the same. However, as the match commenced, that distinction faded from her mind. When the signal to start was given, Komi took her position, poised and ready, but waiting for Bakugo to make the first move. He remained still, glaring at her with intensity. The announcer, present mic, called out for the match to begin, his impatience palpable as the two competitors stood motionless. Komi blinked, and perhaps that slight movement was enough to trigger Bakugo into action. He charged forward, using his quirk to propel himself with incredible speed. Komi straightened her posture and unleashed a web from her wrists, which landed just before the white boundary on Bakugo's side. Gripping the strands, she flung herself forward, her feet leading the charge. Bakugo was caught off guard, unable to evade her attack. Within moments, he found himself on the ground, half standing but clearly shocked. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Present Mike broke the silence, expressing disbelief that Komi had managed to knock Bakugo down. In the stands, Shoto recalled a similar moment from their childhood when Komi had accidentally injured him during a sparring match. The memory brought a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of their bond. Komi quickly jumped off Bakugo, creating distance between them, but not without delivering a swift kick to his chin. It was a dirty move, but she knew there was no going back. Bakugo, now back on his feet, glared at her with a fierce determination, vowing to retaliate. As he prepared to attack, Komi focused on the fight, brushing her hair aside to regain her vision. Bakugo charged again, this time aiming a powerful right hook. Komi dropped to the ground, sweeping her leg to unbalance him. In a flash, Bakugo regained his footing and seized her sports uniform, shoving her down before delivering a powerful blow. Komi shook off the pain, her determination unwavering. She adjusted her stance, using her agility to kick him in a vulnerable spot, causing him to loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, she propelled herself up, using her weight to bring him down again. As Bakugo struggled to shake her off, Komi clung tightly, her long hair whipping around them. Bakugo growled, frustrated by the situation. He had taken to calling her Webs, a nickname that reflected his tendency to refer to people by their defining traits rather than their names. Despite the distraction, Komi remained focused on the fight, gripping his hair to gain leverage. She leaped off his back, landing with a rough thud on the ground. The impact would surely lead her to Recovery Girl after the match. As she regained her footing, her hair fell back into her face, and she blew it aside, only for it to fall again. Bakugo, now visibly furious, glared at her, his anger palpable. The match had become a chaotic clash of smoke and webs, with present Mike enthusiastically commentating on the unfolding drama. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating the outcome as Komi began to unleash her full potential, no longer holding back against Bakugo's fierce attacks. The echoes of Endeavor's presence lingered in her mind, but she was determined to carve her own path in this battle. Komi found herself struggling to maintain focus as her hair repeatedly fell in front of her face, slipping from the tight tucks behind her ears. It seemed to have a will of its own, distracting her and slowing her movements. Bakugo, observing from a distance, noticed this distraction. Initially indifferent, he soon realized that Komi's hair was causing her to hesitate and misjudge her actions, which frustrated him. As the battle intensified, Bakugo's irritation grew. Komi's hair, now matted and covered in dust from his explosions, was a source of annoyance for him. Despite his own injuries, his nose bleeding and arms twitching, he couldn't shake off the anger directed at her hair. The sounds around Komi faded, her ears ringing as she struggled to see through the smoke created by Bakugo's quirk. The crowd's anticipation was lost on her, she was isolated in her own world. With determination, Komi pushed herself off the ground, using her quirk to propel into the air. She positioned her webs strategically around Bakugo, but the ringing in her ears drowned out everything else. The fight was chaotic, filled with swinging fists, explosive blasts, and sticky webs, yet she remained unaware of Bakugo's rapid approach until it was too late. As she attempted to evade him, the distance between them closed quickly. In a swift motion, Bakugo grabbed a handful of her hair, igniting an explosion that sent a wave of heat through her. The acrid smell of burning hair filled the air, making Komi feel nauseous. As Bakugo released her, she realized the cost of his actions. The ringing in her ears subsided, replaced by the overwhelming sound of the crowd. Every whisper, gasp, and judgmental gaze fell upon her, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Her once cherished hair was now short and singed, no longer concealing her unusual features. She felt the weight of scrutiny pressing down on her, her muscles tensing as anxiety surged. Bakugo's nonchalant remark only deepened her frustration. Komi, usually calm, found herself spiraling into anger as the day she had hoped would be good turned into a nightmare. Without realizing it, she tackled Bakugo to the ground, her instincts taking over as she bit into his skin. Time seemed to freeze as she tasted blood, her heart racing with shock. She had bitten him. The realization hit her hard, and she instinctively pushed him away, covering her mouth in horror at her own actions. She had always known she was capable of biting, her quirk designed for such things, but this was different. She had never intended to hurt anyone like this before. Bakugo, startled by the sudden turn of events, reacted instinctively. An explosion erupted from his hands, catching Komi off guard and sending her flying. The force of the blast was overwhelming, propelling her through the air and crashing her into the glass panels of the observation box where Aizawa and Present Mike were situated. Present Mike's shout echoed through the arena as he ducked for cover, while Aizawa braced himself. Komi groaned as she hit the wall and fell to the floor, dazed. Midnight announced the end of the match, declaring Bakugo the winner as the crowd erupted in cheers. Aizawa, concerned for Komi's well-being, approached her as she sat up, relieved to find no blood on her hands despite the singed remnants of her hair. Embarrassed, she tried to convince him that she was fine, but Aizawa insisted on skirting her to Recovery Girl's office. Komi hated feeling weak and sensed Aizawa's thoughts about her struggles. Deep down, she feared that everyone saw her as less capable than she wished to be, aware that she had much to prove. Endeavor's influence had secured Komi a place at the school, a fact that everyone was aware of, perhaps even more than she was. This knowledge tainted their first impressions of her, leading to an unwelcoming atmosphere. It was clear to Komi that something was amiss, especially when she found herself unable to look at her reflection while Recovery Girl tended to her hair, which had been ruined by Bakugo. Bakugo was the boy responsible for her current predicament, expecting gratitude for the chaos he had caused. The confrontation had blurred the lines between him and Endeavour in Komi's mind, fueled by the anger and intensity of Bakugo's quirk. In a moment of uncontrolled emotion, she had bitten Bakugo, an act that left her grappling with guilt and confusion. As Recovery Girl worked on her hair, Komi felt a mix of emotions. When she finally held the mirror, she was struck by the drastic change. Her long hair had been transformed into a bob cut. This new look exposed her face in a way that made her uncomfortable. She loathed her appearance, her hair, and ultimately herself. Komi had missed another important match of her brother's, this time a significant one against Bakugo. Due to her unexpected haircut, she was confined to Recovery Girl's office, unable to witness the event. Instead, she sat in front of the mirror, attempting to fix her hair while grappling with her feelings about her looks. Her hair had always been a source of comfort, providing a shield that made her feel less intimidating to others. Long hair had been her preference, and Bakugo had no right to take that away from her. Yet she recognized that her reaction had been excessive. As she stared into the mirror, she tugged at her hair, wishing to cover her eyes. She considered cutting bangs but dismissed the idea, knowing the upkeep would be a hassle. The cowlick on the side of her hair only added to her frustration. It felt as if the universe was conspiring against her, especially after she had enjoyed the sports festival. Was she destined to always have bad days? Amid her turmoil, All Might approached her, holding the third-place medal she had earned. His cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with her inner turmoil. He congratulated her for her performance, praising her skills and encouraging her to embrace her quirk, despite its intimidating nature. Komi remained silent, not out of fear of her quirk, but from concern about how others perceived her. When All Might offered her a hug, she instinctively stepped back and extended her hand instead, startled by the unexpected gesture. His presence reminded her of Endeavour, which momentarily frightened her, despite knowing he was a different person. All Might reassured her about Bakugo, suggesting that he meant no harm with her hair. This only deepened Komi's worries. Perhaps her situation was worse than she had thought. Alone with her thoughts, she questioned whether she truly deserved the medal hanging around her neck. Her actions during the festival, biting someone and unleashing her anger, felt far from heroic. Instead, they seemed to reflect the opposite of what being a hero should be. Returning to the Todoroki house was the last thing Komi wanted to do. Fuyumi greeted both teens at the door, congratulating them on their victories and complimenting Komi's new hairstyle. However, Komi questioned whether Fuyumi's praise was genuine or simply a pity compliment, as Fuyumi had never been bold enough to tell her the truth about her appearance. As Komi made her way to her room, she encountered Endeavour standing in the doorway, radiating his usual fiery intensity. The sight made her wish to be anywhere else. Endeavour insisted they needed to talk and entered her room without waiting for an invitation. Komi clenched her fists, feeling a surge of frustration as she noticed he had stripped the orange blanket from her bed, disrupting her space. Endeavour had always disapproved of her habit of sleeping against the walls, and she couldn't understand why he held such disdain for her. He warned her about her attitude, reminding her that she should be grateful for the roof over her head. If that was the kind of gratitude he expected, then they needed to address the issue at hand. Komi dropped her bag on her desk, trying to maintain her composure. Endeavour suggested that her current attitude was a result of her time at UA, proposing to withdraw her enrollment immediately if she expressed a longing to leave. The thought of leaving UA sent a wave of panic through Komi. She had grown to love the school, the learning environment, and the friends she had made. The idea of abandoning it was unfathomable. When Endeavour dismissed her protests, stating that he had already spoken with the principal and that everything was set for her departure, Komi felt her heart sink. She wanted to argue, to express her longing to stay, but the words caught in her throat. She had to find a way to voice her feelings, yet the fear of Endeavour's reaction silenced her. Endeavour left her room, leaving Komi feeling helpless. She had no trouble speaking to Shoto. Their bond felt natural and easy. Shoto was like a brother to her, regardless of their lack of blood relation. But with Endeavour, it was different. He was everything Shoto was not, and his volatile nature made life unbearable. If things didn't go his way, everyone around him suffered. Despite his success as a hero, he had a way of making Komi feel like nothing more than a tool for Shoto's career. Komi despised her situation but struggled to articulate her feelings to Endeavour. The next day, as she sat in the principal's office, she couldn't bring herself to meet anyone's gaze. Endeavour and Nizu discussed the final arrangements for her withdrawal while she stared blankly at her uniform skirt. Komi was leaving UA, the place she had come to cherish. She felt trapped, unable to voice her true feelings as Endeavour signed the papers and Nizu wished her luck. When Nizu called her name, Komi was lost in her thoughts, disconnected from the conversation. It wasn't until Endeavour nudged her that she sat up, aware of her surroundings. Nizu asked if she truly wanted to leave UA. The answer was a resounding no, but with Endeavour's intense gaze upon her, she felt compelled to nod in agreement, suppressing her emotions. The thought of crying in front of him was unbearable. Endeavour's decision to remove her from UA felt like a crushing blow. She had just begun to forge connections, getting to know her brother and making friends like Mina. The prospect of leaving it all behind was devastating. Nizu sighed and informed her that she would finish the day's classes before officially withdrawing. He mentioned that she could take her hero costume home with her. The word, home, felt misplaced. Komi wished her costume could remain at UA, untouched and gathering dust. As she returned to her homeroom, Komi sat at her desk, staring blankly at the surface, counting the lines of wood and then recounting them. She felt paralyzed by the reality of her situation. She was leaving UA, and she had agreed to it without putting up a fight. She wished she could rewrite the events in the principal's office, imagining a scenario where she stood up for herself, where she said no, where she could assert her own desires. But those were just dreams, and the reality was that she was being written out of her life at UA, forced back to square one. Komi sat at her desk, feeling an overwhelming sense of stillness. She had not picked up her pens all day, remaining motionless as she focused on the surface in front of her. This was her desk, and until the day ended, it would always belong to her. As the sun began to set, casting warm orange hues into the classroom, Komi remained silent and unmoving. She felt trapped in a moment she wished would never come to pass. Leaving UA felt too real, and she desperately wanted to deny it. As her classmates began to leave, offering quiet farewells to one another, Komi noticed Shoto walk past without acknowledging her. He was absorbed in his phone, demonstrating his usual social awkwardness as he exited the classroom and headed toward the train station. No one else approached her, as they were not close enough for such gestures. Komi had always felt like an outsider, merely a classmate rather than a friend. Time passed, and the classroom grew quiet. Komi remained seated, paralyzed by her thoughts. If she moved, it would mean accepting the reality of her situation. The sun continued to set, and she wished it would stop, as if time could be suspended indefinitely. Several hours after school was supposed to end, Komi remained in her chair, feeling the discomfort in her legs but unable to summon the will to care. She heard the faint sounds of footsteps approaching, followed by the creak of the door as someone entered the room. Aizawa stepped inside, dragging a hand down his face as he took in the sight of Komi, who still did not acknowledge his presence. He crossed his arms and stood a few feet from her desk, questioning why she was still there. Komi had an answer, one that felt foolish and heavy, but it was all she could muster. She felt trapped, unable to leave her desk, her eyes glued to the imperfections on its surface. Memories of her classmates lingered in the marks left behind. Aizawa sighed, and Komi braced herself for what she feared would be a reprimand. She imagined him calling Endeavour or scolding her for her behavior. It was a familiar CYCL of anxiety that she could not escape. Aizawa surveyed the classroom once more before focusing on her, urging her to come with him to the office where he would contact her father. Komi's heart sank at the mention of her father. Endeavour would never be the father she needed, and the thought of him coming to the school filled her with dread. She remained frozen in place, her tension palpable. Aizawa spoke again, emphasizing the importance of self-defense in the journey to becoming a hero. He encouraged her to take the first step, reminding her that the scariest moments often precede significant changes. Komi understood the truth in his words. If she could not take care of herself, how could she protect others? Reluctantly, she clenched her fists and rose from her seat, grabbing her backpack. She followed Aizawa, her head down, feeling guilty for taking up his time. He was a pro-hero, and she felt like a burden. When Endeavour arrived nearly an hour later, his expression was one of fury. Aizawa observed silently, while Present Mike and Midnight were nearby, watching the scene unfold. Komi felt a chill run down her spine as Endeavour entered, his presence commanding attention. He began to lecture her about disobedience and gratitude, the same rhetoric she had grown accustomed to hearing. As he continued, Komi felt a surge of determination. When there was a brief pause in his tirade, she finally spoke up, expressing her longing to stay at UA. The words hung in the air, and for a moment, Endeavour was taken aback. Komi's need to remain at UA was more profound than a simple want. It was essential to her future. She had never asked him for anything before, and she hoped that this time he would understand the weight of her request. Komi stood in the teacher's office at UA High School, feeling the weight of her situation. She was grateful for everything Endeavour had done for her over the years, as he had been her legal guardian for nearly 14 years. However, she was determined to assert her independence. She believed that she was not a pawn to be manipulated for someone else's agenda. It was clear to her that she had worked hard to reach this point, and she would not allow herself to be discarded simply because Shoto was beginning to embrace his powers. As she faced Endeavour, she felt her heart racing. He was a formidable figure, known for his fierce demeanor and the fear he instilled in others. He had a reputation for being harsh, having placed his wife in a hospital and neglecting his children. Komi had experienced his abusive tendencies firsthand, and the thought of him made her anxious. While she could handle villains, Endeavour was a different kind of challenge. Komi's resolve strengthened as she expressed her longing to become a hero. She acknowledged that he had played a significant role in her training, which fueled her determination. She felt that she had every right to stand her ground. She was grateful for the opportunities he had provided, but she refused to be cast aside now that Shoto was beginning to assess his abilities. Endeavour remained silent, his arms crossed and his presence intimidating. He turned away and entered the principal's office, leaving Komi standing there, unsure of what would happen next. After a brief moment, he emerged and ordered her to hurry up. She was uncertain if her words had made an impact, but she was resolved to stay at UA until she was certain of her future. Aizawa, observing the exchange, leaned back in his chair as Nizu walked away. He caught Komi's gaze and seemed to convey a sense of understanding. He assured her that he would see her the following day, leaving her with a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. Komi was staying at UA, and although she was not typically a morning person, she woke up with the sun the next day, excited for her first day at the school. There was a sense of pride swelling within her as she slipped on her uniform. Despite her fear of Endeavour, she had bravely faced the flames during the sports festival, and that courage filled her with determination. As she made her way to school, Komi was recognized multiple times along the footpath and on the train, a testament to her newfound fame from the festival. It was surprising how many people approached her with admiration rather than disdain. Upon arriving in class, she noticed her classmates sharing their own stories of recognition, much like her and Shoto had experienced. Conversations buzzed around her about how they had been complimented for their efforts. When Aizawa entered the classroom, Komi took her seat, noting that he no longer looked like a walking mummy, as all his bandages had been removed. The students were eager to hear what he had to say, especially when he announced that they would be discussing hero identities. The class erupted with excitement at the prospect of choosing their hero names. Aizawa, however, quickly brought the room back to order, explaining that this lesson was related to the pro-hero draft picks he had mentioned previously. He informed the class that they were an exception as first-year students to the usual timeline for recruitment. By extending offers to first years, professional heroes were investing in their potential, but those offers could be rescinded if interest waned before graduation. Komi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, recalling how she had dissociated during their last class due to worries about leaving UA. Aizawa confirmed that even those who had not received offers would still have the opportunity to intern with professionals, emphasizing the importance of gaining real-world experience. As Aizawa revealed the results of the offers, Komi was astonished to see Shoto at the top with 4,123 pro-heroes wanting him on their teams, followed closely by Bakugo with 3, then her own name appeared, and she watched in disbelief as the number of pro-heroes wanting to recruit her climbed to 3,556 as well. It felt surreal to her that so many would be interested in her. Aizawa pointed out that the results were more concentrated this year than in the past, highlighting the unusual gap in scores. Komi realized that her connection to Endeavour likely played a significant role in her offers, which made her feel a mix of pride and uncertainty. The class was reminded that they needed to choose their hero names, which would likely be temporary but still important. Midnight, who appeared unexpectedly, emphasized the significance of the names they would choose, warning that they could be stuck with something regrettable if they were not careful. As whiteboards and markers were distributed, Komi found herself pondering the weight of her decision. A hero name would become her identity, a brand that people would associate with her. She reflected on the meanings behind names like Endeavour, Eraserhead, and Midnight, considering what kind of hero she wanted to be known as. The pressure of the moment settled in, and she knew that this choice would shape her future in ways she could only begin to imagine. As Komi contemplated the concept of sleep and its association with midnight, she tapped the non-ink side of her marker against the whiteboard, momentarily distracted by the noise she was making. She needed a name that truly represented the hero she aspired to be, a personal goal that would serve as her codename. An idea sparked in her mind, and after considering it carefully, she began to write on the whiteboard in her neatest handwriting. Aoyama was the first to stand, eager for attention, and proclaimed his excitement about his hero name, which was quite the declaration. He had chosen Alien Queen. Mina followed suit, and Komi found herself liking that name, but Midnight did not share her enthusiasm and sent Mina back to her seat. Komi felt a chill run down her spine, realizing her own name was not too different. Midnight's gaze swept across the classroom and landed on Komi, noticing the writing on the board. She encouraged Komi to come forward and present her idea. Despite her nervousness, Komi remembered that heroes often face their fears and persevered. Gathering her courage, she approached the front of the class, determined to take this step toward her goal of becoming a hero. She locked eyes with Shoto, trying to focus on him as if the rest of the class didn't exist. She introduced her hero name, Arachne, inspired by the Greek myth. Midnight considered the name thoughtfully, appreciating how it reflected Komi's quirk. She encouraged Komi to speak with confidence. Relieved by Midnight's approval, Komi felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The thought of rejection had been daunting. Meanwhile, Bakugo had stormed off after his violent hero name was rejected, only to come up with an even worse alternative. Shoto, on the other hand, opted for simplicity and chose his first name, lacking the creativity that others displayed. Most of his fashion choices were influenced by Komi's suggestions. As the class shifted focus to internships, Aizawa emerged from his nap, still partially cocooned in his yellow sleeping bag. He explained that the internships would last a week, and students could choose their placements based on the offers they received. Komi's desk was piled high with offers from various heroes, and she took a highlighter to mark the names she was interested in. The list included notable heroes like Hawks, Best Jeanist, Crust, and Ryukyu, but one name stood out above the rest: Endeavour. The deadline for decisions was the weekend, but Komi was already certain of her choice. She wrote Endeavor's name in the top box, staring at it for a moment. Refusing to work with him was not an option. She lived with him and had argued to maintain her place at UA. Endeavour was known for his fierce ambition and relentless pursuit of being the #1 hero, which had shaped him into a complicated figure, both admirable and deeply flawed. As Komi settled into her routine, she was interrupted by Asami, who approached her with a sharp tone. Asami's relentless nature was grating, and Komi struggled to maintain her composure in the face of her taunts. Asami's comments about Shoto and the recent sports festival only fueled Komi's frustration. She tried hard to ignore Asami, focusing on her own thoughts as she walked away. Upon reaching the Todoroki household, Komi discreetly took one of Endeavor's shoes and hid it on top of the fridge, grabbing an apple for herself before retreating to her room. She practiced her forms throughout the evening, with Shoto occupied in his studies. When she heard the front door open, she initially assumed it was Endeavour returning home, but instead, she was greeted by Fuyumi. Fuyumi's cheerful demeanor brightened the atmosphere as she welcomed Komi home and suggested they have dinner together since their father would not be home that night. Komi nodded in agreement, but when she turned to fetch Shoto, she was surprised to find him right behind her, dressed to go out. She was taken aback when he mentioned visiting their mother after all these years, leaving her with a mix of emotions and questions about their family dynamics. Fuyumi watched as Shoto slipped on a clean pair of shoes, wondering why he was leaving at that moment. He simply stated that he would be back soon before walking out the door. With a sigh, Fuyumi removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, realizing that Shoto would not be joining them for dinner. Natsuo, her other brother, was also unavailable as he was going out on a date. Komi, who had only recently started to get to know Fuyumi, was surprised by this new information. She had not interacted much with either Fuyumi or Natsuo before, and this was the longest conversation she had ever had with Fuyumi. Fuyumi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shared that Natsuo had not revealed much about the girl he liked, but she could sense his feelings. Eager to shift the focus away from Natsuo, Fuyumi suggested they cook dinner together, hoping it would be a good opportunity for them to bond. Komi had limited knowledge about Fuyumi, only knowing that she worked as an elementary school teacher and practiced gentle parenting. This approach sometimes extended to Endeavour, their father, during their conversations. As they began to prepare dinner, Komi felt her cooking skills were still developing. While she struggled in the kitchen, her main concern was not her culinary abilities but rather living up to the hero she aspired to be. The journey to UA was complicated, involving a train ride followed by a walk, only to take another bus to the train station. Komi had been awake when Endeavour left that morning, and she thought there might have been a chance for him to drive her and Shoto directly to his agency. However, they were left to navigate public transport instead. Upon arriving at Endeavour's agency, Komi and Shoto had to take yet another mode of transportation to reach Hosu City, located just west of Tokyo. Komi was puzzled about the purpose of their trip. As she mixed wasabi into her lunch, she wondered why they would go to Hosu. Shoto had just finished his cold soba, and she could tell his breath would not be pleasant. When Shoto mentioned recent reports, Komi felt a twinge of frustration. She had no phone and limited access to news, as Endeavour rarely allowed them to watch television. This lack of information made her assignments more challenging, but at least she couldn't be accused of plagiarism. Shoto explained that the hero killer had been reported in Hosu. Komi was already familiar with the term from overhearing conversations among her classmates, particularly about how the hero killer had critically injured Ida's older brother. She recalled that Ida had gone to Hosu, and Shoto noted that Midoriya had been worried about him. Recently, Midoriya had become a significant topic for Shoto, who had found a new perspective on his quirk thanks to him. While Komi was Shoto's sister and he loved her, he appreciated having friends who chose to be friends without the shared trauma of their upbringing. Ida, being the class representative, was known for his adherence to rules, but Komi realized that his strong sense of justice might compel him to act if his brother was in danger. She didn't know Ida well enough to even ask about his favorite color, and in that moment, she found herself uncertain about her own preferences as well. Komi noticed the new hero costume that Shoto had brought with him. The blue suit was a significant change from the white clothing that had previously been covered in ice on his left side. She felt a sense of support for him, appreciating his choice. The suit looked much better than his initial design, and Shoto mentioned that it was the first one he had created, with the addition of a collar. Komi had a keen interest in fashion and had a talent for styling, although she often wore hand-me-downs from Endeavor's family. While Fuyumi's and Rei's old clothes were not bad, they were becoming outdated, and Komi's own style remained hidden beneath her current wardrobe. Upon arriving in Hosu City, Komi was surprised to find herself needing her hero costumes so soon. The city was in chaos, with several buildings ablaze and people fleeing in panic. Villains were overrunning the area, and Komi and Shoto followed Endeavour, the number 2 hero, into the fray. Endeavour called out to them, indicating that there was trouble ahead and expressing his intention to show them what it meant to be a hero. Komi ran alongside Shoto but noticed when he suddenly stopped to check his phone. She was taken aback, judging him silently for his distraction. Shoto revealed that Midoriya had sent him his location, which made Komi wonder if he was in trouble. She was concerned when she realized that Midoriya had also sent her his location. Endeavour, noticing that they had stopped, yelled at them to pay attention and not get distracted. Shoto responded, indicating that they were heading to an alleyway at a specific address and instructed Endeavour to send additional heroes if he finished what he was doing. Komi felt a sense of freedom in running away from Endeavour, and she knew she would likely do it again. As they approached Iku Street, Komi could hear shouting. When they turned into the alleyway, she was met with unexpected sights. Midoriya was there, but so were Ida, lying face down on the ground, and a pro-hero slumped against the wall. The most alarming figure was a man adorned with a blood-red scarf and an array of weapons, clearly a villain. Shoto reacted quickly, unleashing a blast of fire at the man who was threatening Ida. The villain effortlessly dodged the attack, muttering about distractions. Shoto then reached for his phone, expressing frustration at the lack of details in Midoriya's message, which had nearly led them to arrive too late. Ida, still on the ground, recognized Shoto and Komi but remained incapacitated, as did the pro-hero, both of whom were injured. Midoriya, who appeared unharmed, questioned how they had arrived and noted Shoto's use of his left side. Shoto explained that Midoriya's vague message had caused confusion, suggesting that he should provide more context in the future. Komi observed her brother's admiration for Midoriya and considered whether it was time for a more serious conversation about relationships. Shoto then used his quirk to create a slide of ice that lifted Ida and the pro-hero, attempting to capture the villain as well, but the man evaded the attack. Shoto mentioned that Komi had sensed trouble and sought help, which left both Ida and Midoriya momentarily puzzled about who she was. Komi checked on the injured, noting that while the pro-hero and Ida were bleeding, their injuries did not seem life-threatening. Midoriya, eager to act, warned them not to let the villain get their blood, explaining that he believed the man could control his enemy's actions by consuming their blood. In this world, certain quirks seemed destined to belong to villains, and the situation was growing increasingly dire. In a world where blood-type quirks often led individuals down dark paths, Komi recalled hearing about a villain whose quirk was necromancy. There were also whispers of someone with a quirk so peculiar that every time he engaged in a certain act, someone was healed of cancer. The absurdity of it all left Komi wondering what the world was coming to. As she focused on the present, Komi found herself in a fierce battle against a notorious and powerful villain. Shoto, her brother, noted that the villain's ability to immobilize others by ingesting their blood explained the array of blades he wielded. An icy chill crept down Komi's neck as she realized the danger they faced. Shoto assessed the situation, determining that maintaining distance was crucial. Suddenly, Komi spotted a flash of a knife and instinctively pushed Shoto aside, though the blade still grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The hero killer taunted them, but before he could strike again, Shoto conjured an ice wall, effectively blocking the attack. Knowing her brother's strengths, Komi turned her attention to the 3 injured individuals on the ground. She could carry them all back to safety, but she had to be cautious not to exacerbate their injuries. Ida, one of the injured, croaked out a plea for them to stop. He expressed his frustration, insisting that the fight was his alone, as he had inherited his brother's name. Komi dodged a smaller knife aimed at her, aware of the hero killer's skill as he attempted to take down both her and Shoto. Yet, Shoto's keen eye and Komi's heightened senses kept them alert. Ida's determination was palpable as he declared that he was the one who should confront the hero killer. Komi felt helpless, unsure of how to support him in that moment. Shoto, however, pointed out the change in Ida, suggesting that the ingenium he once knew was different now. As Shoto created massive ice walls, a chill swept through the air, causing Komi to shiver. The hero killer attempted to belittle Shoto, but Komi interpreted it as a challenge. Just as Shoto prepared to respond, knives were suddenly embedded in his arms before Komi could warn him. In that instant, something primal awakened within her. The instinct to protect her brother surged, overshadowing her usual gentle nature. Komi had always been kind-hearted, preferring laughter and support over conflict. But the moment Shoto was harmed, her demeanor shifted entirely. The protective instinct took over, and Komi felt an overwhelming urge to fight back, disregarding her previous reluctance toward violence. She was a person who cherished joy and connection, but when it came to her brother, her fists became her weapons. In that moment, all that mattered was ensuring Shoto's safety, no matter the cost. Komi soared through the air, effortlessly flying 20 feet high thanks to her quirk. Her focus was locked on the hero killer, who noticed her approach. He first attempted to strike her with a knife, but Komi deftly dodged it. In response, he aimed to stab her with his sword. However, Komi was different from her classmates. Her body was uniquely designed for combat. When the sword lunged toward her, she caught it with her hand, and to her surprise, the metal broke under her grip without leaving a mark on her. The exoskeleton on Komi's hands was engineered to withstand bullets, impervious to frostbite, and resistant to any firepower. It had yet to be damaged. The hero killer jumped back, assessing the state of his weapon, muttering under his breath as he discarded the broken blade and reached for another. Suddenly, Midoriya shot into the sky, delivering a powerful kick to the hero killer. Komi was taken aback, both by his sudden movement and the fact that he had regained his ability to fight. Midoriya expressed his confusion about his newfound mobility, grateful for the support he received. The pro-hero on the ground, still immobilized, speculated about the hero killer's abilities. He mentioned that if there were a time limit to the villain's quirk, Midoriya would not have been the first to break free. As Midoriya leaped skillfully through the air, it was clear that his recent internship had equipped him with valuable skills. He explained that the hero killer's quirk involved consuming a person's blood to control them, and he was the first to be freed. As he returned to Shoto's side, Komi moved to position herself beside them. Midoriya shared his theories on the effectiveness of the quirk, suggesting that the amount of blood ingested could affect the duration of control, or that blood type might play a role. The pro-hero and Ida chimed in with their blood types, while Komi panicked, knowing only that her blood was red. The hero killer, seemingly unfazed, acknowledged their deductions with a smile that lacked genuine pleasure. Komi expressed her doubts about the usefulness of their insights, realizing they needed to keep the hero killer occupied until professional heroes arrived. Midoriya devised a plan, suggesting that he would distract the villain while Shoto provided support. Komi readily agreed to back him up, and Shoto reluctantly accepted the risky strategy. As they prepared for battle, Komi and Midoriya leaped into action. Komi moved swiftly, but Midoriya's agility was remarkable as he bounced off the alley walls with impressive speed. Using her webs, Komi managed to seize the hero killer's swords, pulling him toward her. However, he quickly discarded the weapons and retrieved others, hinting at a possible second quirk. In the midst of the chaos, Komi failed to notice a small dagger flying toward her. The blade struck her shoulder, and she winced in pain as she pulled it out and tossed it aside. Just as she regained her composure, Shoto unleashed a torrent of flames toward the hero killer, reacting to Komi's injury. Komi adjusted her strategy, leaping into the air once more to position herself above the hero killer. She aimed to ensnare him with her webs, but he evaded her grasp, causing her to grab a chunk of the ground instead. Midoriya sustained a cut on his shin, narrowly escaping the hero killer's attack thanks to Komi's quick intervention and Shoto's flames. Concerned for Midoriya, Komi checked on his injury, only to be met with his concern for her own bleeding shoulder. She brushed off her pain, determined to focus on the fight at hand. There would be time to address injuries later, but for now, they had to deal with the immediate threat. As the battle raged on, Midoriya suddenly froze, his body going rigid as the tension in the air escalated. Cursing to herself, Komi quickly set the pro-hero down on the ground and turned her attention to the hero killer, who was now charging toward Shoto. She felt a surge of panic as Shoto was left to confront the hero killer while also keeping an eye on the two immobilized individuals. Komi shouted at Midoriya to stay still, though she hadn't intended for it to sound that way. Determined to distract the hero killer, Komi dashed toward him, hoping to draw his attention away from the vulnerable heroes. She picked up a chunk of ice that had fallen from Shoto's earlier attack and threw it at the hero killer, forcing him to dodge and redirect his path toward Ida, Shoto, and the pro-hero. The hero killer recognized Komi and taunted her, mentioning her connection to Endeavour. Komi chose not to respond, refusing to give him the satisfaction of an answer. He then boasted about his strength, claiming it was insufficient to defeat him. Komi knew she had the potential to take down a low-ranked hero, thanks to her inhuman strength. She could easily outmatch any of her classmates in an arm wrestling contest. As she prepared to confront the hero killer, he suddenly changed course, lunging toward Shoto with his sword poised to strike. Komi was too far away to intervene in time, but she reached out in a desperate attempt to help. Just then, she noticed Ida rising to his feet, a determined look in his eyes. In an instant, he was much closer to Shoto and the hero killer than Komi had anticipated. Ida executed a powerful maneuver, freeing himself from his previous immobilization. Shoto expressed relief that he still had his arm intact, realizing that Ida's quirk was not as ineffective as he had thought. Ida, now standing tall, insisted that the situation had nothing to do with his friends. He apologized, asserting that he would not allow them to risk their lives for him. The hero killer scoffed at Ida's declaration, dismissing his attempts to act like a hero. He claimed that a person's true nature could not change so quickly and labeled Ida a fraud who had tainted the name of heroism. Komi prepared herself for a fight, analyzing the hero killer's stance for any weaknesses. She noted that while he appeared to have some injuries, he was still formidable. With a glimmer of hope, she considered the possibility of dragging the pro-hero out of the alleyway and away from the conflict. The hero killer declared that someone needed to teach Ida a lesson, sounding as if he were done with his speech. Shoto tried to counter the hero killer's words, urging Ida not to let the villain's rhetoric affect him. However, Ida seemed to be swayed, admitting that he felt unworthy of the title of hero. Blood trickled down his arm, staining the ground as he resolved not to back down, fearing that giving up would mean the end of his hero legacy. The hero killer, now armed with another sword, lunged forward again. Shoto acted quickly, pushing Ida out of harm's way and unleashing a burst of fire toward the hero killer's previous position. The pro-hero, still on the ground, urged them to flee, insisting that they should not risk their lives for him. Komi, frustrated, questioned why they should abandon him when he was unable to move. Shoto echoed her sentiments, noting that the hero killer seemed rattled and would likely not allow them to escape even if they wanted to. The hero killer leaped onto a spike of Shoto's ice, skillfully dodging the attacks as Shoto launched glaciers at him. The hero killer's agility and skill with his blades made him a dangerous opponent, but Komi and Shoto remained determined to stop him. As the hero killer danced around the alleyway, Komi and Shoto worked together to thwart his advances. The hero killer's desperation grew as he sought to eliminate the pro-hero and Ida before reinforcements could arrive. Ida, regaining his focus, asked Shoto if he could regulate his temperatures. Shoto confirmed that he could, albeit not perfectly with his left side. Ida then requested Shoto to freeze his leg, a risky maneuver that made Komi wonder if he truly understood the danger. However, Ida clarified that he wanted to do so without blocking his exhaust. Just as Shoto turned his attention away from the hero killer, the villain seized the opportunity to attack, throwing a blade toward Shoto. Komi instinctively raised her arm to protect herself, but Ida unexpectedly intervened, taking the blow to keep his promise. Komi's heart raced as she called out to Ida, alarmed by his sacrifice. The hero killer, fueled by rage, continued his assault, determined to take down anyone who stood in his way. He threw another knife, which punctured straight through Ida's lower arm, forcing him to the ground. Shoto felt a surge of panic as he looked down at Ida, the person who had just saved his life at a personal cost. Ida urged him to take action, struggling to move despite his injury. Komi quickly assisted Ida to his feet, examining his arm, which was badly hurt. If he had allowed her to deflect the blade, this injury might have been avoided. Shoto formed ice over Ida's calf, careful not to cover the engine. To Komi's surprise, Ida used his teeth to remove one of the knives lodged in his arm. Although he initially refused her help, Komi proceeded to assist him anyway. Ida instructed her to step back, gritting his teeth as the engines on his calves began to rev up, the sound growing louder. He launched himself into the air, ascending higher as he advanced toward the hero killer. Suddenly, Midoriya appeared, glowing in the air, and delivered a powerful punch to the hero killer. Ida followed up with a kick, sending the man spinning. As Ida prepared to strike again, the hero killer attempted to counter with a knife aimed at him. Komi felt a chill at the back of her neck and instinctively turned her head just in time to avoid the blade that zoomed past her, narrowly missing her hair. While she would later boast about her quick reflexes, her focus remained on the hero killer. Shoto unleashed a torrent of fire toward the villain while Midoriya and Ida were shielded by a block of Shoto's ice. Komi spoke up, noting that the hero killer was lying face down and seemed incapacitated. Midoriya questioned whether he was truly knocked out, and Shoto suggested they restrain him and get him to the street, pondering the availability of rope. They agreed that it would be wise to collect the hero killer's weapons as well. Shoto gathered the weapons, and by the time Komi found some rope in a dumpster, the pro-hero, Native, was back on his feet. Midoriya, unable to walk due to his injuries, hitched a ride on Native's back while Komi secured the hero killer. She marveled at the unexpected presence of rope in the alleyway as she tightened the knot, pulling the hero killer along, grateful that her own arms were not as severely injured. Ida offered to take over the dragging, but Komi quickly assessed his condition and decided against it. She asked him to make a fist, but he struggled, and she insisted that she would handle it to prevent further damage to his arms. Native expressed his regret for not being more useful during the fight, and while Komi remained silent, she acknowledged the truth in his words. Midoriya pointed out that it would have been impossible for one person to take on the hero killer alone, noting that their victory had come from teamwork and the villain's own mistakes. Komi reflected on her role in the fight, feeling that she had not contributed as much as her peers. She had barely utilized her quirk, a common occurrence for her, as she often felt overshadowed by others. Despite her admiration for her brother, Komi began to feel frustrated with her tendency to step aside and let him take the spotlight. She loved Shoto deeply and would do anything for him, but she realized that constantly deferring to him was becoming tiresome. She had grown increasingly disillusioned with Endeavor's behavior, and during the fight, she found herself worrying about how others perceived her. Komi recognized that she had allowed the opinions of those who criticized her for her appearance and quirk to shape her self-image. Being the child of low-level villains was challenging enough, but being labeled as a villain while attending a hero school weighed heavily on her. She had kept to herself, avoided friendships, and refrained from fully embracing her quirk due to fear of judgment. This self-doubt was holding her back. For as long as she could remember, Komi had wished for a change in how people viewed her. She wanted them to see her for who she aspired to be, rather than merely judging her based on her appearance. Her eyes were not villainous. They were simply different, and her teeth were not evil. They were a result of her quirk. She understood that she could not change her physical traits, but she could change her perspective. Komi realized that she was not a victim of her upbringing. She was strong. It was time for her to push past the negativity and discrimination and carve out her own identity, even as others remained on the sidelines, labeling her as evil. She needed to establish her own path and make a name for herself, especially after confronting the hero killer. Komi realized that she needed to change her life and her self-perception before attempting to influence those around her. After all, how could she change their minds if she didn't believe in herself? Upon returning to the street, Native expressed urgency about getting someone to the police as quickly as possible. Komi shifted her gaze from the ground to the sky, understanding that she needed to start embracing her surroundings. She also had to come to terms with the fact that old men occasionally attacked Midoriya, as evidenced by a small elderly man in a yellow hero costume who had just struck Midoriya's face before calmly standing back. This elderly man was Gran Torino, Midoriya's intern, who explained that he had been sent to the scene by someone else. He expressed relief that Midoriya was unharmed, to which Midoriya sheepishly responded with his own gratitude and an apology. As Komi observed the situation, she noticed a group of heroes rushing around the corner, their faces filled with determination. However, their expressions shifted to confusion upon assessing the scene. One hero mentioned that Endeavour had sent them for assistance, but they quickly realized that help was not needed. Another hero pointed out Komi's visible injuries, prompting her to acknowledge the gash on her shoulder. One of the heroes gasped as she recognized what Komi was holding. She exclaimed that it was the hero killer, leading to immediate calls for the police. Komi, still gripping the rope, offered it to the heroes, suggesting they might want to hold on to it. Both an ambulance and the police were summoned. Komi assessed her own injuries, concluding that they only required stitches, meaning she would likely spend no more than a day in the hospital. Ida approached the heroes, expressing his guilt for their injuries, which he attributed to his own anger. He bowed his head in remorse, feeling responsible for the situation. Midoriya echoed Ida's sentiments, acknowledging that he had been unaware of Ida's struggles, despite being friends. Komi could sense Ida's suppressed sobs and, unsure of how to comfort him, looked away, feeling an unsettling chill at the back of her neck. Shoto, attempting to offer support, reminded Ida of his role as class representative. Ida wiped his face, regaining his composure. However, the cold sensation returned, prompting Komi to turn her head just in time to see a flying Nomu approaching. The chaos escalated as Midoriya was snatched by the Nomu. Without thinking, Komi shot out a strong web that latched onto the Nomu. She swung into action, gripping its side and urging Midoriya to hang tight, though it was an instinctive phrase that slipped out. Komi maneuvered to the front of the Nomu and struck it in the face. For a moment, she thought her punch had been effective as the creature began to fall, but she soon realized that it was actually the hero killer who had re-entered the fray. As the hero killer broke free from the rope, Komi narrowly dodged a knife aimed at the Nomu's head. After a tumultuous landing, Komi regained her footing and was horrified to see the hero killer gripping Midoriya's hero costume. The chilling sensation intensified as she rushed to the scene, determined to protect her friend. The hero killer proclaimed his intentions to create a stronger society, demonstrating the lethal aspect of his name as he dispatched the Nomu. Komi acted quickly, pulling Midoriya from the hero killer's grasp just as a blade was brought to her neck. She froze, staring defiantly at the man who could end her life in an instant. Despite the danger, she shielded Midoriya with her own body, refusing to back down. The hero killer's bloodshot eyes bore into her, and Komi met his gaze with unwavering determination. Growing up with a harsh figure had taught her not to show fear. To her surprise, the hero killer's expression shifted into a sinister smile as he looked at her. Suddenly, he turned his attention behind him, and his smile widened even more as he recognized Endeavour standing in the street, seemingly indifferent to the perilous situation. In an unexpected move, the hero killer stood upright, lowering his weapon and turning away from Komi and Midoriya. Before Komi could react, she felt a chilling wave sweep over her as the mask covering the hero killer's eyes fell to the ground. His expression was unsettling, with drool pooling and his eyes wide and bloodshot. Though her heart raced, Komi felt paralyzed, unable to move. The hero killer advanced slowly, his voice dripping with contempt as he declared that he would make things right, blaming the streets for being stained with the blood of hypocrites. The night air was filled with a fierce declaration as a determined figure proclaimed his intent to reclaim a word that held significant meaning for him. He challenged anyone who dared to stop him, emphasizing that there was only one person he would allow to defeat him, a true hero named All Might, whom he deemed worthy of such an honor. Suddenly, the hero killer fell silent, his body becoming rigid as if he had swallowed his own blood. With his arms hanging limply at his sides, the knife he had been wielding clattered to the ground, and one of the heroes also collapsed. Komi, feeling a sudden warmth replace the cold sting at the back of her neck, slowly rose to her feet. Cautiously, she approached the hero killer from behind. He appeared disarmed, with no visible weapons, prompting her to wave her hand in front of his face. He did not react at all, his eyes were rolled back, and drool escaped his mouth in an unflattering manner. Komi observed that he was unconscious and quietly informed the others of his state. As she reflected on her 16th birthday, Komi recognized how different her expectations had been from reality. It was a bright, sunny morning when she awoke in a hospital bed, wearing a hospital gown. It was the third day of her internship, and she had been kept overnight due to concerns about head trauma and stitches in her shoulder. Although she struggled to find comfort in the unfamiliar bed, she managed to get some sleep, wishing she had her beloved orange blanket to ease her discomfort. In the hospital room shared with Shoto, Ida, and Midoriya, Shoto inquired about their sleep. Komi replied with a hint of humor, indicating she had slept horizontally. Ida and Midoriya seemed puzzled by her response, but Shoto nodded, suggesting he understood. Midoriya, nursing a bandaged leg, admitted he had not slept well either, reflecting on the harrowing events they had just experienced. He noted how miraculous it was that they had survived the encounter with the hero killer, who had intended to kill them. Todoroki acknowledged the gravity of their situation, recognizing that they had been left alive for a reason. He praised Komi for her bravery in facing the hero killer, despite the murderous intent directed at her. Ida, feeling a sense of humility, began to speak but was interrupted when the door opened, revealing two heroes. One was Gran Torino, Midoriya's mentor, and the other was an unfamiliar hero, likely Ida's in turn. Gran Torino greeted the injured students, and Midoriya expressed his happiness at seeing his mentor. Ida, however, seemed less enthusiastic. Gran Torino approached Midoriya, ready to scold him, but first introduced a visitor, a tall man with a dog-like face and a serious demeanor, dressed in a suit with a dog-pattern tie. He introduced himself as Kenji Tswagami, the chief of police from Hosu. Komi, wanting to show respect, attempted to rise from her bed, but the chief gestured for them to remain seated. He acknowledged the students as the ones who had apprehended the hero killer, prompting Komi to wonder about the purpose of his visit. The chief explained that the hero killer had sustained serious injuries and was under strict guard while receiving treatment. He then elaborated on the importance of adhering to the rules surrounding the use of quirks, emphasizing that the actions of the students, while heroic, were still violations of established protocols. Mr. Tswagami stated that the 4 students, along with the pro-heroes involved, would face strict consequences for their actions. Komi felt sympathy for the heroes but recognized that Endeavour, in particular, had a history of breaking numerous laws that warranted punishment. In defense of their actions, Todoroki argued that without Ida's intervention, Native would have been killed, and without Midoriya's assistance, both Ida and Todoroki would have met the same fate. He pointed out that no one had realized the hero killer was present until it was almost too late. Midoriya turned to calm Shoto, who was visibly upset. The tension in the room was palpable as Mr. Tswagami challenged Shoto's perspective, questioning the morality of breaking rules for personal gain. Shoto's frustration grew as he defended the essence of being a hero, emphasizing the importance of saving lives. Mr. Tswagami sighed, expressing disappointment in Shoto's understanding of heroism and the teachings he received at UA and from Endeavour. This criticism struck a nerve, and Shoto, feeling disrespected, pushed himself off the bed and confronted the chief of police with anger. Komi, Shoto's sister, reacted sharply to her brother's outburst, her eyes wide with shock at his choice of words. She had never raised her voice at him before, nor had she ever looked at him with such intensity. Komi had long experienced discrimination for her appearance, and she understood that the chief of police, despite his canine features, was still a person deserving of respect. Grabbing Shoto's arm, she glared at him, forcing him to pause. Although anger still lingered on his face, he refrained from directing it at her. Gran Torino interjected, advising Shoto to listen carefully. He explained the police's official stance, clarifying that any punishment would only arise if the incident became public knowledge. While public opinion might praise Shoto and his friends for their actions, they would still face consequences for their negligence. Komi turned her attention to the chief of police, puzzled as to why he had not mentioned this crucial detail sooner. Mr. Tswagami then offered an alternative narrative, suggesting that Endeavour could be portrayed as the hero of the day, using Stain's injuries to support this version of events. He noted that very few witnesses were present, which could allow Shoto and his friends to escape punishment, albeit at the cost of their recognition. The choice was left to them, and Komi released her grip on Shoto's arm, contemplating the implications. Mr. Tswagami expressed his longing not to hinder the promising futures of young heroes, raising a thumb in approval of his own stance. Komi recalled a troubling case from the past where leniency had led to injustice, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Manuel, another authority figure, acknowledged the need for accountability regarding their oversight. Ida, feeling remorseful, approached his mentor and bowed in apology. Manuel lightly tapped Ida's head, reminding him to avoid causing trouble in the future. He recognized the unfairness of the situation, noting that while Ida might not receive the praise he deserved, he could still be acknowledged as a protector of peace. Tswagami bowed respectfully, a gesture that resonated deeply, though it left Todoroki feeling embarrassed and wishing for a more considerate approach in future discussions. As soon as the adults left the room, Komi turned to her brother with a fierce glare. She was upset by his careless remark about the chief of police, referring to him as a mutt. Shoto sighed, realizing he could have chosen his words more carefully. However, he felt that the chief's announcement of bad news had not been handled delicately either. Komi, who did not possess any dog-like physical traits, still faced discrimination due to her quirk. Society often judged individuals based on their appearances, especially those with physical quirks that deviated from conventional standards. Although Komi had experienced some backlash, she usually managed to avoid severe consequences. Her only noticeable traits were the ability to grow extra limbs and her unique eyes, hands, and legs. It must have been difficult for the chief, who had a dog-like appearance himself, to hear a young hero in training, the son of the number 2 hero, call him a mutt. Midoriya and Ida exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. Gathering his courage, Midoriya stepped forward, prompting Komi to focus on him. He expressed his curiosity about the situation, and Shoto interrupted, explaining that he had called the chief a mutt due to his physical quirk. He noted that clinging to outdated biases based on appearance was not a heroic act, regardless of one's status. Midoriya looked at Komi, and she sensed his understanding. She recognized that she, too, was often judged based on her physical quirk, which made her sensitive to such comments. Midoriya acknowledged Shoto's self-reflection, commending him for recognizing the importance of aligning one's actions with true justice. Komi was taken aback by Midoriya's response, as she had expected him to view her as overly sensitive. For the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps her assumptions about how others perceived her might be incorrect. Then Midoriya turned to her, calling her name with a warm smile that radiated determination. He mentioned that he thought her quirk was really cool, which left Komi feeling overwhelmed. She chuckled, attempting to shift the focus away from herself, as she typically preferred not to discuss her own feelings. Midoriya insisted that he needed to say it, recalling a conversation he had with Endeavour at the sports festival. The number 2 hero had expressed disappointment that Komi had not fully utilized her quirk. Surprised by this revelation, Komi felt the pressure of expectations weighing on her. Midoriya encouraged her, emphasizing her strength and the support she had behind her. He reassured her that what truly mattered was her own belief in herself, not the opinions of others. Komi listened intently, feeling a mix of emotions as Midoriya continued his motivational speech. By the end, she found herself nodding slightly, though she was still struggling to articulate her feelings. When she sensed that Midoriya might be judging her, she quickly shook her head, wanting him to know that she appreciated his intentions, even if his words felt a bit cliché. Midoriya acknowledged her background, mentioning that her biological parents had been villains, but he insisted that it did not define her. He reminded her that she was in the hero course and was on her way to becoming a hero. Komi grappled with the reality of her situation. She was indeed in the hero course and interning with the number 2 hero, yet she struggled to fully accept her identity as a hero. The longing for change had been within her for a long time, but now it felt more urgent than ever. She realized that the moment she had been waiting for, the one that would bring about change in her life, would not simply present itself. Instead, she needed to take action and create the life she desired. When Komi entered Class 1A, she did so without causing a scene. This time, she did not rip the door off its hinges or yank the handle from its place, perhaps because Shoto had opened the door for her. Regardless, it felt like a small victory. As she approached her seat, Midoriya began speaking, and Ida joined in as well. It would have felt rude to walk away, so she chose to stay and listen. Komi was embarking on a new path in her life, determined not to become a mean person. There was a significant difference between the two. As she glanced over her shoulder, she noticed Zero pointing at her and the 3 boys, calling out about the hero killer. Most of the class was now looking in their direction. Kirishima expressed relief that they had made it back alive, while Komi observed that both he and Zero were being handled by Bakugo. She thought Bakugo's new hairstyle was a form of karma for what he had done to her own hair. Momo, sitting next to Shoto, added her concern, which informed Komi that they were on neutral terms. Sato chimed in, mentioning how lucky they were that Endeavour had shown up to save them. In reality, Endeavour had arrived at the last moment, bringing a Nomu with him, and he would have almost harmed Komi and Midoriya if Gran Torino hadn't warned him about the hostages. Shoto looked down at his desk, acknowledging that Endeavour had indeed saved them. From that moment on, Komi resolved never to let any secret slip to Shoto, realizing he was not a good liar. Wajiro approached their desk, asking if they had heard the news about the hero killer, who was rumored to be connected to the League of Villains. He speculated about how frightening it would have been if that villain had appeared at the USJ. Denki agreed, mentioning a new video of the hero killer that was circulating online, surprising Wajiro, who had not seen it. Komi moved away from the conversation, heading to her seat and placing her bag down. She thought she might be left alone until class started, but she was mistaken. Kirishima approached her, excitedly mentioning that he had seen the news and praised her for standing up to the hero killer, calling it a brave act. Flushed with embarrassment, Komi thanked him shyly. Mina, standing next to Kirishima with her hands on her hips, asked if Komi was her nickname. Although her real name was Kuyami, Komi accepted the nickname, not wanting to delve into the complexities of her past just yet. She nodded in agreement when Mina asked if she could call her Komi, and a small smile broke across her face. Azui turned in her chair to face Komi, sharing her own nickname, Tsu, since Komi had been calling her Azui. Komi confirmed the name, feeling a sense of joy as she engaged with her classmates. Kirishima expressed a wish that he could have been as brave during his internship, admiring her courage. Komi, however, felt that her actions were more about ensuring her safety than true bravery. After a moment of contemplation, Komi decided to share that her quirk allowed her to have a sixth sense, giving her a strong intuition about impending danger. Midoriya, nearby, seemed to be listening intently while jotting down notes in his notebook. Mina expressed envy, calling Komi lucky and inviting her to join a trip to the mall with the girls that weekend. Komi had never been out on a weekend before, and the thought excited her. Uraraka mentioned that they had a group chat, but since Komi didn't have a phone, they couldn't include her. Komi, feeling a rush of determination, agreed to go. She knew Endeavour would likely disapprove, but she had a plan to sneak out. Mina clapped her hands in excitement, confirming the meeting time. Komi felt a sense of change in her life, one that she was eager to embrace. Sneaking out of the Todoroki mansion had become a routine for her, as the large house often left her feeling lost. She had mastered the art of opening her window, climbing down the side wall, and making a quick escape over the fence. This time, she ventured out during the day, which presented its own challenges. While Endeavour was likely at work, Komi was aware of the families out for morning strolls who might notice her sprinting down the pavement. Arriving at the mall just before 11, she spotted Tsu and Jiro chatting near the escalators, feeling a surge of excitement at seeing her classmates. As she entered the mall, Komi was taken aback by the sheer number of activities available. The food court was vast, offering an overwhelming array of options. There were numerous dining areas filled with people enjoying meals from various cuisines, and even specialty drink shops that left her feeling dizzy with choices. The vibrant atmosphere and endless possibilities filled Komi with a sense of wonder and anticipation for the day ahead. Every second shop in the mall was a clothing store showcasing a whole new style. Komi spotted countless items she desired, but she had to be cautious not to overspend on Endeavor's 7th credit card. The building also housed an arcade and a cinema, along with a children's play area that Komi found frustratingly off-limits due to her age. The giant yellow slides looked incredibly fun. While shopping, Komi remained mostly silent, her mind absorbed in the vibrant sights around her. Suddenly, Uraraka stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide with excitement as she pointed out a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Midoriya. The girls turned their heads in unison, with Momo gently guiding Uraraka's hand down to maintain some decorum. Indeed, there stood a green-haired woman who looked just like Midoriya, complete with large eyes and a sweet smile. Komi shrugged, suggesting that the woman was probably his sister. Mina, however, was eager to approach the woman, charging forward and dragging Jiro along with her. Jiro then pulled Tsu, who in turn grabbed Komi, creating a chain of girls following Mina toward the green-haired woman. Mina introduced herself and apologized for the interruption, asking if the woman was related to Izuku Midoriya. The woman smiled warmly, confirming that Izuku was her son and inquiring if they were friends of his. Komi felt her face flush as she realized the woman was Midoriya's mother. She blurted out her surprise at how young the woman looked, prompting a sparkling smile in return. Midoriya's mother, Inko, expressed her delight in meeting the girls and recalled their impressive performances at the sports festival. She admired their strength and mentioned how proud she was of her son, who was growing up and becoming strong, especially in light of his recent competition against a boy with fire and ice abilities. Komi felt a pang of embarrassment at the mention of Shoto, assuring Inko that they were good friends now. Inko introduced herself to the group, and one by one, the girls shared their names, with Komi bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. Inko remembered Komi from her fight with Katsuki Bakugo, which surprised Komi. Inko praised her strength and mentioned that Izuku often spoke highly of his friends, though he might feel embarrassed about it. As Inko prepared to leave, she mentioned needing to get home with her groceries, prompting the girls to wish her well and ask her to say hello to Deku. After waving goodbye, the girls began discussing Inko's skincare routine, marveling at how youthful she looked for a mother of a teenager. Hours later, Hagecure and Momo had to leave, leaving Komi, Jiro, Mina, Tsu, and Uraraka to explore the mall. The group decided to venture outside, where Uraraka and Mina shared fitness tips to maintain flexibility during combat, while Tsu, Jiro, and Komi listened intently. Komi reflected on her own routine, realizing that her flexibility came from daily stretching and practice, essential for her quirk. Suddenly, Komi felt a chill at the back of her neck, a quick shiver that made her uneasy. She scanned her surroundings but found nothing amiss. The wind picked up slightly, but it didn't seem to be the cause of her discomfort. Sue, however, had noticed something and tapped Komi's elbow, warning her that someone behind them had taken a photo. Komi turned to see a man in a graphic shirt hastily lowering his phone when he realized he had been spotted. She sighed, clenching her jaw, and attempted to dismiss the incident. Just as she began to speak, the wind picked up again, and she noticed that she was standing next to Uraraka and Mina, who was wearing a skirt. It was a pretty skirt that complemented Mina's figure, and she wore it confidently with a clunky belt. However, the skirt was riding up her body, revealing more than she realized. Sue noticed this and called out to her, alerting her to the situation. Mina turned around, instinctively reaching for her skirt and pulling it down with urgency, feeling embarrassed about how long it had been like that. Sue explained the issue, mentioning that a man had taken a photo of Mina while her skirt had been hiking up. As she turned to gesture toward Komi for support, she realized that Komi had vanished from their sight. Sue's concern grew as she called out for her friend, but there was no response. Jiro, recalling the moments before, expressed her disbelief at how they had lost Komi so quickly, remembering that she had been just a few feet away only moments ago. The trio was now faced with the unexpected challenge of finding their missing friend amidst the crowd. Komi wore Fuyumi's old shirts as she slowly consumed the protein powder that Endeavour had provided her. For an entire week, this was her only sustenance, despite being just 8 years old. However, Komi had proven herself to Endeavour, and as a reward, he allowed both her and Shoto some downtime to watch television before their next lesson. The news broadcast played in the background, capturing Komi's attention. She paused with her spoon of protein powder, unable to bring it to her chapped lips as she absorbed the details of a tragic story. The report covered a robbery that had been interrupted by a devastating earthquake, resulting in the deaths of several villains. Komi focused intently on the names and faces displayed on the screen, along with their quirk information. The news anchor explained that a powerful 8.5 magnitude earthquake had struck Tsutomi Street while a bank was being robbed, leading to the collapse of the building. Tragically, 6 hostages lost their lives, and 2 others were injured. The villains involved had perished beneath the rubble, and the police had just released this information. The screen shifted to a man with a long beard and tired eyes, his nose resembling a piece of broccoli. He announced that Amiri and Itsuki Shizuki had died at approximately 5:27 p.m. the previous night. The report revealed that the Shizuki couple had a history of criminal activity across Japan. Recent investigations had uncovered that they had a child 8 years ago, and authorities had tracked the child to her current location. Suddenly, Komi heard shouting and the sound of cars pulling up outside. Endeavor's voice pierced through the chaos, and the reality of the situation began to unfold. The news anchor continued, stating that the daughter of the Shizuki criminals was known as Kuyami Shizuki and was currently under the care of the pro-hero Endeavour. The television abruptly turned off, and Komi and Shoto turned to see Endeavour standing at the door. He glanced between the 2 children before striding forward and pulling Komi away from her spot, clearly distressed. He handed Komi his phone, which was already open to the photo app, his voice trembling as he expressed his regret for not thinking clearly. Komi quickly took the phone from him, deleting a photo of Mina and several others that he had taken without permission. She was careful to remain hidden in the shadows, ensuring that no one could see her actions or identify her. The man who had been curled up on the ground, nursing a bleeding nose and a black eye, began to sob uncontrollably, revealing the turmoil of his past. Komi, however, was uninterested in his story. Instead, she continued scrolling through the phone, deleting any photos she deemed inappropriate. She asked the man for his name, interrupting his sobbing. When he replied, she expressed her disdain for him, feeling no obligation to be kind. She had discovered where he lived, a small apartment not far from their location. The fear in his eyes only fueled her determination as she took a photo of him and changed his lock screen and home screen to that image, making it clear that she could find him easily. Komi sent the photo to herself before holding the phone out to him, warning him that she could ensure no one would locate him. In a decisive moment, She crushed the phone in her hand, feeling justified in her actions. The man had taken photos of Mina without a second thought, and Komi could not overlook that violation. Mina was important, and her image was not meant for someone like him to exploit. As the man sobbed over his broken phone, he stammered an apology, but Komi made it clear that he needed to understand the consequences of his actions. She demanded he acknowledge the seriousness of the situation, and he nodded in fear. However, that was not enough for her. She insisted he verbally confirm his understanding, and he choked out a reluctant agreement, knowing the weight of her words. Mina gestured animatedly as she spoke to her friends, expressing her confusion and concern about a sudden disappearance. She wondered if they were dealing with a missing persons case and questioned if someone had died, feeling a mix of panic and disbelief. Komi found herself in an unexpected situation, watching a woman peruse the menu at the restaurant where she had recently started working. It was a real job that paid her, and she was still trying to wrap her head around how quickly everything had happened. Just a week into her new role, she was earning a decent wage. On her way home from the train station, Komi had taken a different route and stumbled upon a "Help Wanted" sign outside a fancy restaurant. The manager, Mrs. Yagami, called her by the name Choi, which had become her working identity. Although Mrs. Yagami was not an elderly woman, she had a tendency to mix up names, and Choi had stuck, despite it being a Korean last name rather than a Japanese one. Komi embraced her new persona, preferring it over being recognized as Endeavor's extra child or a student from UA. So far, she had managed to remain unnoticed while working at the restaurant. As she approached Mrs. Yagami, who was skillfully chopping cucumbers, Komi took a seat on a corner bench, ready to assist. Mrs. Yagami instructed Komi to prepare a table for 3 at 8 o'clock when a blonde lady placed her order. Komi nodded in acknowledgement and hurried back to the woman, who was impatiently waiting for her order. Working at the restaurant had opened Komi's eyes to the entitlement of some customers, and she was determined to earn enough money to buy her own phone if Endeavour refused to get her one. After taking the woman's order and informing her of a 20-minute wait, Komi grabbed some menus and set up table 17 for 3 people. It was a Thursday evening, and the restaurant was bustling. Komi had organized her schedule to balance her part-time job with her training and schoolwork, ensuring she had time for everything. She often completed her homework on the train ride home, and the restaurant typically closed around 9 or 10, depending on the crowd. Komi enjoyed her new routine, finding fulfillment in her work. She loved the sense of normalcy it brought her life, and surprisingly, most customers accepted her heteromorph features without question. She noticed that wealthier patrons often expressed their support for her, while some looked at her with disdain. However, Komi had resolved to create a better life for herself and pursue her dream of becoming a hero. Working in a 4-star restaurant was a step in the right direction. Everything seemed to be going well until a table of 3 arrived 5 minutes early for their reservation. Komi was taken aback when she recognized one of the patrons, Bakugo, a classmate from school. Her heart raced as she locked eyes with him, feeling a wave of panic wash over her. She wondered why he was there and why he was accompanied by a couple who resembled what she imagined his parents would look like. Bakugo's mother urged him to sit down, and for a moment, he turned his attention away from Komi to respond to her. Komi felt as if she might faint from embarrassment and quickly excused herself, retreating to the back of the restaurant to collect her thoughts. Meanwhile, Bakugo's mother, Mitsuki, noticed Komi's familiarity and speculated if she had modeled for her. Masaru, Bakugo's father, watched Komi dart behind the counter, trying to remember where he had seen her before. Bakugo, frustrated, chimed in that he had competed against her in the sports festival, recalling her web quirk. Mitsuki snapped her fingers in recognition, urging Bakugo to greet Komi, but he looked at her as if she had just suggested something absurd. Behind the server's desk, Komi rubbed her temples, reminding herself that there were no more bookings and the last 2 tables were nearly finished. Bakugo and his family would surely leave soon, and then Komi could pretend this never happened. She wished she could claim experience in such situations, but in reality, this was her first encounter with someone like Bakugo, and she felt a bit intimidated. Suddenly, Komi stood up, grabbing a pen and notepad, determined to shake off her apprehension. She was not afraid of Bakugo, he was just a customer at her job. All she needed to do was ensure he didn't cause any trouble, especially since Midoriya was not around to provoke him. As she approached the table, a woman with blonde hair, who resembled Bakugo, interrupted her. She mistakenly referred to Komi as Chisaki, prompting Bakugo to correct her with irritation. Another man at the table, wearing glasses, attempted to defuse the situation, urging everyone to remain calm. Glancing at the remaining tables, Komi noticed the last customers were leaving. Soon, it would be just her and the Bakugo family. She quietly suggested that she could return another time, but her offer went unnoticed. The blonde woman continued speaking, asking if Komi was the girl associated with Todoroki. Komi confirmed this to clarify that she and Shoto were not romantically involved. Bakugo's mother then scolded him for his behavior, pointing out how he often complained about winning against his siblings. Komi reflected on her own experience with Bakugo, recalling how he had easily defeated her in a previous encounter. The tension at the table escalated as Bakugo protested, insisting that the icy hot attack had not affected him. His mother reprimanded him for swearing in public, while his father maintained a calm demeanor, trying to keep the peace. Komi offered to return in 5 minutes, but Bakugo's mother dismissed her concern, explaining that her son often hid his emotions behind anger. Bakugo reacted angrily to his mother's comments, and Komi observed the disrespect he showed her in public. Feeling compelled to speak up, Komi suggested that Bakugo should treat his mother with more kindness, as she was his parent. The table fell silent, and Komi felt the weight of their gazes upon her, unsure of what she had done wrong. She struggled to read the room, realizing her difficulty in interpreting the expressions of others. Komi hesitated before continuing, suggesting that most heroes would show their parents respect. This comment seemed to stir something in the Bakugo family, as Mitsuki exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. Bakugo appeared tense, his eye twitching, leaving Komi puzzled about her impact on him. To alleviate the tension, Bakugo's father clapped his hands and suggested they order food. Mitsuki quickly shifted her demeanor, responding warmly to her husband. Bakugo, however, seemed visibly uncomfortable with their affectionate exchange, while Komi found it endearing. As the family placed their orders, Komi noted that they all chose the spiciest dishes on the menu. Kimchi was shared around the table, and Bakugo ordered spicy chicken, adding even more heat to his meal. Komi took down the final details of their order, preparing to serve them. Mrs. Yagami called out to Choi, prompting Komi to set down her pen and approach the woman. Mitsuki, who had keen hearing, remarked that Choi was not the girl's name. Bakugo, sitting nearby, muttered that the girl must have introduced herself incorrectly, suggesting she was too timid to confront anyone. When Mitsuki pressed for the girl's actual name, Bakugo snapped back, irritated that she had forgotten. Mitsuki rolled her eyes, holding back her frustration, as she was dressed in a returnable outfit and didn't want to risk damaging it. Bakugo, while somewhat respectful of his father's presence, dismissed the conversation about the girl, feeling it was irrelevant since she was merely a classmate and a server at the restaurant. He scoffed, claiming he had no idea what her name was, and turned away, narrowly avoiding a reprimand from his mother for his language. A couple of minutes later, Komi returned to the Bakugo table with their drinks and quickly left once her task was complete. The aroma of the spicy food they had ordered filled the air, and Komi found the scent overwhelming. She noted how effortlessly Bakugo consumed the spicy dishes, contrasting her own struggle with spicy food, which she often endured to strengthen her quirk. While she found the spice challenging, Bakugo devoured it as if it were nothing. Suddenly, Mrs. Yagami appeared beside Komi, startling her. Mrs. Yagami informed Komi that once the family finished their meal, she was free to go home. Komi nodded, trying to mask her surprise at the woman's sudden presence. Mrs. Yagami then glanced at the Bakugo family before heading to the kitchen to clean up. Komi had once offered to help but had learned that Mrs. Yagami preferred to handle things on her own, having demonstrated her strength in the past. By around 9:24 p.m., the Bakugo family finished their meal. Mitsuki attempted to embarrass her son further, but Masaru intervened, diffusing the situation. Komi admired Masaru for his ability to manage the chaos that often surrounded Bakugo. After leaving through the back door, Komi decided to take a shortcut through the soccer field to save time. With her dark hair and clothing, she felt safe walking home at night, especially with her heightened senses. Komi appreciated the solitude, as it allowed her to think. On this particular night, her thoughts were peaceful, focused on the present rather than any negativity. She gazed at the night sky, wondering if others were also looking up at the stars, perhaps a little girl with her favorite teddy bear, staying up past bedtime. The thought brought her comfort, reminding her of the beauty in simple moments. To avoid an extra 20 minutes of walking, Komi waited at the bus stop for the last bus of the night, which typically arrived around 9:56 p.m. Instead of the bus, she was surprised to see a silver car pull up, revealing the Bakugo family inside. Mitsuki, with a lively spirit, called out to her son before turning to Komi with a warm smile, introducing herself and mentioning they had just come from her workplace. Komi acknowledged the encounter, realizing it was a moment she would not soon forget. Mitsuki offered her a ride home, expressing concern for her safety walking alone at night. Bakugo, however, protested loudly from the back seat, behaving like a frustrated child. Komi, trying to be polite, insisted that she was fine and the bus would arrive soon. Mitsuki dismissed her concerns, insisting that it would be no trouble at all to give her a ride. Eventually, Komi found herself in the Bakugo family's car, engaging in conversation with Mitsuki while Bakugo sulked in the corner, muttering about the situation. Despite her efforts to pay attention, Komi soon realized she had lost track of the conversation, caught up in the whirlwind of the Bakugo family's dynamic. The girl listened intently to Mitsuki, trying to grasp the conversation. She became lost when Mitsuki mentioned someone named Akari, but her attention returned when the topic shifted to a potential trip to America for UA in the coming months. Komi knew that the semester was nearing its end, which meant the school camp exam was approaching. However, before that, there was the I-Expo opening that she had been invited to attend with her brother. It would be a few weeks before any of these events unfolded, and the details about the USA trip were still being finalized. There were also other events under consideration by the school, but Komi would have to wait to learn more. As they drove, Komi directed Masaru, the driver, to turn left. She glanced back at Mitsuki, feeling sheepish for interrupting her. Mitsuki brushed off the apology, casually mentioning how Katsuki had transformed into a real gremlin as he grew older. Bakugo, sitting in the back, protested loudly, insisting that he was right there and could hear everything. Mitsuki retorted, urging him to adjust his attitude since they had company in the car. Bakugo shot back, claiming that Komi knew exactly what she was getting into by being friends with him. Masaru, ever the peacemaker, reminded Bakugo that Komi had a name. Despite his gruff demeanor, Bakugo's father managed to calm him down, even if just a little. Mitsuki took the opportunity to tease her son further, pointing out that he couldn't even remember Komi's name. Bakugo insisted he could, claiming it was Shitsaki, to which Komi corrected him with a slight smile, revealing the name was actually Shizuki. Bakugo seemed momentarily flustered, but then insisted that he had said it all along. Komi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She had come a long way from being unable to hold eye contact or engage in conversation. Mitsuki snapped her fingers, suggesting they should invite Komi over to their home sometime, as she appreciated Komi's style. Komi glanced down at her school uniform, feeling a bit self-conscious, especially knowing that both of Bakugo's parents were fashion designers. As they approached the Bakugo residence, a familiar feeling washed over Komi. The car pulled into the long driveway, and Masaru turned to face her, expressing his pleasure in meeting one of Katsuki's classmates and wishing her a good night. Komi bowed slightly as she unbuckled her seatbelt, thanking them for the ride. Bakugo scoffed at the notion of his parents being kind, particularly his mother, while Komi waved goodbye as she walked towards the grand old house. Once inside, a chill crept up her neck, making her feel uneasy. She scanned the house, noting that it seemed safe, devoid of any signs of trouble. Removing her shoes, she made her way toward her room, avoiding Endeavor's hero shoes, respecting the boundaries that came with them. Yet she couldn't help but wonder why they were there. Komi glanced back at the neatly placed shoes, realizing that Endeavour was home. The cold sensation in her neck now made sense. Todoroki was present. To reach her room, she had to pass the training room, a place filled with memories of her childhood spent apologizing for her quirk and sparring with Shoto. Their relationship had evolved over the years, transforming from sparring partners to siblings. Komi often pondered whether her relationships with Fuyumi and Natsuo would ever reach that level of closeness. Fuyumi had always been kind, frequently reminding Komi that she was family, yet it didn't feel entirely right. Komi wished for that sense of belonging but knew she couldn't force it. Natsuo, on the other hand, was distant, consumed by his anger towards Endeavour, which complicated their connection. It was Natsuo who had first hidden one of Endeavor's shoes, a playful act that Komi had continued, finding comfort in it. She often stumbled upon hidden shoes while doing chores, a reminder of Endeavor's absent-mindedness. Despite her musings about hiding shoes, Komi had more pressing thoughts as she carefully maneuvered around the shoji door of the training room, her heart racing with anticipation. Komi's hair remained obedient to the laws of gravity, cascading down despite her ability to cling to walls and ceilings. As she maneuvered around the open door of the training room, she made sure to keep her hair away from it. She found herself puzzled by Endeavor's unexpected presence at home on a Thursday evening. He typically worked late on Thursdays, returning only on Fridays, making this a rare occurrence. It was particularly unfortunate that it coincided with her work schedule. After successfully navigating around the entrance, Komi sensed someone inside the training room. She regretted not having peeked inside earlier, especially when she had walked up the stairs to her room. Curiosity gnawed at her as she wondered who was in there. If only she had glanced into her own room before entering, she might have known it was Shoto inside. He had intended to warn her, keeping the door ajar for that very reason, but he remained unaware of her approach. Endeavour stood in the training room, and upon seeing Komi, he shouted at her, causing her to freeze in the doorway, a chill running down her spine. He demanded to know where she had been, expressing his frustration at finding Shoto training alone while she was nowhere to be found. His gaze fell upon her waitress uniform, and his anger intensified as he questioned her attire. Komi felt her heart race, overwhelmed by his anger. She struggled to find the right words, her mind racing. She recalled Aizawa's advice about being strong for herself, not just for others. Yet, standing before Endeavour, it felt like an insurmountable challenge. Despite her efforts to speak clearly, Endeavour's shouting only escalated. His insistence that she communicate like a normal person stung, as it was a subtle jab at her identity. To him, she was not normal. In a world where quirks defined individuals, she stood out as a heteromorph, possessing traits that set her apart from others. Her unique abilities, including venomous fangs and an exoskeleton, made her anything but ordinary. Komi's lineage weighed heavily on her. Her mother, the infamous Jorigamo, was not a successful villain but rather someone who struggled with her identity. Once a student in a hero course, she had fallen into a life of crime, driven by desperation. Komi often pondered whether her mother had been pushed into villainy and if there was a time when she had been different. The legacy of her mother loomed over her, and Endeavour's disdain for that heritage only deepened her resentment. She grappled with her feelings toward both her mother and Endeavour, feeling trapped by societal expectations and familial pressures. The weight of her identity and the expectations placed upon her felt suffocating. In a moment of resolve, Komi declared her independence, stating that she had a job. She spoke with newfound determination, realizing that she needed to assert herself. There was no time for hesitation, she had to stand her ground. As she removed her shoes and headed toward her room, she passed by Endeavour's hero shoes, acknowledging their presence but choosing not to engage with them. The realization that he was home settled in, and the cold sensation in her neck transformed into a familiar discomfort. The only path to her room required her to pass the training room, a space filled with memories of her childhood spent training alongside Shoto. It was a place where they had transitioned from sparring partners to siblings, a bond forged through shared experiences. Komi often wondered if her relationships with Fuyumi and Natsuo would ever reach that level of connection. Fuyumi had always been kind, expressing that Komi was family, yet it felt incomplete. Natsuo, now in college, remained distant, his resentment toward Endeavour palpable. It was Natsuo who had first taken one of Endeavor's shoes as a form of rebellion, and Komi found solace in continuing that act, a small comfort in a complicated family dynamic. While doing some chores around the house, Komi stumbled upon a shoe she had hidden months ago in the cabinets. Endeavour had lost the motivation to search the entire house for a single shoe, despite having purchased countless pairs. Komi found amusement in this situation, but she had more pressing matters to consider than where to hide Endeavor's next pair. As she maneuvered around the shoji door of the training room, Komi noticed that her hair, still defying gravity, was at risk of getting caught in the open door. She carefully tucked it away while navigating the entrance. She sensed someone was inside the training room but regretted not peeking in earlier. If only she had checked her own room before entering. To her surprise, it was Shoto who was waiting inside the training room, intending to warn her as she passed by. However, Endeavour was also present, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically when he noticed Komi. Endeavor's voice boomed as he confronted her, demanding to know where she had been. His anger intensified when he saw her waitress uniform, a stark reminder of her job. Komi felt a rush of anxiety. She knew she had disappointed him. Her heart raced, and despite her efforts to calm herself, she struggled to find the right words. Determined to stand up for herself, as Aizawa had advised, Komi tried to gather her strength. Yet the challenge felt overwhelming. Endeavor's frustration escalated as he insisted she speak to him normally, a phrase that stung deeply. To him, she was not a typical person, and he often used that remark to belittle her. Komi's background weighed heavily on her. Her mother, the infamous Jorigumo, had a troubled past, marked by petty crimes and a descent into villainy. Komi often reflected on her mother's choices and wondered if circumstances had driven her to that life. The Jorigumo, with her monstrous features, was a stark contrast to what society deemed normal. Endeavor's disdain for Komi was rooted in her lineage. He saw her as a reflection of her mother, and this perception fueled Komi's resentment toward him. She despised the way society had shaped her mother's fate and how it was now influencing her own life. With newfound resolve, Komi declared that she had a job, speaking firmly enough to be heard. She recognized that she could no longer take baby steps. It was time to assert herself. Endeavor's reaction was immediate and harsh. He demanded to know where she worked, his anger palpable. Komi, feeling cornered, refused to divulge any information. The tension escalated as Endeavour struck her, leaving a mark on her face. Despite the pain, she stood her ground, determined not to reveal her secrets. Endeavour, taken aback by her defiance, struggled to process her outburst. Komi had never shown such anger or rebellion before, and it left him at a loss. The confrontation reached a boiling point as Komi unleashed her frustration, expressing her weariness of his abuse and neglect. In that moment, the dynamic between them shifted. Komi's voice rang out with a strength she had never displayed, challenging Endeavor's authority. She refused to be silenced any longer, standing firm in her decision to protect her independence. Komi understood that if he truly cared, he could have gone out to find her instead of waiting for her to return home. He had the means to send one of his associates to discover where she worked, but his lack of action revealed his indifference. His concern stemmed only from her refusal to share that information. Komi felt a surge of anger as she confronted him, her emotions boiling over. She expressed her frustration, emphasizing that she had a job to earn the things she desired. She was a person with wants, and that was perfectly acceptable. Endeavour was taken aback by her outburst, questioning why her desires surprised him. It seemed unreasonable to him that she wanted things for herself, which only fueled his anger further. Komi felt a rush of memories flood back, recalling every wrong he had done to her, each one hitting her like a heavy blow. She reminded him repeatedly that he no longer had ownership over her. She was not his property, she was her own person. After her declaration, a chilling silence enveloped the room, and the tension between them was palpable. Endeavour, in a moment of aggression, struck her, sending her crashing into the wall, leaving her with a bleeding nose. The pain was sharp and immediate, but Komi had endured worse. She lay on the ground, gathering her thoughts in the quiet house. She had pushed aside her feelings, and now they erupted in a desperate need for change. Endeavour was not listening as he often did, and she knew she needed to say something that would resonate with him. She declared that he would never be the #1 hero. The words hung in the air, shocking him into silence. He had always viewed her as someone insignificant, yet here she was, confronting him with a truth he had long ignored. She continued, stating that he was a terrible person with a flawed heart, which was why he remained stuck at #2. She accused him of adopting her not out of love but as a means to further his own ambitions, neglecting his other children in the process. Mentioning his deceased son Toyua was a low blow, but Komi felt justified in her anger. She recalled the day Endeavour and his wife came to the adoption center, believing they had saved her from a terrible place. Instead, she realized they had only shown her a different kind of suffering. Heroes were meant to save people, not use them as tools for their own success. Komi's voice grew stronger as she expressed her pain and frustration. She felt trapped in a burning house, raised in an environment that distorted her view of the world. Despite her fear and the pain coursing through her body, she held his gaze, refusing to look away. She needed him to hear her words. She accused him of isolating her so that his son Shoto could surpass all might, fulfilling Endeavor's own desires. She blamed him for the hatred she felt towards the world, a hatred she believed was instilled in her by him. Komi's outburst was filled with blame and raw emotion, but it was a desperate plea for change. She hoped that her words would reach him, that he would finally see her for who she was. Yet, Endeavour stood there, staring at her as if he was seeing her for the first time. In a moment that felt both twisted and profound, he realized it was the first time he truly saw her. It was likely the most she had ever expressed to him, and it was not only the loudest but also the longest conversation he had ever witnessed her engage in. Komi's breath was uneven, and her words spilled out faster than she could process them. Every part of her ached, her nose, her eyes, her back, her feet, her throat. Nothing seemed to alleviate her pain. In her frustration, she directed her anger at Endeavour, knowing that she needed to voice her feelings just as much as he needed to hear them. The role of a hero, she declared, was to save people, not to abuse or neglect their children. She had been a child once, just 3 years old, and heroes should not adopt children only to treat them as tools for their own ambitions. She was a person, and she wished he would recognize that. Her voice, raw from the intensity of her emotions, strained as she confronted the man who had caused her so much hurt. Endeavour stood silently, absorbing her words. He occupied her space, a reminder of the pain he had inflicted, yet she remained resolute in her anger. The following day at school, Komi was determined to make friends. It was both easier and harder than she had anticipated. First, she had to accept her appearance, which was a challenge in itself. How could she ignore the reality that she felt different from everyone else? Overcoming her shyness to engage with actual people felt daunting. By mid-morning, the only person she had really spoken to was Shoto, which made her question whether it truly counted as a conversation. Although some bruising lingered around her eye, her nose had straightened, and she was beginning to heal. Her recovery was faster than most, likely due to her quirk, though she was unsure how it worked. As she entered the classroom after Shoto, Denki playfully slapped Kirishima and Siro, commenting on her recent mishap. They joked about her walking into a pole, with Siro adding a quip about the size of the pole. Their banter continued, but it was interrupted by a more serious discussion about Komi's late-night outing. Kirishima speculated that she might have been working, recalling her uniform. Mina expressed her envy, wishing her parents would allow her to have a job. Kirishima nodded, noticing Bakugo's growing irritation as he listened to the conversation. When asked for his opinion, Bakugo simply told them to be quiet, his frustration evident. He struggled to concentrate amidst the noise, recalling the time his mother had offered Komi a ride home. He remembered watching her walk into her house, relieved that she had made it safely and without a black eye. Bakugo had initially dismissed Kirishima's comments about her injury as mere chatter, but the reality of Komi's situation weighed on him. Despite his indifference, he couldn't shake the feeling that he should care, even if he tried to convince himself otherwise. When the hero course training finally arrived, Komi managed to speak to one group of people, which was more than she had anticipated. However, The conversation quickly turned to the size of a massive pole that she had narrowly avoided. Shiro and Denki were the ones asking questions, but Jiro promptly ushered them away. Aizawa, having forcefully awakened from a nap, explained that a special guest would be arriving soon, but until then, they would engage in a quick exercise. Komi was dressed in her hero costume, eager to learn how to become a hero, but the special guest seemed to be taking a long time to arrive. Aizawa outlined the exercise. In randomized teams of 3, they would practice rescue scenarios. One person would take on the role of the hero, another the villain, and the last would be the hostage. The villain would have 5 minutes to choose a hiding place before a 15-minute timer began for the hero. The objective was for the villain to prevent the hero from rescuing the hostage before time ran out. The class nodded in understanding, and Aizawa produced a remote control. A screen appeared, displaying a spinning wheel with the names of the students. Komi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her when her name appeared right after Aizawa announced he would be selecting the hostage. Kirishima attempted to offer encouragement, reminding her that at least she was involved, but Komi would have preferred to play the role of the villain rather than a helpless civilian. Aizawa announced that Ito would be the villain, then spun the wheel again to determine the hero. The wheel slowed down, passing Shoto before landing on Bakugo's name. Bakugo reveled in his selection, taunting Midoriya, who had not been chosen. Aizawa looked ready to reprimand Bakugo for his interruption, but Komi's attention shifted as Ida stepped into her line of sight, leading her toward the designated apartment building. Ida, fully embracing his role as the villain, noted the layout of the building and identified the boiler room in the basement as the perfect hiding spot for his plans. He was determined to outsmart Bakugo, who typically searched the upper levels first in these scenarios. Komi realized that if Ida chose the boiler room, it would likely be the last place Bakugo would think to look, effectively wasting valuable time. As they entered the room, Ida enthusiastically explained his strategy, detailing how the boiler room's gas systems would render Bakugo's quirk ineffective. Komi glanced around and noticed the large gas tank and numerous pipes, which looked dangerously outdated. Ida instructed her to sit in a corner, and she complied, finding a relatively comfortable spot on the floor. As Ida paced the room, Komi struggled to suppress her laughter. His exaggerated villainous demeanor and grand gestures reminded her of a more refined version of Bakugo. When the buzzer signaled the end of Ida's 5 minutes to hide, an explosion echoed from above, confirming that Bakugo had begun his search. It took only a few moments before the basement door slammed open, and Bakugo's frustrated voice filled the air as he demanded to know Ida's whereabouts. Ida revealed himself dramatically, challenging Bakugo to stop him and boasting about his evil plan. Bakugo, clearly irritated, prepared to unleash his explosions, but as he assessed the surroundings, he realized the gas and pipes would hinder his abilities. While Bakugo contemplated his next move, Ida seized the opportunity to engage him in close combat. Komi watched with growing boredom as Bakugo struggled to dodge Ida's relentless attacks, only managing to use his quirk minimally. Suddenly, Ida landed a well-timed punch, exclaiming triumphantly. At that moment, Komi could no longer contain her laughter. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed her, and she doubled over, gasping for air as laughter erupted from her. As she caught her breath, Komi reflected on the scene, her amusement only growing as she watched Bakugo, who had to remind himself that she was not the target but rather the hostage in this chaotic exercise. Denki observed the scene on the big screen with a smile, wondering what had transpired that had caused Komi to laugh so heartily on the floor. The rest of the class, however, remained unaware of the details, as there was no sound system to provide context for the unexpected laughter. Kirishima leaned in closer, captivated by the sight. He had never witnessed Komi laugh so intensely and was eager to understand the reason behind it. Jiro chimed in, expressing her surprise at the rarity of such a moment. The class collectively nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unusual nature of Komi's laughter. Shoto interjected, recalling moments from their childhood when he had seen Komi laugh before. Although those instances had become less frequent as they grew older, he remembered the joy they once shared. Midoriya offered a supportive smile and placed a reassuring hand on Shoto's shoulder, pointing out that while they had only known Komi for a year, Shoto had a longer history with her. Mina and Jiro exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing the significance of the moment and the bonds they were forming as a class. Bakugo was not the type to give up easily. As he executed a series of impressive acrobatic maneuvers to evade Ida, he eventually reached Komi's side. He urged her to get up, but she responded with a nonchalant shrug, reminding him that she was a hostage and might have injuries. For some reason, she felt compelled to annoy him just a little. With a fierce expression, Bakugo picked Komi up by her face, a rather uncomfortable experience for her. He used small explosions to propel himself forward, finding it more challenging than creating larger blasts, but he managed to escape with Komi on his back. Despite the discomfort of his gauntlet pressing against her side, Komi declared that she was all right. Bakugo insisted she was still an injured hostage, all while the sound of his explosions filled the air as he dashed out of the room, Ida in hot pursuit. Ida declared that Bakugo would not get away, and Komi couldn't help but laugh, though the weight of being thrown over Bakugo's shoulder made it difficult to maintain her composure. After several rounds of playing hero, villain, and hostage, a special guest arrived. She was a tall woman in corporate attire, with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail and a stylish fringe that caught Komi's attention. The woman wore glasses similar to Ida's and towered over most of the class, even surpassing Aizawa's height. Aizawa introduced her as Koryu Iana, who had come from Tokyo to assist with the day's lesson plan. Iana thanked Aizawa briefly before stepping forward to address the class. She admired the students' hero costumes and expressed her gratitude for their attention. Before she could continue, Tsu interrupted Mineta, preventing him from making an inappropriate comment. Iana explained that the class would be practicing in unfamiliar environments through an obstacle course. She worked for a hero costume design company in Tokyo, and her quirk allowed her to alter any fabric to fit any form. As Komi connected the dots, her smile faded, and she wished she could escape the class before it was too late. Other students shared similar apprehensions. Aizawa confirmed the plan, stating that they would be running the obstacle course in each other's hero costumes. Komi silently prayed not to end up with Hagecure's costume, which suited her friend perfectly. She hoped to get anyone else's instead. Iana reassured the class that their costumes could be returned to normal afterward, and any damage would be covered. She then revealed a mobile changing room and requested their costumes and measurements, cautioning them not to remove all their clothing. Komi was reluctant to take off her hero costume, which was finally at a comfortable temperature. The moment of truth arrived as the students donned their sports uniforms while waiting for their hero costumes to be chosen. Aoyama emerged in Siro's costume, causing quite a stir. Mina followed, wearing Ida's costume and clearly unimpressed with her appearance. Tsu walked out in Midoriya's hero costume, which suited her perfectly. However, the class erupted in laughter when Bakugo appeared in Mina's skin-tight costume, prompting Kirishima and Denki to collapse in fits of laughter while Mina attempted to give him fashion advice. Komi felt relief wash over her when Mineta stepped out in Hagecure's costume, trying to hide his underwear. When it was her turn, she entered the changing room, unsure of what to expect. Iana greeted her by name and instructed her to place her uniform in the assigned locker. Komi was grateful to be wearing comfortable underwear, which eased her nerves. Iana quickly took Komi's measurements and sent her into the changing room, assuring her that the costume would be brought shortly. When Iana checked in on her, Komi nodded, realizing she needed to provide a verbal confirmation as well. Iana presented Komi with a costume that was unmistakably familiar, evoking strong emotions as she thought of its original owner. Gathering her courage, Komi put on the costume, but upon looking in the mirror, she realized something was amiss. When she stepped out, Iana noticed the issue too. Iana pointed out that the sports bra Komi had worn clashed with the costume and mentioned that the costume itself provided adequate support. Komi was taken aback. It seemed odd to her that there would be built-in support. However, reflecting on the body type of the costume's original owner, she began to understand why such features were included. Once everyone was dressed in their new hero costumes, Aizawa lined them up for the obstacle course. True to form, he had made the course more challenging than necessary. It began with a 50-meter dash, leading to a selection of colorful slides that promised an unknown destination. As the whistle blew, It became clear that most of the students were struggling to adjust to their new outfits. Many found the change unwelcome, and some were simply unprepared. However, for Komi, the change was anticipated, and she was determined to finish in first place. With her sights set on the purple slide, Komi sprinted forward, completing the 50 meters with a powerful leap before sliding into the vibrant tunnel. Inside, the slide was adorned with various shades of purple, and Komi felt confident that she was leading the pack. The only competitors close behind were Tsu and Midoriya, both of whom had green hair that blended together in her peripheral vision. As she glided through the slide, the shifting colors cast a purple hue over her skin, making her matte black, porcelain-like hands appear almost radiant. For the first time, she considered that they looked somewhat appealing. The light at the end of the tunnel beckoned, and Komi braced herself for what lay ahead. Emerging from the slide, she was momentarily blinded by the brightness, but her dark pupils shielded her from the glare. Spotting the water below, panic surged through her. She had never learned to swim, and her quirk wouldn't work underwater. However, as she extended her arm, she realized that her costume had been specifically designed to accommodate her abilities. Despite her dislike for Bakugo, whose oversized gauntlets were a constant reminder of his presence, she focused on the task at hand. As she fell through the air, she prepared for the impact, hitting the water with the force of someone diving into a water park attraction. The distance to the shore was not far, and if Tsu was as close as she suspected, Komi needed to hurry. Drawing on her strength, she lifted the waterlogged gauntlets and swam for the first time, making her way back to the shore. It took her about 2 minutes to reach land, a time she wasn't proud of, but she refused to go back and repeat the course. Tsu was gaining on her. Once everyone had regrouped, Aizawa commanded their attention, his quirk activating as his eyes turned red and his hair floated. The class fell silent. He explained that the day's exercise would be straightforward. Students could form teams of their choice, either pairing up or working alone. One team would act as villains, while the other would take on the role of heroes. The villains would have 4 hostages, represented by dummies, which they could place wherever they wished. The objective was clear. Victory was the goal, regardless of whether one was a hero or a villain. All Might chimed in, emphasizing that each round would last 15 minutes, after which the villains would automatically win if the time expired. Students were given 2 minutes to form their teams. Komi sought out Shoto, and without exchanging words, they became teammates. Other teams formed quickly: Sato and Mineta, Azui and Midoriya, Mina and Kirishima, Siro and Ida, Momo and Tokoyami, Denki and Jiro, Koda and Aoyama, Hagakure and Ojiro, and finally Shoji and Uraraka. It was no surprise that Bakugo chose to go solo. Aizawa explained that the villains would need to pin a magnet to their chests, while each hero would have a magnetic sticker to attach to the villains. The match would conclude once the sticker was successfully placed. He made it clear that everyone had to participate, casting a pointed look at Komi. In the previous match, Komi had held back to allow Shoto to take the spotlight. This time, however, as the lots were drawn, she felt a sense of unease when her and Shoto's names were not called, while everyone else was. Koda and Aoyama triumphed over Jiro and Denki in the first match, as Denki short-circuited and Jiro was overwhelmed by a swarm of mice and birds. Momo and Tokoyami lost to Ida and Siro, who executed their roles with impressive dedication. As the matches progressed, it became clear that Komi and Shoto would face Bakugo in the final round. Bakugo was set to play the villain, and as Komi tossed the sticker in the air, she prepared for the buzzer to signal the start of the match. While waiting, she and Shoto discussed their strategy. Shoto suggested they scout each floor quietly, knowing Bakugo would likely make a dramatic entrance. Komi agreed, noting that they should avoid the basement, where tanks and pipes could hinder their movements, especially given Bakugo's explosive quirk. With a simple plan in place, the buzzer sounded, and both Komi and Shoto entered the building, carefully avoiding the basement. Komi took one half of the room while Shoto covered the other, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Inside the 6-story building, Bakugo was found on the 5th floor, surrounded by chaos. Komi pointed to a box where dummies were stuffed, their limbs awkwardly protruding. Shoto observed the scene and noted that Bakugo seemed to misunderstand how the human body worked, as one of the dummies had an unnatural position. Komi, however, believed that Bakugo was indifferent to such details. Shoto decided to confront Bakugo while Komi would handle the dummies. She prepared herself, crouching low to maintain her cover. With a nod, she sprang into action, heading straight for the box of dummies. As Shoto leaped over a table, explosions erupted around them, and Komi felt a rush of adrenaline as Shoto engaged Bakugo in close combat. Reaching the box, Komi flung it open and began pulling out the dummies one by one. To her dismay, she discovered only 3 instead of 4, indicating that Bakugo had hidden one. She called out for Shoto to hold Bakugo off while she continued her search. Shoto's voice conveyed urgency, urging her to act quickly. Determined to save the dummies, Komi carried them and dashed down the stairs. Time was running out, and she estimated they had only about 7 minutes left in the match. Finding a sunny spot outside, she placed the dummies down before rushing back inside to continue her search. She scoured every corner of the building, aware of the distant sounds of battle above her, punctuated by Bakugo's loud exclamations. As she navigated the building, Komi noticed to be struggling to escape through a window. Without hesitation, she opened the window to let it out before returning to her mission. She reached the 3rd floor and had searched through most of the rooms when the buzzer sounded, signaling their defeat. Komi could hear the ongoing fight above, unable to comprehend what Bakugo and Shoto were still battling over. She called out to them, expressing her confusion about their continued conflict despite the match being over. However, they seemed oblivious to her presence, too engrossed in their fight. Bakugo shouted as he targeted Shoto, who narrowly dodged the attack using his ice quirk. Komi felt a surge of anxiety as she realized the situation was escalating. She knew that their instructor would be displeased with their reckless behavior, and she had previously faced consequences for not intervening in similar situations. As she moved closer to intervene, she was caught off guard by Shoto's sudden attack on Bakugo. In a split second, Komi grabbed Bakugo by his ear and part of his costume, attempting to restrain him. However, she was unprepared for the flames that erupted from Shoto's hand, momentarily blinding him. Komi's grip on Bakugo loosened as she noticed the fire approaching. In a split-second decision, she pushed Bakugo away from her, sending him crashing against the wall. Her strength was surprising, a testament to her physical training and the power of her quirk. Komi had always prioritized the well-being of others, often putting herself in harm's way to protect those around. This selflessness was a defining trait, as she would willingly sacrifice her own comfort for the sake of others. Even now, she instinctively moved to shield Bakugo from the flames. The force of her push sent Komi crashing through the glass, shattering it completely as she fell. The flames engulfed her, and she screamed in pain as the fire burned her skin. The agony was overwhelming, a mix of heat and cold that coursed through her body. Meanwhile, Shoto stood frozen in shock, his hands still outstretched. The realization of what had just happened hit him hard as he heard Komi's screams. The pain he had inadvertently caused his sister weighed heavily on him, leaving him paralyzed with guilt and horror. Komi lay on the hospital bed, her body covered in bandages that concealed the burns and injuries she had sustained. The smell of burnt skin lingered in the air, a reminder of the recent battle that had gone awry. Her hero costume had been destroyed, leaving her skin marred with angry red and black scorch marks. Despite her attempts to suppress her pain, soft groans escaped her lips, betraying the agony she felt. The cold air stung her wounds, intensifying her suffering, yet she refused to let tears fall. Bakugo had managed to extricate himself from the wall and had jumped out of the broken window, landing not far from Komi. As he approached her, uncertainty washed over him. He could see the twitching of her body and the signs of her distress. She needed help, and he knew it. Recovery Girl was essential at that moment. Komi's anger flared as she glared at Bakugo, directing her pain into rage. Though she recognized that he was not responsible for her injuries, the overwhelming hurt made it difficult for her to think rationally. Bakugo, observing her reaction, felt a mix of concern and frustration. He questioned whether she could walk, but her response was filled with hostility. The pain had transformed her demeanor, and she was quick to lash out. Meanwhile, Shoto remained frozen in place, grappling with the weight of what had transpired. He felt a deep sense of guilt for what had happened to Komi. As she was taken to Recovery Girl, the day continued without him, leaving him to reflect on his actions. He returned home alone, the absence of his sister and friend heavy on his heart. Upon arriving at his house, Shoto sensed his father's presence. He knew that the school had likely informed Endeavour about the incident. As he stepped inside, he felt a familiar dread at the sound of his father's voice. Endeavour confronted him about the situation, focusing on Shoto's training rather than the well-being of Komi. Shoto felt a surge of anger as he corrected his father, insisting on Komi's name and the severity of her condition. Endeavour's dismissive attitude only fueled Shoto's frustration. He raised his voice, desperate for his father to understand the gravity of the situation. The memories of their family's past weighed heavily on him, his siblings lost, his mother in a hospital, and now Komi suffering because of Endeavour's actions. Shoto's emotions boiled over as he expressed his feelings, but his father remained unyielding, more concerned with his own image than the pain of those around him. Ignoring Endeavour's attempts to control the conversation, Shoto stormed past him, leaving his father to retreat into his office. Alone, Endeavour discovered a bundle of letters addressed to Kuyami, each from different countries. As he examined them, he noticed a peculiar message formed by the arrangement of the letters. The word venom caught his attention, linking it to the girl he had trained. This revelation sparked a mix of anger and curiosity within him. Determined to confront Kuyami, Endeavour left for the hospital without waiting for his driver. Upon arriving, he brushed past fans and made his way to her room. As he stood before the door, he hesitated, feeling an unexpected wave of uncertainty. Inside, he found Komi, frail and connected to various medical equipment. The sight of her weakened state struck him, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. The reality of her suffering forced him to reconsider his approach, leaving him to grapple with the consequences of his actions and the impact they had on those he cared about. Endeavour found himself grappling with a profound sense of helplessness as he sat beside Kuyami's hospital bed. She lay there, defenseless and loopy from the effects of medication, her body still and frail. For the first time, he witnessed her vulnerability. It was a stark contrast to the strength he had always associated with her. Kuyami had the ability to carry him and lift weights far beyond her own, a feat he had witnessed on numerous occasions. She was resilient, capable of enduring pain and hardship without faltering. Yet here she was, unconscious and seemingly small, a shadow of the powerful person he knew. As he settled into the chair next to her bed, his gaze remained fixed on her. He had often called her name, expecting a response, but now, silence enveloped the room. The sight of her, once tall and commanding, now appeared fragile and diminished. Endeavour, towering at 7 feet, was accustomed to feeling larger than life, but in this moment, Kuyami's smallness struck him deeply. He contemplated how easily he could hold her, a thought that both comforted and troubled him. He reflected on their past interactions, recalling a moment when she had challenged him even after he had hurt her. She had remained strong, unwavering in her spirit. But now, seeing her in this state, he could not reconcile it with the person he knew. It felt as if she had become ordinary, stripped of her extraordinary resilience. In that moment, Enji Todoroki finally recognized Kuyami Shizuki as a person, a 16-year-old girl who had just come out of surgery, unaware of his presence. He glanced down at the collection of letters he held in his hands, each one addressed to her. They originated from various corners of the world, yet the handwriting was consistent. Each letter contained a single word, and when arranged, they formed a strange sentence. The sequence of countries revealed a hidden message, one that Endeavour had only just begun to understand. This was not a prank orchestrated by Kuyami, it was a threat directed at her. It was a weekend when Komi returned to the Todoroki household. She woke up alone in a strangely warm room not long after her surgery. After a sleepless night, she had come back home on Saturday morning. At 10:47 a.m., as she walked through the door, she was greeted by a stack of roughly 15 to 20 letters. Komi blinked in surprise as she caught the letters before they could fall to the ground. Of all the things she expected upon her return, receiving a pile of letters was the last thing on her mind. Endeavour, standing nearby with crossed arms, informed her that the letters had been received in her name and inquired if she had any enemies. Upon inspecting the letters, Komi discovered that there were 17 of them, each from different countries but all bearing the same handwriting. Endeavour's question lingered in the air, suggesting that these letters were not from a mysterious pen pal. Komi shook her head, uncertain about the handwriting and denying any knowledge of enemies. After following Endeavour to his office and placing the letters down, Endeavour began to organize them in numerical order. Each letter contained a single word, and when pieced together, they formed an eerie message. The words spelled out a haunting sentiment. Understand that I can't be with you, but I never forgot you. I always knew you'd be special. Endeavour, treating the situation with seriousness, asked Komi if the message meant anything to her. She shook her head again, perplexed. The letters bore no fingerprints or DNA samples, as if they had never been touched. Endeavour noted that it was peculiar, especially since Komi had smooth hands that lacked traditional fingerprints. Komi shrugged, dismissing the idea that it could be a prank. Endeavour had initially thought so too, but he began to analyze the postmarks on the letters. At first glance, they seemed like gibberish, but upon closer inspection, Komi recognized the letters from Uganda and Austria, which formed the phrase UAMA venom. The subsequent letters from Mexico, Venezuela, Egypt, Nigeria, and Malaysia continued the cryptic message, leading to the conclusion that it read UAMA venom win. The final letters from Wales, India, and Nicaragua spelled out win, while the last letter from America simply bore the letter I. The entire sequence formed a strange and unsettling sentence, UAMA venom win LOA. Komi realized that she was the only one among her acquaintances associated with the word venom, but she was certain that these letters were not from her. The letters were addressed to Komi in a cryptic manner, suggesting that there was more to them than met the eye. Endeavour informed her that he had alerted the authorities, as the letters were addressed to her, indicating that the sender might know more about her than she realized. Komi pondered the implications of having a stalker, and Endeavour confirmed her suspicion after a moment of silence. Komi's gaze returned to the letter marked with G. It seemed too deliberate to be a mistake, especially given the careful arrangement of the countries and the words they spelled. The last word, special, stood out to her. Whoever this person was, they were clearly involved in something that felt calculated. As Komi spread the letters out once more, she noted the messy handwriting and the neat post office markings. The letter from Uganda originated from a city called Kampala. Each letter appeared to come from a post office in a city rather than a small town, raising questions about whether this was another clue or merely her overthinking the situation. The letter was a significant clue, and Komi began to consider the people she knew with names containing that letter. Her mind drifted to a few names: Mina Ishido, Yuga Oyama, Mr. Aizawa, Tsuyu Ajui, and Asami. The name Asami resonated in her mind, but she dismissed the idea that she would be bold enough to orchestrate something like this. Asami was more the type to act sweetly in front of adults while being unkind to their peers, but Komi did not consider herself a victim of bullying. Lost in thought about the identity of her potential stalker, Komi suddenly realized the room had grown quiet. Endeavour had asked her a question, and she had not been paying attention. When she turned to him, he looked expectantly, waiting for her response. When she asked him to repeat himself, Endeavour took a moment to compose himself. He had noticed that Komi seemed deep in thought, likely distracted by her recent experiences. He had inquired about her injuries, and Komi looked down at the bandages covering her body. She explained that Shoto had not meant to hurt her. She had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the doctors assured her that she would be fine. Endeavour refrained from expressing his thoughts, recognizing that her response did not address the concern he had intended to convey. He did not mention whether it was Shoto's fault, nor did he add anything further to that thought. After a moment of unusual silence, Komi turned her gaze away from Endeavour and focused on the letters spread across the desk. The first 7 letters came from various countries, each with little in common. However, one particular sentence caught her attention. It conveyed a sense of longing, stating that the sender could not be with her. The letters originated from Uganda, Algeria, Mexico, Austria, Venezuela, Egypt, and Nigeria. As she moved closer, Komi spread the letters out, examining the postmarks for any hidden clues. She spent her weekend in Endeavor's office, immersed in the letters. There was an inexplicable connection to them, as if they resonated with something deep within her, despite the handwriting being nearly illegible. Though she had not yet reached the end of the letters, Komi found herself pondering the meaning behind the stalker known as, and their assertion that they had always known she would be special. She wondered what special meant in A's eyes and why she was the one to receive such a designation. While Komi worked on the floor near a portable mirror, arranging the letters and crafting her own theories, Endeavour sat in his office chair, deep in thought. He was struck by a feeling of resentment towards Komi, though he could not pinpoint its origin. She was simply going about her business, yet he felt irritated by her presence. Normally, he would have made her engage in physical activities to keep her occupied, but today he allowed her to be. Memories from previous nights flooded his mind. He recalled how Komi had been hurt by him, how fear had clouded her expression because of his actions, and how her emotions had spiraled out of control due to his neglect. Endeavour was not oblivious. He was skilled at reading people, a necessary part of his profession. He recognized how Komi's words flowed from her as if rehearsed, as if they had been swirling in her mind, intertwining with her thoughts. He realized he had nearly tried to remove her from school simply for standing up for herself. Standing up, he missed the slight tension in the black-haired girl on the floor. As he prepared to leave, he noted that his break was coming to an end and he needed to return to the agency. Komi felt compelled to say something, as it was customary to bid farewell when someone departed. However, the farewell felt forced, as if it were insincere and she were merely playing the role of a manufacturer of plastic goodbyes. Komi believed in the principle of remaining silent if she had nothing kind to say, yet her mind was devoid of pleasant thoughts. She nodded her head in an exaggerated manner and expressed a simple farewell, though it felt utterly contrived. Endeavour, however, seemed oblivious to the awkwardness as he marched out the door. Once he left, Komi exhaled, returning her focus to the mirror of envelopes and markers. She muttered to herself, contemplating Endeavour's unusual behavior. So far, her investigation into the letters had revealed only the times they were sent. Strangely, the first 6 letters had been posted simultaneously at 10:10 a.m. on May 13th, which happened to be her birthday. The next 4 letters were also sent on her birthday, but at 5:55 p.m. The final 7 letters were posted at 9:09 p.m., again on her birthday. This stalker either knew her birthday, a detail known to only a select few, or they were exceptionally lucky in their guessing. Komi found it hard to believe that it was mere coincidence. While she was inexplicably drawn into unraveling the mystery of a more pressing concern loomed over her, the upcoming first-term final exams. She was acutely aware that the physical portion would not be easy. Despite the madness of the situation, Komi felt an unsettling familiarity with it. It was as if she had encountered this person before but could not recall where. All she had was the handwriting, which felt eerily recognizable. Yet she dismissed the notion that was anything more than an obsessive individual, akin to the person who had taken photos of Mina. Denki placed a bet with Shiro and Kirishima, predicting that Momo's costume would be the next to appear. Kirishima pointed out that Denki had made the same bet multiple times without paying up. Denki insisted that this time would be different, gesturing to Tsu's costume, which lacked pockets. He held his fingers crossed for good luck, confident that he was right. Kirishima chuckled but soon lost his smile when he spotted something unexpected. He grabbed Shiro's shoulder to direct his attention to the sight that had caught his eye. Shiro, who had been teasing Denki, turned to see what Kirishima was looking at. His smirk faded as he realized what was happening. He slapped Denki's side, prompting the blonde to look as well. Denki quickly fished out $10 from his pockets, ready to pay up. Tokoyami cleared his throat and discreetly looked away, keeping his thoughts to himself as he also noticed the scene unfolding. Komi emerged from the changing room, wearing Bakugo's hero costume. The boots made a clunky sound with each step, and while the weight of the gauntlets on her arms was significant, Komi felt unfazed. She understood that Bakugo's strength came from training with such heavy gear. As she stepped out, the girls in the class were taken aback, staring in disbelief. Komi corrected them, stating her name and revealing her middle name. Mina raised a finger, indicating she would address that later, but her focus was on the spectacle before her. Jiro, Sue, and Uraraka nodded in agreement, while Hagecure's presence was unnoticed by Komi. Komi, feeling a bit self-conscious, wondered if something was wrong with her outfit. She regretted not wearing a sports bra, even if the colors clashed. Mina, suppressing a giggle, suggested that Komi spin around. Without thinking twice, Komi complied, and in a moment of spontaneity, Mina playfully slapped Komi's backside. Komi felt a mix of surprise and confusion, not experiencing the usual embarrassment. Momo gasped in shock, placing a hand on her chest, while still in her uniform and not yet changed into her hero costume. She scolded Mina for her actions, calling them vulgar. Mina, unfazed, responded with excitement, asking Komi about her training routine. Komi's regimen involved a morning run, stretching, and various exercises before school, followed by training with Shoto later in the day. She hesitated to share all the details. Mina shifted the conversation, excitedly mentioning that Juicy Couture had lowered prices on their sets, expressing her longing for a teal outfit. Jiro questioned whether that brand was still relevant, recalling it as a trend from the early 2000s. Mina enthusiastically affirmed her interest, declaring her longing for the items. Meanwhile, Bakugo stood off to the side, feeling disgruntled. He was stuck in a tight-fitting pink and blue suit with an uncomfortable feathery collar, while Komi confidently wore his hero costume. Frustrated with the situation, he turned his glare away from Komi and directed it at the person responsible for making him wear Mina's costume. The buzzer sounded, and Komi sprang into action, shooting her webs toward the ceilings of the city-like landscape. This round was meant to be a missing persons case, and just 30 seconds in she felt a cold sensation at the back of her neck. It was a familiar feeling, one that indicated something was amiss. Perhaps it was a loose piece of a building or the possibility of slipping on a puddle. Regardless, Komi sensed that something was wrong. She scanned her surroundings carefully, but her attention was quickly drawn to a loud banging noise coming from the south. Knowing her opponents, she suspected that Denki had knocked something over. To spare a moment, she decided to investigate the source of the commotion. Earlier, Komi had been tucked away in a dark, cozy corner of UA grounds, pretending to be in trouble. A few moments ago, Tokoyami might have given her a compliment or an outrageous insult. She was still trying to decipher it. She felt relieved that it was Shoto who was the victim, this time, not her, as Aizawa had mentioned that one could be a victim or a hero during this lesson. But now, all those thoughts faded away as her heart dropped. Below her, at the base of a 3-story building, stood 5 men clad in dark clothing and ski masks. Komi did not recognize them, nor had she been informed of their presence. The sight of Shoto, unmoving in the arms of one of the men, sent a surge of dread through her. She also saw Shoji struggling against a large block of concrete that had trapped him. Komi's anger flared as she watched one of the men slip his hand under Shoto's shirt. This was real. There was no way this was a trick orchestrated by Aizawa. After the USJ attack, he had taken them back for training, and even All Might had pretended to be a villain, coaxing Komi and Shoto to play along. But this was different. This was genuine danger. Without hesitation, Komi descended with her webs, catching the men off guard. She formed a fist and struck the man holding Shoto, quickly snatching him back and jumping away to place him safely next to Shoji. Shoji exclaimed that the men were villains who wanted to collect Todoroki for a reward. One of the men, with eyes like daggers, dared to insult Shoji. Komi's gaze turned toward him, her anger palpable. She shot webs over his mouth, silencing him. The man growled, revealing his age, and recognized her as Endeavor's other child, the heteromorph he had adopted. Another man commented on how she would fetch a high price on the market, followed by a sinister giggle. As if they shared a collective thought, All eyes turned toward Komi in a hostile manner. She pushed Shoto slightly closer to Shoji, who could only use his legs to protect him, as his arms were trapped in the concrete. One of the men protested that their boss had instructed them to target only the half-and-half kid, but the second tallest among them, likely the leader, threatened him to keep quiet. Obey, the disgruntled member of the group, expressed his frustration. He was fine with petty theft but felt this was too risky. Despite his protests, he was met with resistance from the others, who urged him to comply. In a sudden turn, Komi found herself bound in the same concrete block as Shoji, her limbs trapped and unable to move. At that moment, all Komi could think about was the whereabouts of their teachers. She scanned the area for cameras, usually present to monitor the training exercises, but found none. It felt like a massive blind spot, and she tugged at her restraints in desperation. The tallest man advanced, dragging Shoto away from her, away from safety. Shoji struggled, desperately trying to free himself, but his efforts only caused him pain. The men reveled in their impending wealth, celebrating the capture of the number 2 hero's child. Shoji yelled out, fighting against the concrete, but his skin scraped and bled slightly. He was in a precarious position, and Komi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Suddenly, one of the men threw a strange creature at Shoji, which latched onto him, causing him to slump in exhaustion. Komi called out to him, but he looked drained, the effects of the quirk evident. Another creature landed on her cheek, and she felt her eyelids grow heavy, succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue. Komi was uncertain about the nature of the quirk affecting her, but it felt as though it was draining her energy in a leech-like manner. Despite this, her primary concern was not the energy loss but rather the sight of her brother being manhandled before her eyes. With determination, Komi struggled to free herself, her cold, bitter gaze fixed on the men who were carelessly handling Shoto's unmoving body. The pain in her ears faded into the background. She was either ignoring it or had simply stopped hearing it altogether. One of the men laughed dismissively, expressing a condescending belief that little girls always thought they could make a difference. Komi found the comment infuriating, preferring to leap from a building than listen to such nonsense. She was filled with frustration, wondering where the teachers were, particularly Mr. Aizawa. The man holding Shoto lifted his head, remarking on Shoto's looks and maturity, which only fueled Komi's anger. She felt a surge of panic as she lunged forward, a pained grunt escaping her as the concrete she was trapped in pulled at her limbs. She could not let them touch Shoto. She would not allow it. He was her brother, and she was determined to protect him at all costs. As the man began to drag Shoto away, he instructed another to watch the kids, revealing his intentions to have some twisted fun. Komi's heart raced, a mix of sinking dread and rising determination. She pushed herself forward again, disregarding the state of her own body. The threat of violence surged within her as she vowed to protect her brother, expressing her fierce resolve to anyone who would listen. Komi was desperate to escape the concrete block that held her captive. She needed to rescue Shoto and ensure his safety. He was her brother, and despite his foolishness in getting caught up in this situation, she was determined to save him. In her mind, she called out for help, hoping that Mr. Aizawa would realize the gravity of the situation and come to their aid. Bakugo pointed out that the camera was not functioning properly, noting that 6 of them were showing only gray static. Aizawa found this strange and attempted to troubleshoot the issue, suspecting that one of his students might have tampered with the system. He glanced at the screens displaying the rest of the class, noticing that everyone except Komi and Shoji appeared puzzled about Shoto's absence. The camera meant to show Shoto was also static, which caused Aizawa to feel a sudden surge of alarm. He quickly instructed Ida to take the class to Gym Gamma, where Vlad King was located, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. As Aizawa rushed into the arena, Midoriya remained quiet, trying to assess the unfolding events. He observed the screens, noting Aizawa's swift movement through the air and feeling a sense of unease. Ida took charge, calling for everyone to follow him in an orderly manner. Although he was uncertain about the situation, he knew he had to follow the teacher's orders without hesitation. Just before Midoriya joined the class, he noticed something flickering on the screen. Something was following Aizawa. It was quick and barely visible, but when it appeared again, Midoriya's breath caught in his throat. He had a strong suspicion about what it was, and he realized it was something Aizawa could not handle alone. Without a moment's delay, Midoriya dashed into the arena, determined to reach Aizawa before it was too late. Bakugo, unwilling to let Midoriya get ahead of him, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Komi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She could no longer see Shoto, and the others were mocking her and Shoji for reasons she couldn't understand. Driven by a fierce longing to protect her brother, she strained against the confines of her surroundings, feeling her muscles ache as she pushed herself to escape. Panic coursed through her veins, a poison that made her feel both alive and numb. Every instinct told her to move, yet she felt paralyzed. Memories of her past, particularly those involving her father, flooded her mind, leaving her grappling with fear and anger. Komi was caught in a storm of emotions, torn between the need to act and the weight of her own hesitation. She had to get out and help Shoto, and the thought of being trapped only fueled her determination to break free. In a house filled with anger and noise, Komi often felt like a ghost. However, she could no longer afford to remain invisible in that chaotic environment. She had to confront the anger head-on, embodying both the fury and the space around her. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her quirk, which granted her additional limbs, a feature she had always found unsettling. It made her feel less human, more like a creature out of the ordinary, something she wished she could escape. But at that moment, she had lost the will to care about appearances or societal norms. Komi embraced the ugly, the weird, and the strange aspects of herself. She was both human and something beyond that. Fueled by her anger, she decided to make it known. The first man she encountered was Obe. With a swift punch, she sent him crashing into the wall, likely causing him a few broken ribs. Obe had expressed his reluctance to be there, and in light of that, Komi chose to deal with him quickly, wanting to end the confrontation swiftly. For the other three men who stood nearby, she held nothing back. Although she was not legally permitted to use her quirk against them, there was a gray area in her situation. Her quirk granted her inhuman strength, and even without it, she was still a formidable opponent. After striking Obe, she moved on to the next man. One of them fled, while the third hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, that man also decided to run, but Komi did not pursue him. She was confident they would be caught. Instead, she made her way to the alley where the man had taken Shoto. She was relieved that she hadn't wasted any time. The man was just finishing the degrading act of removing Shoto's belt. Hatred surged within Komi, igniting her blood and sending a shiver down her spine. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a trashcan lid and hurled it at the man, striking him squarely in the face. As he clutched his now broken and bleeding nose, he muttered something, likely an insult, and spat at her. But Komi was unfazed. She had no interest in his words or intentions. Her focus was solely on the situation at hand. Suddenly, without warning, she was yanked from her position, pulled away from the safety she had hoped to provide for Shoto. In an instant, she found herself in a different place, confronted by several unfamiliar figures. One woman loomed over her, her eyes large and metallic, resembling those of a fly. The woman proclaimed that she had found Komi, calling her a bug. Confusion washed over Komi as she tried to comprehend what had just transpired. She had teeth resembling tusks, the body of a contortionist, and 4 arms. Komi recognized the voice calling her name. It belonged to a woman who stood over her, pinning her to the ground. Despite the danger posed by this frighteningly strong woman, who seemed to be using an insult, Komi felt no chill creeping down her spine. Although the force that had knocked her down had likely caused her to bleed, she remained oddly calm. As Komi's gaze shifted momentarily from the woman, she noticed 2 figures in the distance, Midoriya and Bakugo. The green light emanating from Midoriya's quirk was unmistakable, and she could almost hear the explosions from Bakugo. However, when her attention returned to the woman, she was struck by a peculiar detail. The woman's brain was exposed, much like a Nomu. A voice from an alleyway shouted in frustration, urging the Nomu to fight and kill. The man who had been captured was tightly bound in Aizawa's scarf but continued to squirm, attempting to free himself. The woman, seemingly confused, questioned whether Komi was a bug, her voice sounding as if it were composed of 4 different tones. Suddenly, her joints twitched, and Komi watched in disbelief as various small insects emerged from her back. Rather than feeling disgusted or horrified, Komi found herself feeling slightly offended. Did this Nomu truly mistake her for a bug simply based on her appearance? Was it reasonable to feel insulted by such a misunderstanding? Aizawa shouted for Komi to move as he yanked his capture weapon towards him, knocking the man he had caught unconscious. Komi tried to respond. She jolted, twisted, and shoved, but her efforts were in vain. The Nomu possessed incredible strength, rendering her immobile. Chapter End. The day's exercise was straightforward, as Aizawa explained to the class. They needed to listen closely. It would be a rescue mission, where each team would compete to save a live person. This was a significant step up from rescuing a dummy, and their performance would be evaluated. Aizawa would randomly select names to determine who would be the live rescues and the competing groups. Komi felt as though the universe had conspired against her when her name was drawn for the first round. Her rescuers would be Kirishima, Tokoyami, Uraraka, Siro, Jiro, and Oyama. Although it was a strong team, she had little time to interact with them before the robot whisked her away to her hiding spot. Komi's character was that of a middle-aged woman with 2 broken legs. The additional details the robot provided, such as her fondness for playing chess on Tuesdays, seemed irrelevant. As she settled into her hiding place, she found herself waiting in boredom for someone to come to her aid. The experience of being a person in distress was far from thrilling. To pass the time, she began blowing spit bubbles and making popping noises. When Tokoyami arrived, he expressed concern about her broken legs, while Dark Shadow, his quirk, moved some debris aside. Komi felt embarrassed as she shrugged and explained that it was what the robot had said. The robot continued to provide unnecessary details about her character, which Tokoyami chose to ignore. He approached Komi and effortlessly lifted her in a manner reminiscent of carrying a bride down the aisle. Surprised, Komi faltered for a moment, not expecting such an action. Tokoyami cautioned her to remain still, adding a playful tone as he addressed her as a civilian. He then instructed Dark Shadow to take them away. In an unexpected turn, Dark Shadow enveloped Tokoyami and propelled them into the air, leaving Komi clinging to him in shock. She quickly released her grip, not wanting to cause him any trouble. With a wide smile, she asked him to promise not to drop her, glancing down at the considerable distance to the ground. Tokoyami assured her that only a fool would drop someone like her, his tone a mix of bitterness and determination. His words silenced Komi, who turned to observe him, unsure of how to respond to his hero-like demeanor. Once they reached the ground and arrived at the makeshift rescue point, the buzzer sounded, indicating Tokoyami's victory in round 2. Midoriya had won the first round, narrowly beating Mina. Komi was now part of round 3, this time as a hero alongside Momo, Denki, Tsu, Koda, and Shoji, with Shoto playing the role of the helpless victim. Little did Komi know how much of a victim Shoto would become during the lesson. Komi found herself in a surreal situation, watching herself cry as a baby. Everything felt bright and hot yet strangely cold. She saw her infant self, complete with rich black hair and tears streaming down her face. Confused, she realized she had no physical body. She could only observe. The experience was disorienting, and she felt detached from her emotions. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, questioning her existence. The realization struck her hard. She was not dead, despite the chaos of her thoughts. The voice was mocking, and she felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. As she continued to watch her baby self, she felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was both familiar and foreign, a reminder of her past that she could not escape. The experience left her pondering the nature of her existence and the strange circumstances surrounding her current reality. Komi felt a firm grip on her upper arm, pulling her away with urgency. The person seemed to be wearing leather, and a sweet scent filled the air, reminiscent of caramel. Confusion clouded her mind as she tried to comprehend the situation. Bakugo, visibly frustrated, released her arm and demanded to know what was happening. Komi blinked rapidly, her gaze shifting back to the Nomu. Each time it touched her, it felt as if her memories were slipping away. She warned Bakugo that the Nomu possessed a stun quirk and urged him to avoid contact. Despite Bakugo's insistence on understanding the nature of the quirk, Komi focused on her own survival, using his arm to pull herself up. Her thoughts raced with concern for Shoto. She needed to know if he was injured. The disorienting voices around her only heightened her anxiety, making her feel as if she were teetering on the edge of a crumbling cliff. Komi's heart sank as she realized she didn't know where Shoto was. She felt a deep fear for her brother, who had always been her anchor in life. He had been there for her since her earliest memories, a strong and determined presence. The thought of him suffering at the hands of their father's ambitions filled her with dread. As she searched desperately, relief washed over her when she spotted Shoto lying on the ground in an alleyway. However, her relief quickly turned to concern as she noticed the blood trickling from his forehead. She approached him, calling out to check if he was conscious, but received no response. Frantically, Komi scanned the area for help and her eyes lit up when she spotted a medic robot nearby. She called out to it, pleading for assistance. The robot hesitated, seemingly fearful, but eventually approached to assess Shoto's condition. After a brief analysis, it instructed Komi to help lift Shoto onto a hospital bed that emerged from its back. Komi complied, feeling a sense of urgency as she guided the robot to take her brother away for treatment. With Shoto in better hands, she turned her attention to the Nomu, which had reappeared, seemingly intent on confronting her again. The Nomu knocked her to the ground, its cold hands gripping her face as it stared into her eyes with an unsettling excitement. It referred to her as a bug, which deeply offended Komi. She felt compelled to assert herself, but the Nomu's anger at her response caused it to release her and bounce away. Quickly recovering, Komi watched in confusion as the Nomu continued its chaotic escape. She caught Midoriya's gaze, who had witnessed the encounter. He questioned whether the creature could talk, and Komi confirmed that it could, leaving her puzzled about its intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Midoriya, seeking reassurance about her appearance. She asked if she looked like a bug, prompting a bewildered reaction from him. Bakugo, overhearing, dismissed her concerns, stating that if she wasn't a bug, then she simply wasn't one. Midoriya chuckled softly, noting that Bakugo's comment was likely one of the nicer things he had ever said. Komi reflected on their long history, understanding the bond they shared. Eventually, the police arrived, followed by ambulances that were fortunately not needed. Shoto's condition was stable, but he had suffered a mild concussion and was taken to the hospital for monitoring. Komi insisted on accompanying him. While at the hospital, Komi remembered that Shoto had a phone, a gift from Endeavour. She knew the password without him needing to tell her. It was Soba. She called Endeavour, but he didn't answer at first. Moments later, the phone rang again, and Komi picked up, preparing to deliver the difficult news about Shoto's condition. Komi had just received a call from Endeavour, who was clearly concerned about Shoto. She quickly reassured him that Shoto was okay, wanting to avoid any conversation about the favoritism he showed towards his son. Shoto was Endeavour's biological child, and Komi understood the dynamics of their relationship all too well. Endeavour paused for a moment before instructing someone to leave the room. His voice was tense as he inquired about the situation. Komi felt a lump in her throat and her eyes began to sting, despite the fact that she was merely recounting the events of the day. It shouldn't have been such a big deal, yet it weighed heavily on her. Instead of focusing on Shoto, who lay in a hospital bed, Komi walked over to the window. The perks of Shoto's popularity meant he had a room to himself, which she found somewhat enviable. She reflected on the incident that had brought them to this point, fixating on the memory of the villain who had attacked Shoto. The thought of that man, who had dared to harm him, filled her with anger. She couldn't shake the fear of what could have happened if she had arrived even a moment later or not at all. Endeavour's voice broke through her thoughts, asking where she was. Komi replied that she was at the hospital, explaining that Shoto was simply sleeping. She fought back tears as she gazed outside, trying to find solace in the bright sun and the laughter of children playing with their parents below. She wished to believe that everything would eventually be all right. As silence enveloped the conversation, Komi's voice trembled as she expressed her sorrow. The weight of her emotions became almost unbearable, and she struggled to breathe as she repeated her apology, feeling the gravity of the situation pressing down on her. Komi felt as if she were experiencing the world anew, as if a weight had been lifted yet still lingered in the air. To her left stood Bakugo, Aizawa, and Midoriya, in that order, all gazing at her expectantly. Confusion clouded her mind. She could not recall how she had ended up standing upright, distanced from the Nomu that seemed to be in a state of frenzy. Aizawa inquired about her well-being, repeating the question that had likely been asked before. After a moment of self-assessment, Komi confirmed that she was indeed unharmed. Midoriya, lost in thought, expressed his astonishment at the unusual appearance of the Nomu, though his words were barely audible. Aizawa warned them to maintain their distance, reminding them of his earlier instructions to stay away. Midoriya flinched at the reprimand, while Bakugo emitted a low growl, his frustration palpable. Komi, however, was more concerned about another matter entirely. She sought out Shoto, moving past her companions to reach Midoriya, asking about his safety. Midoriya glanced behind her, unable to provide an answer. Understanding his silence, Komi released his shoulder and hurried toward the alleyway where she last remembered Shoto being. She felt an urgency to retrace her steps, hoping to find him safe. Suddenly, a warning call echoed through the air, causing her to WP around just in time to sense the impending danger from the Nomu, which was advancing toward her once more. Meanwhile, Endeavour arrived at the hospital, his footsteps echoing through the halls, loud enough for Komi to hear from 2 floors down. When he burst into the room, Komi remained composed, seated beside Shoto, who was now awake. Despite the bandage on his head and the 4 monitoring him, he appeared relatively well. Endeavor's gaze fell upon his son, and Shoto questioned his presence, casting a wary look at Komi. The tension in the room was palpable. Shoto had never had a fondness for his father, and that sentiment was clear. Komi felt a deep frown settle on her face, burdened by multiple emotions. She empathized with Shoto's resentment towards Endeavour, yet she recognized the effort Endeavour had made to be there for his son, traveling all the way to Mufasta. Komi felt exhausted, weary of the facade she maintained daily, pretending that everything was fine when it often was not. She was tired of the repetitive cycle of life that seemed unchangeable despite her efforts. The weight of her loneliness pressed heavily on her, making her feel out of place in the Todoroki household, at UA, and in society at large. She longed for a sense of belonging, for a home that had always felt elusive. Deep down, Komi was frightened by the prospect of change, yet equally terrified of remaining stagnant. Her anger, once a surface emotion, had begun to intertwine with her very being, growing deeper and more complex. It manifested in her thoughts and actions, a simmering rage that threatened to erupt. She had tried to fit in, to change her circumstances, but the world around her remained unchanged, indifferent to her struggles. Her past haunted her, filled with memories of rejection and fear. She had felt unwanted, her quirk valued more than her personhood. The fear that had once gripped her siblings had taken time to dissolve, and the tragedy of loss had only intensified her feelings of isolation. Komi had fought against her solitude, but it felt as if she were destined to remain alone, a curse that she could not escape. Yet, despite the overwhelming darkness, a flicker of resolve began to stir within her. She would not succumb to despair. She would find a way to carve her own path, to seek out the connections she so desperately desired, and to redefine what home truly meant. Shoto was just Shoto, and Komi would rather endure anything than ask Endeavour for help. After Aizawa left the class with a reminder that there was less than a week until the exams, the atmosphere shifted to one of worry, concern, and a bit of rage, especially with Bakugo in the room. Kirishima made a light-hearted comment about studying with Momo, who was excitedly organizing a study session with some classmates. Bakugo, however, reacted with his usual anger, questioning Kirishima's confidence in his knowledge and suggesting he might resort to violence to prove a point. Kirishima felt the pressure of Bakugo's intensity but remained optimistic. Komi, sitting nearby, found herself increasingly annoyed by Bakugo's loudness and aggression. She tried to ignore him, reminding herself that his behavior was not her concern. As long as it didn't affect her, she could overlook it. Lunchtime arrived, and Komi was determined to enjoy her meal, feeling quite hungry. She managed to open the classroom door without incident and headed toward the cafeteria. As she approached Shoto, who was already seated and eating, she noted how he always seemed to arrive at their usual spot before her. She made a mental note to ask him if he had some sort of teleportation quirk. However, before she could voice her curiosity, she noticed Shoto observing her intently, his gaze making her slightly uncomfortable. She raised her eyebrows, unsure of what to make of his scrutiny. Shoto commented on her height, noting that she seemed taller. Komi, surprised, looked down at her feet, trying to gauge the difference. She joked internally that she might soon surpass him in height. Just then, Midoriya and Ida approached, having recently become friends with Shoto. Komi often joined them, adding her presence to their group dynamic. Ida remarked that most of the class was taller than Shoto, which made Komi smirk. She quickly suppressed her smile, realizing that Ida had been making her feel too cheerful lately. To distract herself, she focused on Shoto's scar, a reminder of the seriousness of their lives as aspiring heroes. As Komi dug into her lunch, she relished the gourmet food that came with being part of the prestigious UA Academy. She was enjoying her meal when she suddenly felt a cold sensation on her neck, which startled her. She paused, trying to assess the situation, when a blonde boy accidentally bumped into Midoriya, interrupting his thoughts. The boy introduced himself as Monama from Class 1B and began to speak about the recent encounter with the hero killer, making a scene that caught everyone's attention. Komi glanced around the table, bewildered by Monama's brashness. He continued to rant about Class 1A, claiming they were only in the spotlight because of their misadventures rather than their heroics. His words felt like bullying, and Komi was taken aback by the audacity of his comments. Just as Monama was getting carried away, a ginger-haired girl named Kendo intervened, taking control of the situation by grabbing Monama's tray of food and pulling him back to reality. Kendo apologized for Monama's behavior and mentioned overhearing their conversation about the practical exam. She explained that she had learned about the exam format from an upperclassman, which sparked a debate among the group. Midoriya, always eager to analyze, argued that gathering information was part of the challenge and that he should have sought out an upperclassman for advice. Monama, still frustrated, lamented that Kendo had revealed their strategic advantage, which could jeopardize their chances against Class 1A. Komi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the unfolding drama. As lunch continued, she felt a mix of amusement and concern for the chaos that surrounded her. The excitement about the upcoming practical exam filled the air, and her classmates celebrated the opportunity to showcase their quirks, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. However, the reason that Komi was not free from today's torment was Bakugo, the egotistical loud blonde who questioned the excitement of his classmates over the upcoming event. He expressed his frustration with their enthusiasm, insisting that whether they were dealing with robots or actual people, it should not matter. Denki, trying to defend himself and the pink-haired girl beside him, reacted to Bakugo's taunts, but Bakugo quickly silenced him, demanding that they learn to control their quirks. Komi found Bakugo's approach to self-improvement peculiar, yet she acknowledged that he was skilled in combat and using his quirk. It irritated her that he excelled in learning, especially since he often seemed incapable of being level-headed and rational, a quality that their homeroom teacher valued highly. Bakugo then declared that he would not accept another lackluster victory like the one at the sports festival. He emphasized that they would receive individual scores in the upcoming finals, which would establish their rankings. He pointed at Midoriya, asserting that he would demonstrate just how much better he was. As Bakugo continued to rant, he turned his attention to Todoroki, threatening him as well. He stormed out of the classroom but paused at Komi's desk, raising her papers above his head. Komi stood up, attempting to retrieve them, but Bakugo held them out of reach. Rather than react impulsively, she maintained a firm demeanor, refusing to jump around like an idiot for his amusement. Bakugo scoffed at her, belittling her intelligence and suggesting that she was incapable of solving even a simple math problem. Komi, feeling insulted but determined to remain calm, requested her papers back. Bakugo dismissed her, making a derogatory comment about her brother and implying that she would apologize to robots if they were to fight them. Komi insisted on getting her belongings back, and in a surprising move, Bakugo released the papers, allowing them to float to the ground. She picked up the ones that were closest to her, while Bakugo watched, seemingly expecting a reaction from her. Instead, she focused on gathering her papers, ignoring him as he scoffed and left the classroom with a loud slam of the door. Once she had collected her papers, Komi hurried out of the classroom, trying to ignore Midoriya's call as she left. She confronted Bakugo in the hallway, questioning his behavior. He glared at her, and she pointed out how he often blamed Midoriya for everything and showed anger towards others for having hope. She demanded to know why he had to throw her belongings around. Bakugo retorted that his actions had nothing to do with her, urging her to leave him alone. Frustrated, Komi called after him, asking if he even knew her real name. Unbeknownst to them, Mr. Aizawa had been listening from behind a wall, observing the exchange with a clipboard in hand. The 3 days of written exams eventually arrived, and each one included math problems. Komi remained persistent, tackling the questions she knew first before returning to the more challenging ones. She was relieved that the easier whisker graphs were among the first questions, allowing her to gain confidence. As she worked through the problems, she encountered a simple algebra question that momentarily stumped her. She had to remind herself of the basics, breaking down the equation step by step until she arrived at the correct answer. With each subsequent question, she managed to answer them all, but as she reached the probability section, she felt overwhelmed, tears threatening to spill. Finally, she found herself on the last question of the exam, with only 5 minutes remaining. Determined to finish, she focused intently on the final problem, feeling the pressure of time bearing down on her. In her mind, she recalled a song from Hamilton, reflecting on the urgency of writing as if time were running out. As her thoughts drifted, she realized just how much the stress of the exams was affecting her, but she pushed through, determined to complete her work. That night, Komi had a dream that began sweetly. She found herself following a woman through her daily life, observing her as she woke up and started her day with 2 cups of coffee. Komi watched as the woman bought appealing flowers for herself at a flower shop and later entered a fancy store to purchase a flattering dress. As the sun began to set, the woman donned the dress and met up with a man. The man was inconsequential. What mattered was the happiness radiating from the woman. She was living her best life, despite the 2 fangs visible in her mouth. This woman was not Komi, yet she bore striking similarities: great big green eyes like Komi's, jet black hair that shone in the light, and delicate threads of silk emerging from her fingertips, reminiscent of the webs Komi could weave. The woman was tall, just like Komi. Komi recognized this woman but felt a disconnect. The woman in her dream was her mother, someone she had never truly known. In that fleeting moment, Komi envisioned her mother experiencing what could be the love of her life, free from the burdens of motherhood. Although this was the only time Komi had seen her, she sensed it was the happiest moment of her mother's life. In another reality, perhaps her mother could have found joy, living an appealing life filled with love and laughter, sipping champagne with someone she adored, untouched by hardship. But that was not the world Komi inhabited. Her reality was filled with darkness, occurring every day, every hour, every minute. Komi felt powerless to change it all. Despite her dedication, she found herself met with resistance at every turn. Each cry for help was met with silence, and every shout was swallowed by the stillness around her. Komi had not yet resorted to violence. She believed herself to be a good person, someone who would never strike out of hatred or anger. That was not who she was. Yet, the frustration simmered within her. As she reviewed her notes from the classes she attended that year, Komi felt she was doing fairly well overall. Her English had become nearly fluent, and traditional Japanese was easy to grasp, thanks to the elderly caretakers in the Todoroki household. Other subjects were manageable, except for math. Every day, Komi struggled to keep up in math class. It felt like a battle, one she was losing. She despised the subject, and it seemed to return the sentiment. Her consistent struggles in math were the sole reason she was not at the top of her class, earning only mediocre grades. During midterms, she found herself stuck in 7th place, having left half the page blank and barely answering half of the questions correctly. She had sought help from Fuyumi, but her expertise lay in teaching younger students. Natsuo was busy with college, and Shoto, well, he had his own way of explaining things. As Komi stared at her math paper, she tried to focus. The equation before her seemed daunting, but she was determined to solve it. She began with the first part of the question, calculating 3 times y, which gave her 3y. Adding the positive 6 resulted in 3y plus 6 plus y. Next, she combined the y with 3y, resulting in 4y. She knew she needed to isolate the variable, so she turned her attention to the equation 4y plus 6. Ignoring the 4y for the moment, she subtracted 6 from both sides, simplifying the equation to 4y. Komi almost faltered, nearly forgetting that the negative sign indicated she needed to move backward. She divided both sides by 4, finally arriving at the solution, y. As the teacher announced the end of the test, Komi double-checked her paper to ensure she hadn't overlooked anything. Satisfied that there was no back page left blank, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Now, she could focus on the next challenge ahead. Komi had overheard numerous conversations in the cafeteria about the final exams, which were rumored to resemble the entrance exam. Although she had taken a different exam, she knew that the entrance exam for her classmates involved battling robots, similar to those encountered during the sports festival. She had prepared herself to face these mechanical opponents, confident that she could dismantle them with ease, costing UA a significant amount of money. However, the reality was different. Aizawa, the teacher, informed the students that they would be fighting against their instructors instead. He gestured toward the group of teachers assembled on the grounds. Komi felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that All Might was not among them, as facing him would have been a daunting challenge. Aizawa emphasized the importance of simulating real combat scenarios, stating that the students would be pairing up to fight one of the teachers. He explained that due to an uneven number of students in the class, one fight would involve 3 students against 1 teacher. The pairings had already been determined based on various factors, including fighting styles, grades, and interpersonal relationships. Komi's mind raced as she considered her pairing with Shoto Todoroki. They had always performed well together, their years of training allowing them to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses perfectly. Their synergy was undeniable, and it was clear that their success was not merely a matter of luck. As Aizawa announced the first team, consisting of Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Komi's suspicions were confirmed. They would be facing Aizawa in their exam. Komi felt a mix of gratitude and apprehension. Aizawa was known for his ruthless approach, and she could easily imagine him using extreme measures during the final exam. For the team of 3, Aizawa had chosen Midoriya, Bakugo, and Shizuki. Komi felt a sinking feeling at the mention of Bakugo. He was known for his aggressive demeanor and lack of cooperation, which made her question their chances of success. Midoriya was more agreeable, but the thought of teaming up with Bakugo was daunting. As the announcement continued, Komi realized the gravity of the situation. They would be fighting All Might, the #1 hero. The weight of this realization settled heavily on her. While she had her own reservations about Bakugo, she knew that Midoriya idolized All Might, which could hinder their performance. Bakugo, on the other hand, might approach the fight with reckless ambition. Aizawa explained his reasoning for the pairings, noting that Midoriya and Bakugo had a tumultuous relationship that needed to be addressed. He believed that the stress of the exam would push Shizuki to grow and develop her skills. Present Mike interjected, suggesting that Shizuki's presence might complicate matters further, but Aizawa remained confident in his decision. The plan was set, and Komi felt a mix of anxiety and determination. She was aware of the challenges ahead, but she also recognized the opportunity for growth that lay within this exam. With her teammates, she would face the formidable All Might, and together, they would navigate the trials that awaited them. Bakugo did not make an appearance until just before the exam was set to begin. He seemed lost in thought, completely unaware of the time until the buzzers signaled the start. During her time with Midoriya, Komi observed the fights alongside the other teachers, attempting to devise a reasonable plan with him. Midoriya believed that running away was the best option, a suggestion that elicited mixed feelings in Komi. She found herself both frustrated and intrigued by the idea. Aizawa had previously mentioned that the teachers would face some additional challenges during the exam as they were seasoned professionals, while the students were still learning the ropes. To level the playing field, the teachers were burdened with extra weight, represented by bright yellow bracelets. Komi had a fondness for the color yellow, though she secretly preferred purple. The teacher's added weight was unlikely to hinder All Might, who had once lifted multiple individuals during a crisis with ease. Given this, sprinting across the arena seemed like the most logical strategy. However, Komi was not inclined to run away from her problems. She wanted to confront them head-on, especially since this was her final exam. Running felt like taking the easy way out, and that did not sit well with her. While many of her classmates had fought bravely, some winning and others losing, Komi felt she could also succeed. She was just as human as the rest of them, and if they could win, so could she. Deep down, she understood that there was no way she could knock out All Might with a single punch, or even 1,000. Ultimately, she would need to reach the other side of the arena, but she was determined to try. She wanted to embrace the challenge rather than live with the regret of never having attempted it. As she stood between Midoriya and Bakugo, their contrasting hair colors swaying in the gentle breeze, Komi reflected on her feelings about Bakugo. Being near him reminded her of how he had affected her hair, a grievance she still held. Her hair had always grown quickly, now skimming past her shoulders, and she hoped it would be even longer by the end of the year. Although she had considered hair growth products, most were ineffective, and she was saving her money for a phone instead. Komi had grown accustomed to her hair, which had helped boost her confidence. It forced her face into view rather than allowing it to fall in front of her. She had come to appreciate her features, especially her nose, which she loved for its unique shape. It made her happy, and she often admired it in the mirror, turning her head to appreciate the little bump she cherished. Suddenly, the buzzer sounded, pulling her thoughts away from her self-reflection and back to the daunting task ahead. She had to find a way to defeat All Might alongside Midoriya, who seemed to know every detail about the hero, and Bakugo, who idolized him. The day had taken an unexpected turn. The combination of Bakugo, Midoriya, and Komi on the same team felt like a recipe for disaster. It was clear that Midoriya and Bakugo struggled to work together, which made the situation even more challenging. Bakugo wanted to take charge, determined to shine, while Midoriya lacked the confidence to assert himself, especially in Bakugo's presence. Their dynamic was complicated. Despite their familiarity, Bakugo often bullied Midoriya, which frustrated Komi. Whenever Midoriya proposed a plan, Bakugo would dismiss it angrily, and when Bakugo suggested an idea, Midoriya would hesitate, leading to further conflict. Komi found herself caught in the middle, trying to prevent them from clashing and risking disqualification. Every time Midoriya attempted to explain his plan, Bakugo would walk away in frustration, leaving Komi to manage the escalating tension. It was a frustrating situation, especially since they were all trying to pass an important exam. Bakugo's attitude was particularly irksome to Komi. His earlier comments, like calling her charcoal hands, had left a mark, and while he had stopped, it was just one of many jabs that had built up over time. Komi felt increasingly irritated by Bakugo's behavior. It was not just his anger that bothered her but also the way he treated others, including his mother. His ego and relentless frustration were exhausting. In the midst of this chaos, Komi realized that Bakugo had a unique ability to get under her skin. His anger, his footsteps, and his very presence seemed to amplify her own frustrations. It was a day filled with challenges, and as they prepared for the exam, Komi knew she had to find a way to navigate the storm that was her team. He was allowed to be angry, and that anger frustrated Komi. She wondered why he couldn't just move past his feelings. This moment was not solely about him. It mattered to both Midoriya and Komi as well. He was acting as if the outcome would only affect him, as if he held the chains of leadership despite being so much like Bakugo. He demanded that they stop following him, treating Komi and Midoriya as if they were his loyal followers. But Komi was no longer that person. She had changed, she was evolving and no longer followed others like a lost dog. She had a voice, stood tall on her own 2 feet, and held her chin high. Yet, deep down, a powerful instinct urged her to run away. It was an instinct she needed to overcome. She could not call herself a hero if standing up for herself and others felt like an insurmountable challenge. But here was Bakugo, strutting around and hurling insults everywhere he went. That was his character, and while it was unkind, it was the truth. He seemed to get away with everything, and that was what angered Komi the most. He faced no consequences for his rudeness, while she was often judged harshly for her mistakes. He had once blown up her hair, and there had been no reprimand for him, no crowd booing him. Instead, she was told to be grateful. As she thought about it, her heart raced, and anger surged within her. It felt as if her fury was consuming her, growing larger than her own body. It was becoming a part of her, an overwhelming force that threatened to take over. But in that moment, when Bakugo swung his hand toward Midoriya's face, cutting the boy off, Komi acted instinctively. She slapped Bakugo and pushed him away from Midoriya, demanding to know what was wrong with him. Bakugo, momentarily stunned by her sudden assertiveness, insisted that Midoriya had needed it. Komi countered, asserting that he was the one who needed to change his behavior. They were about to face All Might, the #1 hero, and he needed to consider the gravity of that situation. Bakugo attempted to challenge her, but she pressed on, invading his personal space without hesitation. She pointed out that while he might be strong, he was foolish if he believed he could defeat All Might with minimal effort. Her anger was palpable, and she clenched her fists behind her back to hide their shaking, allowing her fierce expression to convey her determination. Komi was fed up with Bakugo's arrogance. She expressed her frustration, emphasizing that they were a team and needed to work together to succeed in this exam. She reminded him of the stakes, recalling how the principal had buried other students in a building during a previous exercise. She urged him to accept help, as they all needed it. Midoriya watched in awe as Komi stood up to Bakugo, who had fallen silent for once. Komi was done with Bakugo's facade of caring. He had shown concern when she had arrived with a black eye, but now he seemed consumed by his anger. She questioned whether his behavior stemmed from the pressure of the exam or something deeper. Komi shouted at Bakugo to grow up, gesturing wildly as she expressed her frustration. They were all in this exam together, and some of them genuinely wanted to pass. She demanded that he show empathy and recognize that he could not take charge alone. Bakugo, infuriated, tried to confront her, but she stood her ground, using her strength to keep him at bay. She questioned what he was truly angry about, challenging him to confront his emotions. In that moment, it was clear that Komi was no longer the quiet girl she once was. She was ready to stand up for herself and her friends, no matter the cost. Komi faced Bakugo with determination, presenting an ultimatum that caused his expression to shift from surprise to anger. He vehemently insisted that she had no idea what she was talking about, but Komi countered by expressing her frustration at his tendency to sulk and lash out at others. Despite her own raised voice, she felt it was the only way to communicate with him. Midoriya, sensing the escalating tension, urged them to calm down. He questioned Bakugo about his plan, to which Komi raised an eyebrow, crossing terms. She challenged Bakugo's approach, suggesting that he couldn't simply confront All Might recklessly. Bakugo, however, refused to share his strategy, which only fueled Komi's anger. She reminded him that they were a team and needed to discuss their tactics, but Bakugo was dismissive, declaring his intention to toy with All Might until the last moment before striking. Komi's frustration reached a peak as she warned him about the dangers ahead. Suddenly, an icy sensation ran down her neck, and she instinctively sensed impending danger. Both Midoriya and Bakugo recognized her awareness of threats and braced themselves. As chaos erupted, Komi quickly extended her arms, using her webs to pull both boys down to the ground just as a powerful gust of wind and debris swept toward them. Despite her efforts, Bakugo managed to slip away, and Midoriya was pulled along with Komi, leaving her webs torn from their costumes. The situation was dire, as they faced All Might, who had turned into a formidable villain. The students were up against a force they could hardly comprehend. All Might, now embodying a villainous persona, towered over them, exuding an intimidating presence. He warned them that viewing the encounter as a mere exam would lead to regret. Komi understood the weight of his words, knowing that this was not a fight for the faint-hearted. Originally, it was intended for Midoriya to wield Bakugo's powerful grenades, but the responsibility had shifted to Komi. Midoriya suggested that it would be wiser for her to maintain distance from All Might, acknowledging her exceptional reflexes and ability to hold him down, even if only for a moment. Komi, despite her reservations about Bakugo, recognized the validity of Midoriya's point. She recalled her struggles during a previous training exercise, where she had been unable to effectively use her webs. Handing the gauntlet to Midoriya, Komi felt a lingering unease, as if bile was stuck in her throat. She needed something to freshen her mouth, anything to alleviate the discomfort. Determined to proceed with their strategy, Komi found herself mediating between Bakugo and Midoriya, who both had strong personalities. She sensed the tension between them and aimed to bring some balance to their dynamic. All she wanted was to pass this exam, which, for some inexplicable reason, involved facing All Might, the legendary hero known for his unmatched strength and unwavering resolve. As she climbed the side of a building, Midoriya praised her agility, but Bakugo's impatience led to another confrontation. Once at the top, Komi spotted All Might in the distance, realizing she had no clear understanding of his quirk. No one seemed to have answers about its true nature, but it was evident that he possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of withstanding immense force. Komi signaled Bakugo to initiate their attack. As he charged forward, she prepared to jump from the building, aiming her webs at All Might's feet and torso, ready to execute their plan. Komi secured the webs tightly to the ground before quickly jumping in front of Midoriya and doing the same at all angles around him, just as he ripped the trigger from Bakugo's grenades. Once the plan was complete, it was time to move on to the next step: escape. Naturally, Komi ran without hesitation. The gate was in sight, and they needed at least two of them to make it out. As she sprinted, Komi called out to Midoriya, careful not to bite her tongue as she recalled the painful experience of doing so in the past. She asked him if he had really apologized while blowing up All Might. Midoriya pursed his lips, avoiding eye contact but maintaining a steady pace. He expressed that he didn't want All Might to think poorly of him. In their class, it was common for students to glance at each other when something was said, silently communicating their thoughts. Komi often did this with Shoto when he made a mistake, but now she had no one to look at, especially not Bakugo, whose ego she refused to validate. Instead, she focused on the invisible camera, imagining the scene unfolding. Midoriya pointed out that they were almost there, and Komi resisted the urge to remind him that she could see the gate just as well. They just needed to push a little further. The ground beneath her was dirt, surrounded by debris from the earlier chaos. All Might's punch had created a significant impact, stretching all the way to the middle of the grounds. Midoriya wondered aloud if they had actually knocked All Might out, and Komi laughed, initially thinking he was joking. However, she quickly realized he was serious in his belief that they had incapacitated the number one hero. It seemed unlikely, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Bakugo, ever the skeptic, growled at Midoriya, insisting that there was no way their attack had taken All Might down. He declared that when All Might caught up to them, he would be the one to blast him with his gauntlet. Komi felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the danger approaching, even though All Might was technically a hero. All Might casually destroyed Bakugo's gauntlets with a single punch, declaring that it was time for them to face their end. Komi felt a wave of fear wash over her at his words. If someone had told her that All Might would ever call her a hero before announcing her demise, she would have questioned their sanity. Bakugo was struck and sent crashing into a nearby building. Midoriya rushed to help him but was stopped by All Might, who grabbed both him and Komi, slamming them together. Bakugo quickly recovered and prepared to retaliate, but All Might used Midoriya and Komi as weapons against him, creating a chaotic scene. Komi felt her frustration grow as All Might held them captive, keeping Bakugo pinned to the ground. She was capable of taking a hit, but being slammed into Midoriya and then into Bakugo was painful. All Might acknowledged their reluctant cooperation, tightening his grip and forcing Bakugo to eat dirt. He proclaimed that their teamwork was insufficient and that cooperation was a prerequisite for passing the exam. Komi's determination surged. She refused to accept failure. Passing was her entire life. She was committed to improving, achieving more, and becoming the best version of herself. All Might's words felt like a challenge, and she was not about to back down. As All Might taunted Midoriya, throwing him to the ground, Komi realized that he was right about their strategy. However, she was not ready to concede defeat. All Might claimed they were helpless now that he had destroyed Bakugo's gauntlets, but Komi had no intention of giving up. In a moment of desperation, she shouted for him to be quiet, feeling the familiar cold sensation of impending danger. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted around them. Bakugo had unleashed his power, and in the chaos, Komi found herself freed from All Might's grip. For a brief moment, everything blurred together until the world came back into focus. Komi was ready to fight back, determined to make it through the gates or find a way to subdue the formidable hero before her. As Komi shook her head, she could still hear the explosions caused by Bakugo. Blinking to regain her focus, she scanned the area and noticed a clear spot next to Bakugo amidst the swirling dirt and dust. She swung down to that spot just in time to see Bakugo grab Midoriya and hurl him toward the gate while shouting a phrase that seemed to have become his signature. Bakugo growled, his demeanor shifting dangerously close to that of a wild animal. Instead of reprimanding him for his behavior, Komi noticed the tremors in his arms. Concerned, she pointed out his injuries, but he dismissed her worries, insisting he was fine and that it was just his quirk. He then forcefully urged her to run toward the gate, claiming he could hold off All Might. Komi hesitated, knowing that it would be more logical for her to stay and fight since she was less injured and more agile. However, convincing Bakugo of that would require time she did not have. Swallowing her pride, she sprinted toward the gate, where she saw Midoriya being slammed to the ground by All Might, who seemed to be enjoying the chaos of the training exercise. As Komi reached Midoriya, Bakugo unleashed another massive explosion aimed at All Might, reminiscent of the one he had used during the sports festival. But as he fell through the air, it was evident that he was in worse shape than before. With urgency, he called out for both Komi and Midoriya to hurry. Komi quickly lifted Midoriya off the ground and began to run, the gate within reach. She knew they had a good chance of making it if she could just get him through. Midoriya's back was curved from the impact, and it was clear he was injured. Glancing back, Komi saw that Bakugo was still fighting, but his movements were no longer flashy, they were desperate. Eventually, All Might appeared around the corner, grabbing Bakugo and slamming him into the ground. He expressed regret for Bakugo's suffering, lamenting the sacrifices he was making for the sake of a fight, which Komi found ironic given that it was part of a hero's job description. Komi paused, noticing that Midoriya was now on his feet, albeit unsteady as he watched the scene unfold. Bakugo, still determined, gripped All Might's hand and prepared to unleash another explosion, vowing to fight until there was nothing left of him. Feeling a surge of determination, Komi turned toward All Might, her body itching to move. Midoriya urged her to go help Bakugo, and without hesitation, she launched herself toward him. Although Bakugo was still pinned down, All Might turned to face Komi and Midoriya. Midoriya, ever the kind-hearted hero, pleaded with All Might to step aside. In a surprising turn, he managed to land a hit on All Might, creating an opening for Komi. Seizing the moment, she dashed forward, pulling Bakugo from the ground and using the wall of a nearby building to propel herself toward the exit. Over her shoulder, she noticed that Bakugo had likely lost consciousness, which relieved her. The announcement that Team Midoriya, Shizuki, and Bakugo had passed the exam sounded like music to her ears. Gently, she dropped Bakugo to the ground and collapsed beside him. Concerned, Midoriya rushed to her side, asking if she was okay. Komi shook her head, shielding her eyes from the sun and declaring that she would never team up with him and Bakugo again. Komi observed All Might, the man she had been conditioned to dislike, the individual her legal guardian had been striving to surpass for decades. He stood confidently, smiling as if for an imaginary camera, likely flexing his impressive muscles. Komi understood that such a physique could not be entirely natural. She pondered how she was supposed to defeat him. So consumed by her worries about the upcoming challenge, she failed to notice the rest of her class engaged in their own battles. When the groups broke into pairs to strategize their next moves, Komi was a few seconds late to join the discussion. As she turned to Midoriya, she saw Bakugo sulking away, grumbling to himself and storming off as if agitated by invisible insects. Komi was not surprised by Bakugo's behavior. Midoriya, looking sheepish, expressed his concern that Bakugo would not want to speak with him, taking the blame for the situation. Komi scoffed, redirecting her attention from Bakugo's sculpted back to Midoriya's innocent demeanor. She reassured him that Bakugo's tantrum was not his fault, as he was letting his emotions interfere with the critical planning required for their exam. Midoriya managed to suppress a small smile, noting that he had never heard Komi use the word dude before. Komi lingered behind while Bakugo and Midoriya were taken to the hospital. Bakugo had been treated and was recovering, while Midoriya was disoriented from medication and Recovery Girl's quirk. All Might remained in the room, keeping a watchful eye on them. Komi began packing her belongings and addressed All Might, asking if she could pose a question. All Might, adopting a teacher-like demeanor, encouraged her to ask. She inquired about the nature of his quirk, a question she had pondered for some time. Despite her suspicions, she was curious about his response. All Might, momentarily flustered, hesitated before claiming that his quirk was being the symbol of peace. He then suggested it might be time for her to head home, appearing unusually sweaty for someone who had just engaged in a vigorous battle. Komi, undeterred, continued to speculate about his abilities, suggesting he might possess enhanced TS-Darn. All Might's reaction was one of shock as he froze, seemingly overwhelmed by her bluntness. Later, Hagecure excitedly proposed that the class go shopping together, spinning around with enthusiasm. Kirishima chimed in, noting that they had never gone out as a class before. Denki added that it would be a perfect opportunity to gather supplies for their upcoming camp. There had been a last-minute twist regarding the camp. Everyone would attend, but those who failed would have to attend summer school during the camp. Midoriya approached Komi as she organized her belongings, asking if she and Todoroki would be participating. Todoroki explained that he would be visiting his mother on his day off, while Komi searched for Bakugo. When she spotted him passing by her desk, she called out to him, but he seemed to recoil as if she had revealed something shocking. When she inquired if he would be joining them, Bakugo vehemently declined, stepping away as if she had just confessed to a serious illness. Komi then turned to Midoriya, who was visibly shocked, and admitted that she might consider going after all. Komi did not end up going to the hospital as she had hoped. During training, Shoto had mentioned his plans to visit Rei, and Endeavour had overheard, deciding not to allow Komi to accompany them. He had a reputation for being overly cautious, but Komi was determined not to spend the entire day idly. If circumstances allowed, she would have liked to visit Shoto and see Rei, but the hospital staff had strict rules. Despite the paperwork that linked her to Rei, she was not considered a relative, and the disapproving glares directed at her physical quirk parts made her feel unwelcome. The receptionist, an elderly woman, did not appear to possess a quirk of her own. Most hospital staff and receptionists lacked quirks, or at least did not have ones that were particularly useful. Komi recalled reading about a unique individual in the news, a performer with a quirk that allowed him to heal cancer with each NTMT encounter. It was a bizarre quirk, and the way it was reported seemed surreal, but it was a reflection of the world they lived in. Unfortunately, many people without quirks harbored disdain for those with heteromorphic traits. There were still remote villages that ostracized individuals with physical quirks, and various groups, including cults and social media communities, perpetuated discrimination. Although progress was being made, it was not happening quickly enough. This injustice fueled Komi's resolve to become a hero. She was determined to make a difference. Despite her longing to see Rei, the hospital staff continued to deny her access. Shoto often returned from his visits with stories about how Rei inquired about Komi, which brought her to tears the first time she heard it. She had never imagined that Rei would remember her. Today, Komi found herself in front of the mirror, surrounded by letters that had arrived from various countries. She was intrigued by the mysterious messages and was trying to decipher their meanings. If she had a phone, she could have easily searched for information online, but instead, she found herself making frequent trips downstairs to the library to look for books. At least she was getting some exercise. It became clear to her that the first letter of each country spelled out a hidden message, one that felt incomplete. Whoever this mysterious is, they seemed to know her in some way. It could be a misguided admirer, someone with an unusual interest in heteromorphs, or even a member of one of the cults she had read about. The uncertainty gnawed at her, as she was desperate to uncover the identity of and the reason behind their longing to be found. Komi began to write down the names of the countries and cities from which the letters originated, forming a neat list. Uganda, Algeria, Mexico, Austria, Venezuela, Egypt, Nigeria, Oman, Malaysia, Wales, India, Nicaragua, Latvia, Mongolia, Argentina, Oman, and America. Notably, Oman appeared twice, which piqued her curiosity. The cities listed in Oman were Qasab and Sohar, and she wondered if the repetition held significance. As she continued her analysis, she noted the first letters of each city. They spelled out a sequence that seemed to form a coherent pattern. Komi's excitement grew as she pieced together the letters. Kampala from Uganda, Annaba from Algeria, Zamora from Mexico, and so on, until she had a rough draft of something that resembled a name. The letters formed a string, K-A-Z-I-G-G-O-S-I-H-Y-M-I-U-U-K-O. The presence of two O's stood out, with one from Nigeria and another from Orlando in America. The connections between the letters were elusive, but Komi felt she was on the brink of a revelation. In a moment of clarity, she realized that the letters could spell out a name. She quickly wrote down the letters that seemed to form words, crossing them off as she identified them. The letters K, A, Y, M, I, G, O, G, O, and others began to take shape. It dawned on her that the name Kuyami Gogo Shizuki was hidden within the letters. Initially, she had overlooked it, as she often associated herself with her chosen name, Komi. However, she could not deny that Kuyami was her Biarj name, a name she despised. This, knew her full name, including her middle name, Gogo, which even Endeavour had never acknowledged. The realization struck her with intensity. Had this mysterious stalker traveled to different countries at peculiar times just to spell out her official name? The implications were staggering, and Komi felt a mix of fear and intrigue as she contemplated the identity of and their intentions. Komi found herself in the kitchen, holding one of Endeavour's shoes, though she had no recollection of how she got there. Confused, she quickly opened the pantry, moved aside some boxes of food, and hid the shoe behind them. Once she completed this task, she surveyed her surroundings, trying to piece together the moments that had led her here. She had been in Endeavour's office, working on letters that formed her government name using city names. Yet now, her mind felt clouded, as if there was something significant she had forgotten. Searching for a clock to determine the time, Komi noticed that the clock above the fridge was stuck at 1:22, whether it was AM or PM was unclear. It had been like that for so long that she couldn't remember when it had last worked. She moved past the broken clock and entered a room at the end of the hall, a space she hadn't visited in ages. Once a bedroom shared by Natsuo and Tuya, it had transformed into a shrine in memory of Tuya. Inside the room stood a large grandfather clock, ticking steadily and indicating that it was 4:01 p.m. This revelation highlighted a half-hour gap in her memory. Komi's gaze shifted to the shrine, where a photo of Tuya captured him with dull eyes, still childlike, taken just weeks before his tragic death. The candles on the shrine were unlit, and the flowers in the vase had wilted, their vitality long gone. Determined to honor Tuya's memory, Komi removed the dead flowers and set them aside in a napkin. She reached into a cupboard for matches, lighting the candles and watching the smoke rise gently. Although she had limited interactions with Tuya, she remembered him vividly. His hair was a chaotic mix of red and white, embodying his messy nature. She recalled how he often spoke of the past, a time when Endeavour was different, more loving and present as a father rather than solely a pro-hero. Tuya had been angry much of the time, often dismissing Komi as just another girl in a family he deemed full of useless females. Despite the harshness of his words, Komi felt a strange sense of belonging, happy to be considered part of the family. To Tuya, Rei was merely a vessel for children, and Endeavor's expectations weighed heavily on her. Komi learned that Rei had suffered 2 miscarriages before finally having a child, but the details remained a mystery to her. Fuyumi, the youngest, had always sought the good in everything, which made her a wonderful elementary school teacher. She possessed remarkable patience, a stark contrast to Tuya's bitterness. To him, Komi was just another useless girl, but that was the kindest thing anyone had ever said to her. Others labeled her as a monster or a villain in the making, but to Tuya, she was simply deemed useless. In the months leading up to Tuya's death, he had become Komi's favorite. They had spoken only a handful of times, yet those moments had a profound impact on her. Strangely enough, he was the reason she first contemplated the idea of becoming a hero. She recalled a moment in the training room when Tuya had entered, commenting on her strength. At just 5 years old, Komi was cleaning up after a training session, while Tuya, around 10 or 11, stood before her, his hair shifting colors as he spoke. He had remarked that if he were as strong as she was, he might already be a pro-hero. Komi reflected on her thoughts regarding the concept of becoming a pro-hero, a dream overshadowed by Tuya's aspirations. Every day, Tuya sought validation from their father, Endeavour, trying to prove that he too could achieve greatness as a hero. He trained in secret, honing his quirk, which was the only legacy Endeavour had imparted to him. Tragically, Tuya's life was cut short in a forest fire ignited by his own quirk, leaving behind only remnants of what once was a charred jaw. His death was a consequence of both his quirk and Endeavour's neglect, and Komi found herself directing her anger toward Endeavour for the loss of her brother. Endeavour, consumed by his own failures, refused to confront the reality of his children who did not possess the quirk he desired. He relegated their care to Rei, the nanny, while focusing all his energy on Shoto, the child he deemed most important. Shoto was to be the perfect hero, the prodigy who would fulfill Endeavour's ambitions. Tuya often lamented that Endeavour showed little regard for him due to his lack of the desired quirk. Over time, Endeavour's obsession with surpassing all might only deepened, leading him to train Tuya despite the limitations of his abilities. Komi had hoped that Endeavour might return to the father he once was, but she had never truly known that version of him. Instead, she witnessed the intensity of his fire, the frustration in his eyes when she failed to meet his expectations, and the resentment he harbored toward her. It became clear to Komi that Endeavour was unlikely to change. In a moment of nostalgia, Komi recalled a time when she had knocked on the door of the room where Tuya was. Natsuo was busy playing with Fuyumi, leaving her to seek out her brother. Upon entering, she approached Tuya, who was taller than her by a head, though she was quickly catching up. She had a question she wanted to ask him, despite the bandage on her shoulder from an incident involving Shoto's ice quirk. Rei had helped patch her up, and Komi appreciated her kindness. Tuya was focused on his writing when she entered, and though she couldn't read yet, she didn't pry. He eventually paused and turned his attention to her, urging her to speak her mind. Komi hesitated, fiddling with her fingers, before asking if she could ever become a hero one day. Tuya, with a casual shrug, reassured her that if she wanted to be a hero, she could be. His tone shifted from anger to sincerity, and Komi cherished these moments when he was genuine. Surprised by his response, she looked up at him, her excitement evident. Encouraged by his words, she expressed her belief that he also had the potential to be a hero, noting his impressive quirk and his longing to pursue that path. Tuya considered her words, narrowing his eyes at her enthusiastic expression, which made her look somewhat foolish. Yet she remained undeterred, affirming her belief in him and his abilities. The young girl struggled to recall the conversation she had just had. A classmate had asked for her help with schoolwork, despite her own academic challenges. She often felt overwhelmed, especially when she thought about the hero school she had never attended, having passed away before she could even consider it. Her older brother, Endeavour, had always disapproved of using his quirk, but she couldn't remember the reasons behind his strictness. After a moment of reflection, she decided it was time to take a break from her studies. She headed upstairs to her room to pack for an upcoming camp. Endeavour had provided her with a suitcase, but she still needed to organize her belongings. With the Island Expo approaching, she also planned to use the suitcase for that trip. Endeavour had received invitations to the expo but was too busy to attend, leaving her and her brother Shoto to enjoy an all-expenses-paid adventure. It felt like the best thing that had ever happened to her. As she contemplated the exciting possibilities, her gaze fell upon a nearly full trash can in the corner of her room. With nothing else demanding her attention, she decided to take out the trash. She skipped down the stairs, careful to avoid muddying the floor, and slipped on some shoes before heading outside. The air was chilly, and she rubbed her arms for warmth as she made her way to the bins. After placing the trash inside and closing the lid gently, she turned to head back inside. However, she felt a sudden chill that made her uneasy. A hand suddenly covered her mouth, and she found herself face to face with a man whose eyes were a striking blue and red, reminiscent of a wild animal. Panic surged through her as she recognized him as Shigaraki, the notorious villain who had attacked the U.S. He informed her that he wasn't there to kill her, at least not unless she provoked him. His grip on her face was firm, and she felt a wave of fear wash over her. He had a simple question for her, but she was left in suspense, unsure of what he wanted to know. As she waited for him to elaborate, she felt the pressure of his fingers on her face lessen slightly. He seemed almost relieved by her lack of knowledge about whatever he was planning. She couldn't help but wonder what he thought she might know. When she inadvertently expressed surprise at his apology, she felt a surge of dread. Shigaraki's demeanor shifted, and he tightened his grip once more, warning her that he had eyes on her house. If she moved or followed him within 2 minutes, he threatened dire consequences for someone she cared about. The mention of Tur sent a wave of anxiety through her. It could be any girl from her class, a family member, or even a stranger. She felt paralyzed with fear but forced herself to remain still, counting the seconds in her head. After what felt like an eternity, she finally bolted inside, slipping off her shoes as she raced for the phone. In her panic, she blurted out an incoherent explanation to the emergency operator. It took several minutes for the police to arrive, and she learned that Shigaraki had not only been at her house but had also come from the mall where her classmates were gathered. The police informed her that Midoriya had encountered a similar situation, but they withheld details. Endeavour had been contacted but sent a subordinate in his place, citing important paperwork. She felt a growing sense of distrust toward him. In the aftermath of the encounter, she realized several alarming truths. Someone knew her full legal name, she had lost a significant chunk of time, Shigaraki was concerned that she might disrupt his plans, the League of Villains was active again, and being cold was now a trigger for her anxiety. Most troubling of all was Shigaraki's threat against someone she cared about, leaving her with a sense of dread about what might come next. Komi never really enjoyed the water. Her quirk did not work well with it, especially when it came to her webs. However, when her classmates decided to have some fun at the school pool, she felt compelled to join them. It was enjoyable to be surrounded by friends who appreciated her. Komi felt a warmth in her heart, realizing how foolish she had been to think that this group would ever dislike her for simply being herself. It was important to note that the entire class was present, with only the boys engaged in endurance practice before the upcoming camp. This meant that Komi arrived a few minutes late, as Shoto had decided to join her at the last minute. Despite her usual reservations about water, she found herself not minding it at all. This was not to say that she disliked water. In fact, she made a point to shower whenever she passed by Shoto after his training sessions, as he often had an unpleasant odor. As Komi observed her classmates, she noticed Mina shaking her head with a playful smile. Mina commented on the impressive physiques of the boys, and although Momo nudged her for being unladylike, Komi could see the blush on Momo's cheeks. It was true, the boys were quite impressive. Komi watched as Ida effortlessly picked up both Mineta and Denki, strutting back to the group with ease. She admired his strong back, feeling a twinge of envy for such a well-defined physique. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted her thoughts. Komi turned her head to see Bakugo yelling at Midoriya, with Kirishima holding him back. Her gaze was initially drawn to Kirishima's arms, but then it shifted to Bakugo. She found herself wondering why he had such a slim waist. Komi quickly realized she had been staring when she caught Shoto looking at her, trying to follow her gaze. Feeling flustered, she decided to ignore the boys for the rest of the time and focus on enjoying the day with her friends. Komi announced that Bakugo had lost, raising her hand to ensure everyone heard her. The boys were competing to see who could swim 50 meters the fastest, and Bakugo had decided to use his quirk to gain an advantage. Bakugo vehemently denied the accusation, insisting he had come in first, his anger visibly escalating around Komi. She simply shrugged, pointing out that he hadn't even touched the water. As Bakugo walked past her, he glanced at Komi and then at the pool. Komi's eyes widened as she tried to move out of the way, but it was too late. Bakugo grabbed her face and pushed her into the water, creating a large splash. When she resurfaced, she spat out the water and glared at him, splashing him in return. Ida approached, intending to reason with Bakugo, but Komi was already a step ahead. Using her webs, which were somewhat ineffective due to the water, she latched onto Bakugo's chest and pulled him into the pool, cutting off his surprised yelp. Ida's words faltered as he shifted his gaze between the water, Bakugo, and Komi. Komi swam to the side of the pool and hoisted herself out, declaring that Bakugo had started it. Bakugo resurfaced, his eyes blazing with anger, but he was momentarily distracted by Komi's appearance as she pulled herself out of the water. He scoffed and turned away, muttering under his breath. The day continued in a similar fashion, with Bakugo and Komi exchanging provocations and engaging in playful fights. This dynamic persisted throughout the challenge until Ida and Momo devised a plan to keep them separated. As the final round of the contest approached, Ida addressed Bakugo, Midoriya, and Todoroki, asking if they were ready. Bakugo growled at Shoto, demanding that he bring his best, determined not to have another lackluster victory like at the sports festival. Midoriya matched Bakugo's enthusiasm, promising to give it his all. On the poolside, Ida held a whistle in one hand and gestured with the other, signaling the start of the 50-meter freestyle final race. Komi cheered for Shoto and Midoriya, but her voice softened as she acknowledged Bakugo. As Ida counted down, Bakugo shot a glare at Komi, knowing he had to focus if he wanted to win. When the countdown reached 0, all the boys dove into the pool, creating a massive splash. Just then, Aizawa appeared, his eyes red and hair floating, using his quirk to nullify everyone's abilities. He informed the group that their authorized pool time was over, prompting Komi and Ida to straighten up. As Komi began to walk toward her bag, she noticed she was the only one still in the water, aside from Shoto, who was quickly drying off. Denki pleaded for just a moment more, but Komi furrowed her brows, recognizing Aizawa's authority. She complied, grabbing her towel and bag, and even picked up Shoto's bag along the way as they prepared to leave and head back to the Todoroki house. Despite the excitement of the moment and the fact that a well-known and highly sought-after villain had approached the Todoroki household, Komi was determined to enjoy her mini-vacation at the I-Island opening expo. With her wheeled suitcase in tow, she stood in awe of the airport, feeling as though she had stepped into a surreal world. The concept of air travel already seemed extraordinary, and the bustling airport, filled with millions of people, each with their own stories and experiences, fascinated her. The fashion at the airport was equally captivating. Travelers donned comfortable yet stylish outfits, prompting Komi to plan her own attire carefully. She had even convinced Shoto to join her in this fashion endeavor. Together, they strolled through the airport, showcasing their high-end looks, at least as high-end as Komi's wardrobe allowed. Shoto wore a fitted beige retro knitted shirt with short sleeves, paired with dark pin breaths and white joggers. Komi, on the other hand, had opted for a pair of Fuyumi's old loungewear, which unfortunately did not fit her well. She wore baby pink leggings with Ugg boots and fluffy white socks, complemented by a matching baby pink jacket over a white undershirt. Thanks to Endeavor's accumulated wealth, their first-class tickets had been generously covered, allowing them to enjoy the trip without financial worries. Shoto had been given a debit card, leaving Komi free to explore her options during their time on the island. As they traveled, Komi eagerly shared her newfound knowledge about I-Island with Shoto. She mentioned that the island was home to over 20,000 scientists, pointed out various attractions, and expressed her curiosity about the immigration center, wondering about her lack of records. She excitedly informed him that the island was mobile and boasted security comparable to Tartarus prison, with only a handful of crimes ever reported, mostly minor offenses. Upon their arrival at the island, Komi was so captivated by her surroundings that she lost track of time, spending 3 hours exploring with Shoto. Eventually, they made their way to their hotel room, where they dressed in their hero costumes, momentarily bickering over who would use the bathroom first. Once they were both ready, they ventured out into the streets, identifying heroes they recognized. As Komi walked, she took a moment to examine her hero costume. Compared to others, it felt dull and ill-suited for her quirk. Designed by Endeavour, it had been a point of contention at the time, but now she regretted not voicing her concerns. The costume felt increasingly tight, a clear indication that she was growing taller, as Shoto had pointed out. Despite her fondness for the outfit, she realized it was time for a new hero costume, something she would need to address in the future. While exploring the attractions, Shoto discovered a villain battle competition where participants could defeat old robots. He felt a surge of excitement and prepared himself for the challenge. Komi, eager to see her brother excel, informed him that the best time recorded was 19 seconds, a record that had stood for 2 years. Shoto nodded and stepped into the sunlight, while Komi watched from the sidelines, shielding her eyes from the bright rays. As Shoto effortlessly completed the challenge in 14 seconds, surpassing the best time by a significant margin, Komi couldn't help but cheer for him. She felt a sense of pride and joy, imagining that in another world, where Shoto was more in touch with his emotions, he might have felt embarrassed by her enthusiasm. Just then, Bakugo arrived, full of his usual fiery energy, and began shouting at Shoto. Komi felt her eye twitch at his presence, but she quickly jogged over to apologize to the event host. Shoto remained unfazed by Bakugo's outbursts, focusing instead on his friends, including Midoriya, who had also come to watch. Bakugo, frustrated by being ignored, continued to yell, prompting Komi to intervene and push him back slightly, using her strength to create some distance. She explained that they were there to represent someone who had been invited to the event. The event host, trying to maintain order, reminded everyone that the next participant was waiting. Komi nodded and attempted to guide Bakugo away, knowing that he would likely follow Shoto just to continue his tirade. Bakugo, however, was not easily deterred. He shouted at the host, insisting on going next, which only escalated the situation. Komi felt a wave of frustration wash over her, recalling her own experiences with all might during exams. Just then Ida rushed in, declaring that Yue's embarrassing secrets would be revealed, further adding to the chaos. As Bakugo struggled against Kirishima, who was trying to restrain him, Midoriya attempted to calm the situation, but it was clear that Bakugo was not in the mood to listen. With the eldest student throwing a tantrum, Komi decided it was best to step away from the commotion. She spotted Momo, Jiro, and Uraraka observing from above and made her way to join them, hoping to avoid the drama. Upon meeting the group, Komi learned that they were all invited to the same party that evening. After returning to the hotel, Shoto received a text from Ida providing details about the event. Thankfully, Komi had already prepared for the occasion. She had asked Fuyumi for a dress and was given a stunning red velvet gown that had once been worn to a graduation after-party. The dress fit perfectly, accentuating her figure, and she admired herself in the mirror, feeling a rush of excitement. As she admired the dress, Shoto knocked on the bathroom door, asking if she was ready. Komi, realizing she needed to hurry, informed him that she would be out shortly. After quickly freshening up, she rushed out, nearly forgetting her keys and to lock the door. She had a moment of panic about the shoes Ray had left behind before finally making her way to the party. The venue was filled with heroes and scientists, and Komi felt a bit overwhelmed. She decided to stick to the wall, holding a glass of wine she had been given but not planning to drink. Instead, she chose to observe the crowd, waiting for Shoto or one of her friends to arrive so she could join them and feel more at ease in the bustling atmosphere. All Might was present somewhere in the bustling crowd, easily noticeable due to his tall stature. Komi, feeling a sudden presence beside her, turned to find a striking woman with white hair, a tan complexion, and red eyes reminiscent of Bakugo. The woman had bunny-like ears and exuded an undeniable beauty that felt oddly familiar to Komi. The woman teased Komi about her apparent lack of enthusiasm for All Might, which startled Komi momentarily. She felt flustered, unsure of how to respond. The woman laughed and playfully nudged her, revealing that she had merely come over to see if Komi intended to drink the wine in her hand. Komi, still feeling a bit overwhelmed, handed over the glass without hesitation, admitting that she was still a student and unsure of what to do in the situation. The woman downed the last drop of wine and placed her hands on her hips, recognizing Komi as the Spider Girl from the UA Sports Festival and expressing her admiration for Komi's spirit. Overwhelmed by the compliment, Komi felt her cheeks flush as she looked down, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. The woman introduced herself as Mirko, proudly stating her rank as number 13 among heroes. Komi instinctively bowed deeper in respect, introducing herself as Komi Shizuki, a student at UA. Mirko, unfazed, gestured toward the food table and invited Komi to walk with her. Komi felt a rush of emotions, knowing who Mirko was and admiring her greatly. She was both thrilled and nervous, trying her best to maintain composure while listening intently to Mirko's small talk. As Mirko spoke, Komi found herself lost in admiration, momentarily forgetting her worries and focusing solely on not embarrassing herself in front of her idol. The atmosphere shifted when an older gentleman began speaking about the island, but Komi's attention was elsewhere, captivated by Mirko's presence in her elegant strapless black dress. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of a siren, accompanied by flashing red lights and gasps from the crowd. An announcement echoed through the venue, warning of an explosive device placed in the iExpo area. Komi's mind raced, wondering what trouble Bakugo had caused this time. The announcement declared that the island would enter high-security mode, urging residents and tourists to return to their homes or lodgings, with a warning that anyone remaining outside would be arrested. Komi set her glass down, feeling the weight of the situation. Surrounded by heroes and brilliant scientists, she realized the gravity of the threat they faced. Just then, a group of masked men burst through the doors, armed and ready to take control. Before Komi could react, Mirko grabbed her arm and pulled her under a table, shielding her with a long cloth. From her hidden vantage point, Komi watched in disbelief as the number one hero and others were restrained with blue tape. The masked leader, a man with ginger hair and a pistol, announced that everyone in the room was now hostages. Komi was stunned by the audacity of the situation, realizing they had taken an entire island of heroes and civilians captive. The leader approached All Might, firing a gun and causing panic to surge through Komi. She held her breath, fearing the worst, until she heard the man curse instead. He declared that everyone would learn to obey him, and his armed accomplices began to position themselves, aiming their weapons at innocent bystanders rather than heroes. Komi felt a mix of fear and determination as she listened to the leader's threats. The situation was dire, and she knew they had to find a way to escape this nightmare. Komi found herself in a tense situation, surrounded by chaos and uncertainty. Despite her discomfort, she was determined to remain composed, knowing that no one could dictate her actions. The closest person to offering guidance was Mr. Aizawa, but even he was merely advising her. The leader of the group overseeing the chaos walked past Komi's table, announcing that they were prepared to release her when the time came. A hero, desperate to intervene, shouted out in protest, but his defiance was swiftly silenced when he was struck and brought to the ground. The leader's commanding presence made it clear that he expected obedience. Komi struggled to suppress her urge to react impulsively, wanting to voice something immature just to defy him. The leader received a phone call and approached a middle-aged man who appeared to be a researcher. The man's balding head suggested he was well into his later years, and Komi could sense the tension in the air as the leader questioned him about his role. It was evident that the leader sought something illicit from the scientist. The researcher hesitated but ultimately confirmed his position. The leader's next command was chilling. He ordered the man to be taken away, leaving Komi bewildered by the abruptness of the situation. Just as she processed this, a voice rang out, demanding to know what the leader intended to do with the researcher. It was Mirko, who seemed to be protective of her assistant. Komi couldn't help but mutter her disapproval, realizing that Mirko was taking a significant risk. The leader recognized Mirko and insisted that she join them. When she questioned his authority, he ominously hinted that someone would scream if she refused. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Komi as she realized that time was running out. They were already 5 minutes into breaching the security of what was supposed to be the world's most secure prison, and 2 hostages were already in the leader's grasp. Komi's thoughts raced as she remembered her brother and classmates. Were they also being held hostage? She wished she had a way to warn them or alert the authorities about the crisis unfolding on the island. The leader's voice cut through her thoughts as he ordered the release of partitions on the 80th floor, confirming her worst fears about her classmates' location. Determined to act, Komi assessed her surroundings. The doors to the room were secured with a code she didn't know, and the villains had already rushed outside. The risk of being caught was high, and she felt the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Just as she prepared to make her move, Mirko called out her name, drawing the attention of the villains. Seizing the opportunity, Komi slipped out the door just as it closed behind her. She collided with the wall, the impact echoing through the corridor. Despite the noise, she was resolute in her mission. She chose to run in the opposite direction of the villains, opting for the stairs, knowing that the elevator would likely be out of service. Komi's goal was clear: reach the 80th floor. The emergency staircase was surprisingly accessible, allowing her to navigate through the building with relative ease. She encountered a few obstacles but pressed on, eventually arriving at a large area that resembled a plant factory, which had recently sustained damage. As she surveyed the scene, she spotted ice scattered across the ground, a sign of a recent battle. Komi recognized the familiar figures of her classmates, Shoto and Bakugo, amidst the debris. She leaped from the railing, using her quirk to land safely on the ground. The fight had just concluded, and the aftermath was a testament to their training efforts. Shoto appeared surprised to see her, unharmed and ready to assist. Bakugo, on the other hand, groaned loudly, clearly annoyed by her sudden appearance. Komi exchanged glances with him, both of them aware of their shared immaturity, yet it felt different this time. Kirishima joined the scene, his enthusiasm evident as he complimented Komi's appearance, noting how well red suited her. Komi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the unexpected praise. She managed a smile, though she tried to downplay her reaction, wanting to maintain her composure despite the chaos surrounding them. The bond with her classmates provided a sense of strength, and together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The situation took an unexpected turn as Komi's wide smile illuminated the room. Bakugo, frustrated, directed all attention back to himself, growling about how she had arrived. Komi's gaze shifted towards him, her eyes drawn to his bare arm, which gleamed under the room's lights. It was evident that his quirk had damaged the fabric of his suit, and she found herself staring, much to her dismay. Bakugo noticed her gaze, and a wave of panic washed over Komi. She would never allow him the satisfaction of boosting his ego. She pointed out that he owned a suit, prompting Bakugo to glance down at it, revealing that it had been given to him by a friend. Komi raised an eyebrow, questioning how he could have ruined it. Bakugo, irritated, insisted that was not the case, his anger evident as he yelled at her. Komi, unfazed, noted that she hadn't even said anything to provoke him, which only fueled his frustration further. Meanwhile, Kirishima, observing the exchange, turned to Shoto and asked for details about what had transpired. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Red flashing lights filled the room, accompanied by a blaring siren that echoed like a booming sound system. Komi's heart raced as she realized that hundreds of rolling robots were invading the space, creating a chaotic scene as they collided with one another. She glanced behind her, seeing the same swarm of robots approaching her and the 3 boys beside her. Shoto, his expression serious, muttered that it seemed they were now serious about their mission. Komi, however, remained skeptical, dismissing the threat posed by the small, plastic-lined robots. She felt confident that they could handle whatever was coming their way. Komi realized that she may have been a bit egotistical about the whole robot situation. Although the robots were made of plastic, Their impressive performance made her suspect they were constructed from something more durable, like titanium plastic. After finally escaping the factory, she found her appealing red velvet dress temporarily ruined, covered in oil and dirt from the plant. While she knew it could be cleaned, the fact that it was currently damaged bothered her. As they emerged from the factory, Komi noticed an alarming number of robots arriving. The sheer volume of robots on such a small island puzzled her. They must have been stored underground or hidden within the walls. Shoto, who had advised the group on their next steps, mentioned a girl named Melissa. Komi didn't know her well, having only seen her earlier in the day without a proper introduction. However, it seemed Melissa had extensive knowledge about the island, which explained her presence. The situation was dire. The island was in chaos, a group of teenagers was left unsupervised, and they were being pursued by lethal robots. Shoto's limited understanding of the situation had led them in the wrong direction, resulting in an encounter with a horde of robots. They found themselves sprinting up the stairs from the 81st floor to the 173rd floor, all while Komi struggled in her 2-inch heels and a dress that was not designed for running. Komi had never thought she would care so much about a material possession, but this dress was special. It was a gift from Fuyumi, the first person to wear it, which made it more meaningful to Komi. As she ascended the stairs, she reflected on her tendency to prioritize others over herself. The dress could easily be replaced, yet she felt compelled to protect it, learning more about herself with each passing moment. Suddenly, Kirishima opened a door, revealing a balcony area. He was taken aback by the sight before him. Komi turned to see Uraraka standing firmly in the middle of the balcony, her gaze darting between 2 points, something above her and the approaching horde of robots. In a split second, Komi sprang into action, propelling herself forward to assist Uraraka, who seemed frozen in place. Bakugo, surprisingly quicker than Komi, rushed past her, using his quirk to blast a series of robots that had jumped toward Uraraka. He skidded to a halt, unable to do much more as Shoto created an ice wall to block the remaining robots. He checked on Uraraka, who confirmed she was fine and mentioned that Midoriya and Melissa were on their way to the top floor. Komi followed Uraraka's gaze and spotted Midoriya and Melissa high above, nearing the top of the building. However, she quickly shifted her focus back to the situation at hand as the robots began to break through Shoto's ice barrier. Adjusting her dress and preparing for the fight, she silently hoped not to tear it. After battling through a swarm of robots, the onslaught suddenly ceased. Kirishima raised his fist to punch one, then lowered it in confusion when he realized the robots were no longer attacking. He proceeded to punch one for fun. Shoto explained that the island system must have been restored, likely due to the explosions and fire at the top of the tower. Bakugo scoffed, blaming Midoriya for the chaos. Komi glanced at her friends, noticing their reactions. Uraraka smirked at her, and Komi felt a mix of confusion and embarrassment as she realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Stammering, she attempted to explain herself, but her words faltered as she grappled with her feelings. While Uraraka and Kirishima laughed at her flustered state, Bakugo's anger simmered, and Shoto regarded her with an unreadable expression. Komi had always been reserved, but this moment was revealing a different side of her. It took years for her to feel comfortable around Shoto, and even longer before she could speak freely in his presence. The same pattern emerged when she encountered new people. Komi was naturally reserved, often remaining in the background and only responding when addressed. This behavior stemmed from her upbringing and the environment in which she had grown up. At times, Shoto found himself contemplating what might have happened if Komi had never been adopted. He wondered if his father would have moved on or if he would have ever considered the idea of a permanent training partner. He speculated about whether her life would have been better, filled with the love of a more caring family, and if she would have experienced the life she truly deserved. He often pondered how she might have acted under different circumstances and if their paths would have crossed again. Despite these musings, Shoto understood that such thoughts would not alter their reality. At the end of the day, they loved each other deeply. They were siblings, whether by law or not, and that bond was what truly mattered. As a brother, Shoto had come to know his sister well. They shared a unique understanding of one another, a connection that set them apart from everyone else in the world. Therefore, it was particularly strange for him to witness Komi behaving so freely with others, especially with Bakugo. Komi had just boarded the bus for summer camp, filled with excitement after weeks of anticipation. This camp was a welcome escape from Endeavour, and she was thrilled to be spending time with her friends. Finally, she had come to consider her classmates as friends, except for one, Bakugo. As she settled into her seat, she noticed Bakugo standing over the only empty seat left, which happened to be next to hers. He rolled his eyes and grumbled something under his breath before sitting down, deliberately avoiding eye contact with her. Komi decided to look out the window, hoping that silence would keep any potential issues at bay. The scenery outside was captivating at first, with trees and passing cars, but soon it became monotonous. Komi turned her attention to her classmates. Ida was being consoled by Midoriya, who was trying to get him to relax as no one was paying attention to his enthusiastic comments. Denki and Kirishima were playing music, much to the delight of Uraraka and Mina, who were dancing in their seats. Some students were napping, while others were engrossed in their phones or chatting. Curiosity got the better of Komi, and she glanced at Bakugo, who was focused on his phone. She couldn't help but notice the name, Pink Cheeks, on his screen, indicating he was texting someone. Bakugo was replying to a message that included an image of an animated angry orange cat, which Komi recognized as Garfield, although she didn't know its name. The accompanying text suggested that the cat resembled him. Bakugo's response was blunt and harsh, showcasing his typical demeanor. He then switched to another app, and Komi's eyes widened as she realized he was scrolling through pictures of muscular men in activewear. It was an unexpected sight, and Bakugo soon caught her peeking at his phone. He defensively insisted that he wanted to look like those models, not at them, as if to justify his interest. Komi nodded, understanding that any conversation with Bakugo could lead to conflict. She chose to ignore his outbursts, which only seemed to escalate as he reacted to his friend's teasing. Instead, she focused on the appealing landscape outside as the bus continued its journey. After an hour, the bus made its first pit stop. The location was unremarkable, just a small ledge by the road, and Aizawa, their teacher, commented on the situation as Mineta searched for a bathroom. Komi exchanged a glance with Shoto, both unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, a car pulled up and a woman stepped out, greeting Aizawa enthusiastically. She was followed by another woman, and together they introduced themselves as the Wild Wild Pussycats, pro-heroes who would be guiding the students during their summer training camp. They struck playful poses, showcasing their matching costumes and tails, which Komi suspected were not real. Aizawa explained that these heroes would be working with them throughout the camp, and Komi waved at them. Midoriya excitedly shared information about the heroes, mentioning that they specialized in mountain rescues. However, the blonde woman playfully challenged Midoriya's assumption about her age, demonstrating a fierce spirit that surprised Komi. As the introductions continued, Mandalay and Pixie Bob explained that they owned the land where the camp would take place, situated at the base of the nearby mountain. Komi squinted in the distance, trying to see the camp's location but found it too far away. She wondered why they had stopped at such an unremarkable spot. Siro suggested they return to the bus, and everyone agreed. Komi hesitated, knowing Aizawa's unpredictable nature, but the prospect of missing out on the camp motivated her to comply. Mandalay announced the time, encouraging the students to hurry back if they wanted to make it to lunch. Kirishima, filled with enthusiasm, sprang into action, urging everyone to follow suit. Komi sighed and shook her head at her situation as she moved toward Mandalay, who raised an eyebrow when she noticed Komi not attempting to claw her way back to the bus. Mandalay confirmed that they would be thrown down, and Komi, saving her feelings for later, expressed her eagerness to jump down immediately. Mandalay glanced at Aizawa before shrugging in agreement. With a thin-lipped smile and a small thumbs up, Komi kicked herself over the railing and landed somewhat neatly on the ground below. It was a hefty drop, but manageable. As she heard the screams of her classmates, Komi quickly moved out of the way before bodies and clumps of dirt could take her out. Mandalay called out from above, informing them that since they were on private land, they could use their quirks as much as they wanted. The realization of needing to use their quirks settled in, and Komi understood why. They had 3 full hours to reach the facility, provided they could navigate through the beast's forest. Jiro questioned why they kept falling for Aizawa's tricks, while Uraraka remarked that they would likely never stop. Komi tried to offer some hope, and Kirishima cheered her on. Suddenly, Mineta zoomed past in search of a bathroom, prompting a chill to run down Komi's neck. She called out to him, but instead of a disastrous end for Mineta, a giant dirt creature rose from the ground, growling menacingly. At least it wasn't another grenade, but this monster had teeth and tusks. Midoriya rushed ahead to save Mineta from being crushed, and the determined students went all out to take down the dirt monster. Komi decided to reserve her strength, knowing that more dirt clods were brewing in the distance. If she was going to expend her energy, she would do it wisely. As another beast took to the air, she jogged toward the fight to stretch her muscles. Momo had advised cutting straight through the forest, which meant dealing with the dirt monsters. Komi used her webs to wrap the legs of the creatures, causing them to topple over, while Mina poured acid on their heads. After defeating several dirt beasts, Komi spotted Shoto running toward another one forming nearby. An idea sparked in her mind, and she called out to him. Understanding her intent, Shoto blinked in acknowledgement. Komi took it as a yes and shot a web down to create a base point for him. She sprang off the ground, aiming for one of the untouched dirt beasts, and used her fingertips to manipulate the web, dragging it along the creature. As she set up the trap, Shoto ignited his fire and spread it toward the web, causing it to burn and travel along the strands. The flames reached the dirt beast, but the outcome was less impressive than she had hoped. While the webs ignited, they eventually burned out, leaving only parts of the beast to fall away. Komi realized that dirt wasn't the best target for her plan, but she was refining her skills. Just as she prepared to jump, Bakugo entered her line of sight, blocking her path and causing her to lose her balance. He witnessed her awkward attempt to leap, which ended with her not quite taking off the ground and falling just as he blew up the face of the beast. He let out a crude laugh and pointed at her, prompting Komi to push herself off the ground and make a face at him as she escaped. The chaos continued well past lunch and into the late afternoon, with Komi and her classmates finally reaching a clearing as evening approached. She was drenched in sweat, but thankfully, she wasn't the only one suffering. Her keen senses picked up on the various odors around her, and she was grateful that she didn't smell as bad as some of the others. However, living with Shoto for years had made her acutely aware of unpleasant smells, and she knew she would need some powerful cologne to keep her senses intact. Amidst the sweat and dirt, a sweet scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of caramel, making her realize she was hungry. As Komi walked through the opening with her class, she took a moment to assess her appearance. One sleeve of her uniform had been ripped off, and the other side was covered in dirt and mud from Bakugo shoving her into the ground during his relentless pursuit of victory. That was fine, though, as she had managed to trip him up while Ito wasn't looking. When she was close enough to the building, Komi bent over, placing her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Around her, some were struggling, while others were complaining about the task. Komi, however, found enjoyment in the challenge. It was fun. Exhausting, but fun. Komi observed the chaos around her, trying to discern which of the two blondes was making the cat sounds. Everything seemed to blur together, and she felt disoriented. The creatures they had just faced were not monsters in her eyes. They were merely dirt, animated by Endeavor's influence. The blonde woman, Pixie Bob, praised the group for their performance, expressing her surprise at how well they had fared against the dirt creatures. She enthusiastically approached Komi, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and celebrating the efforts of the 5 students. Komi struggled to focus, her vision doubling and then tripling, which was likely not a good sign. Pixie Bob remarked on their apparent experience, her excitement palpable as she spun Komi around, claiming she would take care of them herself. Komi felt overwhelmed by the attention and tried to redirect the conversation by inquiring about a small boy nearby. Mandalay, another member of the team, introduced the child as her cousin's son, encouraging him to say hello. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Bakugo, his fierce expression making Midoriya cautiously approach him. Midoriya introduced himself, attempting to shake the boy's hand, But the encounter took an unexpected turn when the child unexpectedly struck him, causing a yelp of pain. Ida rushed to Midoriya's side, calling out the boy's antics, which were both terrible and amusing. Before Aizawa or any of the wild pussycats could witness the spectacle, Class 1A hurried back inside to tidy up. It was time for a bath, and they needed to wash off the day's exertions before bed. Komi had never understood the appeal of hot springs until now. Although she felt self-conscious about being naked in front of her classmates, the warmth of the water was comforting, and the separation of the bathing areas provided some relief. Jiro sighed contentedly, enjoying the soothing water, while HQ, who was invisible, added to the relaxed atmosphere. Komi perked up at a faint sound, leaning back against the wall of the springs to listen more closely. Koda, the little boy, was nearby, drawing and keeping watch over the boys, particularly Mineta. Komi asked the other girls if they heard the noise, prompting them to fall silent and listen. Momo strained to hear, realizing that Ida was yelling at Mineta. The loud thuds against the wooden structure confirmed Komi's suspicions about Mineta's antics. Koda rolled his eyes, expressing his frustration and admonishing Mineta for his behavior. The girls shared a collective understanding of Mineta's shortcomings, and Mina, in a moment of boldness, decided to lounge on a rock, drawing attention to herself. Komi instinctively looked away, wanting to protect Koda's innocence. However, when Koda slipped and fell, panic surged through Komi. She feared the worst, her heart racing as she wondered if he was all right. Uraraka, startled by the fall, clutched Komi's arm, both girls frozen in shock. Mina's expression mirrored their concern, waiting for reassurance. Midoriya quickly intervened, assuring them that he had caught Koda, who had merely fainted. He planned to take him to Mandalay for care. Momo turned her attention to Mina, reprimanding her for her lack of discretion. The playful atmosphere shifted as Momo fought to suppress a smile, which only made the situation more humorous. The girls shared a moment of laughter, the tension easing as they reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Suddenly, a voice called from the other side of the wall, inquiring about the commotion. Mina, ever the instigator, blurted out a misleading explanation, causing chaos among the boys on the other side. Komi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, realizing that their day had been filled with unexpected twists and turns. Mina had discovered that she and her classmate had attended the same middle school, which sparked a mix of emotions within her. Frustration bubbled to the surface as she submerged herself in the water, letting it rise to her shoulders. She wished for the opportunity to shift the blame onto someone else for the situation they found themselves in. Momo had an impressive skincare routine, evident when she pulled out a variety of products that Komi had never encountered before. There were sets, individual items, and a collection of random things that Komi struggled to identify. Her own skincare regimen consisted of splashing her face with water and using the same moisturizer as Shoto, a product purchased by Endeavour, which she assumed was of good quality. It worked well enough for her, and with her balanced diet and regular exercise, her skin remained relatively clear. However, Momo's extensive collection felt excessive and undoubtedly expensive. Komi pointed to a pink bottle filled with a vibrant liquid and asked about it. Momo explained that it was a pore toner tightener she had bought during a trip to France with her parents the previous year. The mention of France sparked excitement in Uraraka, who nearly swooned at the thought of visiting such a glamorous place. She mused about the extravagant shops there, where even toilet paper could cost €5 a square. While Komi and Uraraka shared a sense of wonder, they were not quite on the same level of experience, but they were both captivated by the idea. Momo giggled as she removed a headband from her face, recalling a small shop where she had hoped to find something special. She had purchased an appealing jewelry set adorned with roses, only to discover upon returning to her suite that it had been stolen. HQ chimed in, sharing that her parents had visited France for their honeymoon and often reminisced about the items they lost to pickpockets. Suddenly, Mina burst through the bathroom door, interrupting the girls' gathering. Komi glanced to her left, where Uraraka and Tsuyu were painting each other's nails a neutral color. Jiro was applying pimple patches to her forehead, while Momo was busy packing away her extensive skincare collection. Komi perched on the edge of the bathtub, and HQ struggled to wrap her hair in a towel, her lack of sight making it a challenge. Mina decided to sit beside Komi, nearly losing her balance before Komi caught her just in time. Mina exclaimed her surprise, reminding Komi of her strength, which Komi humbly denied. The playful banter continued until Momo suddenly leaped up, exclaiming that there was a bug in her bag. Jiro almost laughed at Momo's reaction, but when a large midnight blue bug the size of Komi's palm emerged from the bag and landed on the wall, Jiro quickly ducked for cover. The girls panicked, with Uraraka grabbing her shower shoes in an attempt to fend off the creature, which only dodged and moved closer to the group. Komi tried to calm everyone down, insisting it was just a little bug. Momo, however, was in a state of distress, crouched on all fours with a shower shoe in hand, her expression a mix of fear and determination. Komi approached the beetle, cupping it gently in her hands as it panicked momentarily before settling down. HQ urged Komi to take it outside, her imagination running wild with thoughts of the bug's potential army. Komi reassured everyone, carefully making her way toward the door to the outside. As she stepped out of the girls' room, she was startled when the door to the boys' room opened, revealing Bakugo. He immediately noticed the large blue bug cradled in her hands. Komi felt like a spy from the 1920s, trying to sneak past without drawing attention. Bakugo, however, attempted to swat the bug with a rolled-up magazine, but Komi instinctively moved to protect it, causing him to hit her instead. Bakugo yelled in frustration, blaming her for moving. Komi defended the bug, explaining that it was harmless and likely just seeking shelter. Bakugo retorted, emphasizing that it was still a bug. Komi insisted that it deserved to live, turning away from him as she continued down the hallway. Just then, Aizawa appeared, ready to enforce the lights-out rule. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the bug in Komi's hands. Komi quickly explained the situation, showing him the creature, which made Aizawa back away slightly, recalling the eerie stories he had heard from Present Mike about bugs. Aizawa observed the small creature for a moment before shifting his gaze to Bakugo, who remained behind Komi. The atmosphere was tense, yet Bakugo's response was blunt and unapologetic, indicating he had his own priorities. Komi, however, had a different focus. She managed to exit the hallway just in time, narrowly avoiding Aizawa's potential ire. That day marked a significant moment for her, as she had expressed herself in a way that was uncharacteristic for the usually reserved student. Once outside, Komi found a quiet spot near a line of trees. She crouched down, placing her hands gently on the ground. With a soft nudge, she encouraged the little bug to venture out into the world, bidding it farewell as she prepared to return inside. The bug paused, glancing back at Komi before turning its attention to the vast night sky above. It had never experienced the beauty of the forest, having spent its life in the bustling streets. The forest was a stark contrast, filled with vibrant life, devoid of concrete and litter. It was a place of flowers and fresh water, a sanctuary of nature. If the bug could express gratitude, it would have thanked Komi for the opportunity to explore the world she had introduced it to, embracing the freedom and wonder that lay ahead. Komi was drenched in sweat, feeling as though she might transform into the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz. She was certain that Aizawa was punishing the class for not being allowed to bring grenades to school, as the school was facing a shortage and needed to conserve resources over the summer. Despite the grueling training, Komi had not touched the ground in over 55 minutes, swinging through the dense trees for nearly 182 kilometers. She had been going in circles repeatedly, and her webs were becoming thin, struggling to support her weight. She craved something spicy, imagining biting into a bell pepper as if it were an apple. This intense training was only for one day, and Aizawa had devised a rigorous schedule for the class. Komi, with her spider-like quirk, was expected to master various aspects of her abilities in just 1 week. The first day focused on webs, the second on venom, the third on her extra limbs, and the fifth day would combine her strength with her limbs. On the sixth day, she would be blindfolded while Aoyama and Momo would use their quirks against her, forcing her to dodge. The seventh day loomed ominously, with no one in the class aware of what Aizawa had planned. Komi imagined it could involve something catastrophic, perhaps even a grenade with the power of a nuclear explosion, which seemed entirely plausible given Aizawa's strictness. As she reached for a tree branch, her web failed to hold, and she began to fall. In a quick reflex, she grabbed onto a branch and saved herself, knowing that touching the ground would mean starting all over again. This was not a rule set by Aizawa. It was her own determination to push her limits. So far, she had only restarted once, back at lap 15. Now, she was on lap 102, maybe 101, and she decided to count it as 101, intending to add an extra lap once she reached 150. Every swing felt like a strain on her lungs, as if they had turned to ice, making it difficult to breathe. She pushed herself to keep moving, focusing on the branches and her webs. The goal was to exponentially increase everyone's skills, as Aizawa had described, in order for the class to earn their provisional hero licenses. Aizawa had warned them that they would feel like they were dying, and Komi now understood that this was an understatement. By the time she completed all 150 laps, plus any additional ones she forced herself to do, she felt exhausted. However, Aizawa's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that pushing herself was essential for growth. He directed her to Tiger, a member of the Wild Pussycats, who was a formidable figure in a playful skirt. Komi noticed Midoriya on the ground, struggling through Tiger's boot camp. She approached him, concerned about his well-being. He managed a sweaty smile, assuring her he was just training. Komi wished she had brought more deodorant. She offered to help him with his training, asking if there was anything he needed to improve. Midoriya hesitated, glancing at the tree where Tiger had thrown someone earlier. He mentioned that he could probably use help learning to take a punch. Komi offered to assist him, explaining that if he tightened his core muscles, she could lightly punch his stomach to build his tolerance. She had learned this technique with Shoto when they were younger, and it felt natural for her to offer help. As she began to lightly punch Midoriya's stomach, she kept him on his toes by occasionally throwing in a right hook to test his reflexes. Aizawa soon approached, observing her training method. He reprimanded her for helping others instead of focusing on enhancing her own quirk. Despite her admiration for him as a teacher, Komi found him to be quite strict. Aizawa instructed her to go over to a nearby tree and punch a perfect hole through it. Both Komi and Midoriya exchanged glances, the latter silently apologizing as she walked toward the tree. Taking a moment to steady herself, Komi prepared to strike. She apologized to the tree before reeling her fist back and delivering a powerful punch, leaving a noticeable dent in the trunk. There was no perfect hole, nor anything resembling one, but anyone with keen eyesight could discern the mark. Komi experienced a sting, yet it felt distant, as if she were detached from the sensation. The exoskeleton encasing her hands dulled her ability to feel, rendering her nerves almost unresponsive. Pixie Bob and Ragdoll had gathered a variety of ingredients for dinner, emphasizing that the others would need to prepare their own meals. The excitement in the air was palpable as they announced their plan to make curry. Despite the simplicity of packet curry, the Wild Pussycats were enthusiastic about the task ahead. However, Komi couldn't help but feel skeptical as she observed Bakugo's chaotic attempt to manage the fire, which ended in an explosion. Komi shook her head in disapproval, noting Bakugo's careless actions. Uraraka approached her, gently taking hold of Komi's jacket collar, which belonged to Shoto. She suggested that Komi join their cooking efforts. Although the curry they were making was far from perfect, it was better than nothing, especially considering Komi's rumbling stomach. After a long day of training, she craved something spicy to soothe her aching arms. Bakugo, who seemed to have a penchant for spicy food, tried to prevent Komi from serving herself from the spicy bowl. Komi asserted her love for spicy foods, explaining that they helped enhance her quirk. Despite Bakugo's teasing, she remained determined to enjoy her meal. As she moved to the table, she noticed the tension between Jiro and Siro, prompting her to wonder about their conflict. As the training session continued, Komi struggled to maintain her focus. She felt as though she was slowing down, despite the encouragement from her instructors to push through her limits. Memories of her past surfaced, reminding her of the humble beginnings that had shaped her longing for change. She was determined to improve, even as sweat mixed with tears streamed down her face during her efforts. Aizawa had allowed her to strike a rocky mountain instead of a tree, which she appreciated. Just as she was about to push herself further, Pixie Bob announced that they would have a test of courage later that evening, a reward for their hard work. Komi's thoughts drifted to the idea of marshmallows, but she was relieved when training concluded, allowing her to change out of her sports uniform. After changing into dark jeans and a black tank top, Komi joined her classmates in the kitchen. Ida assigned her to cut carrots, while Bakugo was given the same task by Momo. As she approached the bench, she tried to avoid any confrontation with Bakugo, who was known for his fiery temper. However, when Uraraka commented on Bakugo's knife skills, he reacted defensively, insisting that others were simply incompetent. Komi seized the opportunity to challenge Bakugo, pointing out that he was cutting his carrots too thickly. Their playful banter continued, with Komi feeling emboldened to speak her mind without hesitation. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Shoto were nearby, engaged in their own tasks, as the atmosphere in the kitchen buzzed with energy and camaraderie. Like the rest of the class, they observed with disappointed expressions as Komi and Bakugo reached the familiar point in their day that often led to a near brawl. Midoriya sighed, believing it would take a miracle for them to treat each other kindly, while Shoto remained focused on the scene before them. Shoto, however, had a different perspective. He noted that he had never seen Komi appear so comfortable around someone as she did with Bakugo. Midoriya turned his head, trying to catch any signs of warmth amidst the usual exchange of mild threats and insults. He found it hard to reconcile Shoto's observation with the reality of Komi's timid nature, which he knew was shaped by her past experiences, particularly with Endeavour. Shoto believed that the rough interactions between Komi and Bakugo were, in fact, beneficial for her. As they continued to watch, Bakugo was pulled away, and Komi playfully stuck out her tongue at him while waving goodbye. Midoriya considered Shoto's insights, pondering whether his friend was being overly optimistic or if he might actually be onto something. Only time would reveal the truth of their evolving relationship. Komi felt an unshakable chill, despite wearing Shoto's jacket, which was designed to provide warmth. As she glanced around, she noticed that her classmates were dressed in light clothing, while she remained bundled in jeans and a jacket. The contrast made her feel even colder. Midoriya observed that Komi was unusually quiet, her gaze darting around as if she sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she froze, her expression shifting as if she had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. The air was thick with an unsettling tension, and Komi's instincts kicked in. She squinted into the distance, spotting a faint purple mist hovering over the forest. She couldn't identify which classmate's quirk it might belong to, but the possibility of danger loomed large in her mind. A shiver ran down her spine as realization dawned on her. Something had been wrong for quite some time. She turned to Mandalay, ready to voice her concerns, but was interrupted by Pixie Bob, who suddenly levitated into the air, surrounded by a pink aura. In an instant, Komi felt the same aura wrap around her, pulling her off the ground. She yelped, drawing the attention of her classmates. In a desperate attempt to escape, Komi used her quirk to shoot webs at the nearest tree, pulling herself away from the danger. She maneuvered through the trees, a sense of urgency driving her back to safety. After a frantic escape, she landed next to Midoriya, who was visibly worried. He asked if she was okay, and she assured him she was fine, though deep down, she knew nothing was truly fine. Half of their class was still out in the forest, and the presence of villains added to her anxiety. Aizawa was likely back at the building with the others, leaving them to fend for themselves. Midoriya's expression turned grave as he searched for Kota, realizing the stakes were higher than they had anticipated. Just then, a voice echoed through the air, announcing the arrival of two villains. The leader, resembling the infamous hero killer Stain, introduced himself as part of the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Komi felt their eyes on her and a wave of dread washed over her. She had sensed the danger long before, but had dismissed it as mere discomfort. Now, she understood that the villains aimed to incapacitate her, likely to prevent her from sensing their movements. This realization fueled her determination. She needed to stop whatever they were planning. One of the villains brandished a massive weapon above Pixie Bob, taunting the group. Tiger, protective and fierce, growled a warning, while the villain dismissed their concerns, claiming to uphold Stain's principles. Komi felt a mix of fear and resolve. She was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, oscillating between clarity and cold dread. The situation was escalating rapidly, and she sensed that something catastrophic was about to unfold. Mandalay took charge, instructing everyone to regroup and avoid confrontation. She and Tiger prepared to hold off the villains while urging the others to retreat. Just as they were about to execute their plan, Spinner, the villain in the Stain cosplay, fixated on Komi, mocking her as if she were a target. As the tension reached its peak, a monstrous Nomu emerged from the shadows, its imposing figure and menacing features sending a jolt of fear through Komi. The reality of the situation hit her hard. They were facing a formidable threat, and she needed to act quickly to protect her friends and herself. Komi had never expected to encounter danger in the form of a Nomu, especially one that seemed to recognize her. The creature called her Bug, a term that resonated deeply within her. As she looked closer, she saw the familiar green eyes and tusks that mirrored her own. The realization hit her hard. This Nomu was her mother, somehow alive and transformed into this monstrous being. The chill of fear faded, replaced by the cool night breeze. Suddenly, someone called her name, breaking her focus. In a split second, a figure leaped through the air towards her. Komi instinctively dodged, creating distance between herself and the creature, but in doing so, she also separated herself from Ida and the others. She was moving further away from the camp and the safety of the test of courage. Komi felt a surge of urgency and called out to Ida, promising she would return to camp if he just trusted her. As she sprinted toward the trees, the Nomu, embodying her mother, pursued her relentlessly. Despite Ida's calls, she disappeared into the forest, her heart racing. The Nomu's voice echoed in her mind, insisting that Bug was right there. Komi grappled with the implications of her connection to this creature. She was a part of it, born from it, and the questions flooded her thoughts. How much of her mother remained within this Nomu? Was it possible to communicate with it? Could it revert to her mother? The confusion was overwhelming. Komi ducked behind a tree, holding her breath as the Nomu rushed past. She was unsure how much of her quirk she had inherited, and the pounding of her heart filled her with dread. The reality of her mother being a Nomu was too much to bear. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, anger, denial, and tears threatened to spill over. This was not the change she had sought in her life. She felt unprepared and unwilling to confront this truth. Her mother was alive, yet a villain, searching for her. The words that had once seemed trivial now took on a haunting significance. The realization struck her that her mother, Amiri Shizuki, had been right in front of her all along, and she had failed to see it. The connection she had with her parents had always been there, but now it felt painfully tangible. Komi's mind raced with thoughts of why her mother had become a Nomu and what side she was on. The motives behind Shigaraki's visit to the Todoroki house became clearer. He had been probing for information about her mother and the letters she had sent. Questions swirled in her mind, but she had no answers. All she could do was focus on escaping, hoping to return to camp as promised. Suddenly, Mandalay's voice broke through the chaos, announcing that they had permission to engage in combat against the villains. Komi's heart sank at the thought of fighting, especially with her mother lurking nearby. She watched as the Nomu glided through the trees, a surreal sight that filled her with conflicting emotions. Determined to push her feelings aside, Komi tried to orient herself. She realized she had no idea where she was or which direction led back to camp. With the Nomu still a threat, she closed her eyes and spun around, trusting her instincts to guide her. When she opened her eyes, she took off, hoping to evade her mother. Mandalay's voice echoed in her mind again, warning her that she and Kaken were targets. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on her, but she reminded herself to stay focused. Alone in the forest and on a kill list, she felt the urgency of her situation. As she ran, she felt a warmth growing within her, a sign that she was moving closer to safety. Eventually, she slowed down, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. Her heart raced, and her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Just as she sought a moment of peace, a warning shot of blue fire erupted nearby, jolting her back to reality. The danger was far from over, and she had to keep moving. Komi leaped into the tree above her but then jumped down and away. A voice she didn't recognize called out to Dabi, urging him to kill her. It was surprising to her that this person knew her nickname, as only the Todoroki family was aware of it. The realization was somewhat sad, but it was the reality she faced. Dabi, the one who had thrown fire at her, had ignited half the forest. Yet, he had chosen to give her a warning shot instead of a lethal one. Not wanting to get caught in a near-death situation, Komi remembered that while Aizawa had permitted her to use her quirk against villains, facing 2 opponents alone felt unfair. She was already exhausted from the day, her danger sense was not functioning, and she was on a kill list, standing in front of the very villains who had placed her there. Logically, she needed to escape. Navigating through the trees, Komi weaved and dodged, avoiding branches that threatened to hit her. She nearly jumped over her classmates hiding in a bush but managed to stop herself and quickly made her way down to them. She covered Aoyama's mouth with her hand, startling him as she emerged from nowhere. She reassured him that it was okay. Aoyama nodded, and she released her grip. He informed her that the gas they had encountered had incapacitated the villains. Komi assured Aoyama that she could carry their classmates, Jiro and Hagecure, who appeared unharmed. Aoyama, with his lips pressed tightly together, nodded and led the way back. They crouched low as they moved through the forest, staying close to the fire. There was little conversation, but Aoyama paused frequently, listening for any signs of danger. After a moment of silence, Aoyama asked how she had ended up so far from safety. Komi hesitated, contemplating how much to reveal. It was no secret, as many had witnessed the events unfold. She explained that a Nomu had appeared with the villains, and one of them had claimed to be her BRH mother. She reflected on her choice of words, realizing she had specified BR mother, which made her question her thoughts. Aoyama remained quiet for a moment before gathering his courage to speak. He shared that a parent's actions do not define their children, and who they are does not dictate one's path in life. Komi absorbed his words, contemplating their meaning. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Dabi, prompting Komi to throw herself and Aoyama to the ground. She carefully placed Jiro and Hagecure on the ground as well, ensuring they remained hidden behind the bushes near the blue flames. The villain expressed excitement over a successful mission, which raised alarm in Komi's mind. She feared that Bakugo had been captured or worse. Another villain, who had previously attacked her, dismissed the first one's concerns, but Komi felt a sense of urgency. Dabi mentioned that Komi's mother would respond to her voice, which made her realize the implications of his words. If he had seen Aoyama, he might have seen her too. They were retreating, which meant they had accomplished their goal. Komi shared her thoughts with Aoyama, revealing that they needed to follow the villains. Aoyama hesitated, expressing his fear, but Komi insisted that they had to act. She understood the danger but emphasized that staying behind to protect Jiro and Hagecure was also risky. As they approached a clearing where the villains were regrouping, Komi noted the absence of explosions, suggesting that if they had Bakugo, he had been subdued without a fight. She positioned Jiro and Hagecure against a tree to keep them comfortable while Aoyama remained anxious, especially with the impending confrontation. Komi urged Aoyama to follow her, but he protested, fearing for their safety. She reassured him of the necessity of their actions, reminding him that they had to fight for Bakugo. Just then, Aoyama pointed out that Shoji had arrived, having jumped one of the villains, and was now with Shoto and Midoriya. Midoriya appeared battered, yet he continued to fight, fueled by adrenaline that could cause him to collapse at any moment. The 3 of them were fleeing, blocking any attacks the villains might launch at them. Aoyama expressed his concern, wondering if Midoriya would abandon Bakugo. He speculated that the masked villain had somehow captured Bakugo, especially after witnessing the villain transform into a small ball. As they ran, Dabi was the only one attempting to hinder their escape. From a distance, Komi struggled to see Dabi's face clearly, but something felt amiss. Her Nomu mother was out on the field alongside another Nomu that had just arrived, adding to her unease. Komi sensed that the villains were not pursuing them as they should, prompting her to investigate further. If everything was fine, she could remain hidden, but if danger loomed, she was prepared to act. The masked villain removed his mask, revealing a ski mask underneath, but there was something else obscured from Komi's view. He snapped his fingers, causing 2 small blue marbles in Shoji's hands to transform into chunks of ice. Komi squinted, trying to discern what was happening. She noticed 2 more blue glowing marbles in the villain's mouth. Shoji, now holding the marbles, along with Midoriya and Shoto, began to flee. However, they were all taken aback, realizing Bakugo was in peril. Komi quickly deduced that Bakugo was one of the marbles in the villain's mouth, and there were 2 marbles, indicating that another person might also be in danger. They needed Aoyama's quirk to act swiftly. Aoyama hesitated, worried about his aim. Komi, undeterred by embarrassment, grabbed him firmly, knowing there was no time for hesitation. Despite their past conflicts, Bakugo was still a person in trouble, and that mattered more than anything else. Komi assured Aoyama that she would guide him, confident in her sharp vision. As the masked villain began to slip into a warp, reminiscent of the warp villain from the USJ incident, Komi prepared for action. When the masked villain bowed, she called out for Aoyama to shoot. A laser shot from Aoyama, and without checking anything else, Komi propelled herself forward, shooting a web at a nearby tree. She swung across the clearing, determined to reach the marbles. 2 tiny blue marbles escaped the villain's mouth as Shoji and Shoto raced toward them. Komi realized she might not reach them in time, but she pressed on, unwilling to turn back. Shoji managed to grab one of the marbles, while Shoto was close to the other. Just then, Dabi grinned, his eyes gleaming with a strange familiarity as he taunted Shoto. Komi felt a weight to Dabi's words, sensing an underlying truth that eluded her. As Dabi unleashed a wave of flames, Komi instinctively grabbed Shoto, preventing him from being engulfed. She asked if he was hurt, and he assured her he was fine. Relieved, she gently set him down and dashed back toward the warp gate, maintaining her focus on the unfolding chaos. The masked villain snapped his fingers again, and in Shoji's hand, Tokoyami appeared. In Dabi's grasp was Bakugo. With urgency driving her, Komi sprinted forward as Bakugo's face began to fade. In a final act of desperation, she extended her hand and shot out her webs, hoping to save him. Originally, the intention was to divide the story into 2 separate chapters, but combining them into one cohesive chapter felt more appropriate. The writing process for this chapter proved to be quite challenging, leading to a sense of rush in the narrative. However, the upcoming arc promised to be exciting, creating anticipation for what was to come. Pixie Bob twirled on her heel, her excitement palpable as she announced that it was time for a thrilling test of courage now that everyone had enjoyed a meal and cleaned up. Among the group, Mina was particularly enthusiastic, her energy radiating as she expressed her eagerness for the event. However, Aizawa quickly interjected, delivering disappointing news. He explained that the remedial classes would be having lessons with him that evening, much to Mina's dismay. Her heartbreak and frustration were evident, her expressions exaggerated in a comical manner. Aizawa, unfazed, informed them that their training had not met his expectations, and he intended to use the time for further instruction. As he wrapped them in his capture scarf and moved on, the students voiced their grievances about the situation. Determined to shift the focus, Pixie Bob swiftly moved on to explain the rules of the game. Komi, feeling the chill in the air, wrapped her jacket tighter around herself. Pixie Bob outlined that Class B would start as the scarers, while Class A would leave in pairs every 3 minutes to collect tags with their names at the end of the route. The objective was clear: gather the tags while navigating the dark. When it was Class A's turn to take on the role of scarers, Komi felt a surge of confidence. Standing in the shadows, she exuded a threatening aura, ready to embrace the challenge. She recognized that Tokoyami would also excel in this role, adding to the excitement of the impending game. The rules were straightforward. Those designated as scarers were prohibited from making physical contact and were encouraged to use their quirks to instill fear in their opponents. Komi was determined to make the most of this opportunity, ready to unleash her abilities in the thrilling test ahead. Komi had spent her entire life preparing for this moment, and now she found herself at a summer camp, participating for enjoyment. It was remarkable how life unfolded in unexpected ways. The excitement in the air was palpable as Tiger, a formidable presence even in a playful outfit, proclaimed that the true winners were the creative individuals who could make others laugh the hardest. The wild PP cats encouraged everyone to draw numbers to determine their partners. When Komi drew her number, it turned out to be 8. She searched for her match, instinctively looking for Shoto, who was currently engaged in a conversation with Bakugo. Around her, the group was pairing off. Uraraka teamed up with Tsu, Jiro was with Hagecure, and Momo was partnered with Aoyama. With Mina absent, Komi realized she would be paired with a boy. Scanning the area, she noticed that Midoriya was the only one not involved in a conversation. A smile spread across her face. Midoriya was a genuinely good person, and she felt reassured knowing she could navigate the challenges ahead without worrying about any reckless antics from him. Typically, even when Midoriya found himself in trouble, things tended to work out for him in the end, so Komi felt safe for the moment. Before the activities began, Komi decided to quickly retrieve a jacket she had received from Shoto the previous day. As she rushed back into the building, Mina questioned why Komi needed a jacket on such a warm day, but Jiro merely shrugged in response. If Komi had been more aware of her feelings, perhaps she would have understood the chill she felt inside. If only she had recalled the mental note she made the day Shigaraki had appeared at their home, things might have been different. The events unfolded rapidly. Shoto felt a sense of helplessness as he witnessed Midoriya collapse to the ground, isolated and vulnerable. He watched in despair as the warp gate closed, taking the villains away, and he realized that Bakugo was nowhere to be found. To his dismay, Komi had also vanished, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Taking a deep breath, he called out for her, but there was no response. Among the 41 students, 15 lay unconscious and in serious condition due to the gas, while 11 others had sustained injuries. 13 remained physically unharmed, but 2 were missing. The summer training camp that everyone had eagerly anticipated had devolved into a catastrophe. A day later, the sun shone brightly over UA High, where the hill leading up to the school was crowded with reporters and protesters. Outside, the noise was overwhelming, but inside the school, only one room was filled with tension. A meeting had been convened among several teachers to discuss the recent events. They reflected on the purpose of the training camp, which had been designed to prepare students for a potential villain attack. The irony of the situation weighed heavily on them. They had anticipated the resurgence of the League of Villains but lacked a fundamental understanding of their plans. The villains aimed to dismantle Hero Society, and their war had already begun. One teacher expressed doubt about whether they could have truly prevented the attack, even if they had been more informed. The villains had been moving pieces they hadn't even known existed. Furthermore, All Might had effectively put an end to most organized crime, leaving them feeling unprepared and rusty. Another teacher acknowledged that they had become complacent during peaceful times, perhaps believing that their comfortable existence would last indefinitely. Regret washed over one of them as they recalled how, while their students fought desperately for their lives, they had been indulging in a relaxing bath. The group recognized that holding the sports festival immediately after the USJ attack had been a mistake. Their intention had been to demonstrate resilience, but the kidnapping of 2 students under their care marked a significant failure in their responsibilities as educators. Not only had Bakugo and Shizuki been taken, but society's faith in heroes had also been shaken. The discussion turned to the media's condemnation of UA High. It was suggested that Bakugo had become a target due to his violent tendencies, which had been evident during the sports festival broadcast. While Shizuki's situation was less clear, her lineage and family history likely made her a target as well. If they were to join the villains, it would spell disaster for UA as an institution. The conversation shifted to the issue of trust among the staff. One teacher voiced a troubling suspicion: there was likely a traitor within the school. Only the teachers and the Pussycats had known the location of the training camp, which raised questions about how the villains had obtained that information. While it was possible that a student had leaked details, the implications of betrayal within their ranks were grave. Another teacher cautioned against jumping to conclusions, emphasizing the need for unity. Accusing someone of being a traitor could lead to self-destruction from within. They needed to focus on ensuring the safety of their students rather than sowing distrust among themselves. Just then, an urgent phone call interrupted the meeting. One teacher excused themselves to take the call, while others reminded them to keep it discreet. The conversation revealed that the authorities had made progress in their investigation. They had gathered comprehensive statements from Aizawa and Vlad King and had potentially identified leads on the League of Villains' whereabouts. The officer on the line shared that a bystander had reported seeing a man with a patchwork face enter a seemingly vacant building. Although they had not found any matches in criminal records, the building's owner had mentioned a hidden bar on the premises. This detail resonated with the description of a villain from the recent attack. The officer also mentioned a peculiar report from an ex-army officer who had heard Morse code signaling for help. This information could be crucial, and they planned to act as soon as they received the green light. The officer emphasized the need for cooperation from pro-heroes for the upcoming rescue mission. All Might's presence was requested, and the officer expressed the importance of his involvement. As the call ended, the weight of the situation settled heavily on the teachers, who understood that they were on the brink of a significant confrontation. They were determined to rescue their students and restore faith in heroes, ready to confront the villains with unwavering resolve. 2 days passed, and finally, Izuka Midoriya awoke, though he was still disoriented from fever. He glanced to his left and noticed the small bowl of food his mother had left for him. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and Denki entered with a neutral expression that quickly transformed into a bright smile upon seeing his friend awake. He expressed his relief that Midoriya was finally conscious and mentioned that reports about the incident were circulating throughout the school. Sato followed Denki into the room, noting that the situation was worse than before. The rest of their classmates entered, bringing a sense of camaraderie. Mineta announced that he had brought a gift, holding up a melon, claiming it was from all of them. Midoriya felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he listened to his friends. He shook his head, still feeling the effects of his illness, and insisted that he was the one responsible for the trouble. He inquired about the absence of some classmates, learning that Jiro and Hagecure were still recovering from the villain's poisonous gas, and Yaoyorozu had suffered a severe head injury and was hospitalized, although she had awakened the previous day. Ida explained that while not everyone could be present, they all wished for the entire class to be there. Uraraka added that only 15 of them were there at the moment, and Todoroki noted the absence of Komi and Bakugo, looking deeply into Midoriya's eyes as he observed the clarity returning to them. It took Midoriya a moment to gather his thoughts, but he recalled All Might's words about the limitations of their abilities to protect everyone, emphasizing the importance of saving those they could reach. He expressed his frustration about being unable to save someone who was right in front of him, feeling as though he had failed. The memory of Komi reaching out to him as she was pulled away haunted him. He had felt her fingers slip from his grasp, and the pain of that moment weighed heavily on him. The group stood in a somber silence, each processing the gravity of their situation. Some looked at Shoto, whose sister had been taken, while others focused on the ground or on Midoriya. Kirishima broke the silence with a determined declaration that they needed to go after their missing friends. He recounted how he and Todoroki had seen All Might speaking with Yaoyorozu, who had created a tracking device for one of the villains. Ida, understanding Kirishima's intentions, pointed out that they would need Yaoyorozu to create another receiver. Kirishima hesitated, knowing it was a difficult decision but feeling it was necessary. Todoroki, fueled by his emotions, insisted that he could not sit idly by while his sister was in danger. He reflected on how she had always supported him, and he would not let her down. Ida passionately argued against their impulsive plan, recalling the dangers they had faced before and warning them about acting without the guidance of professionals. He urged them to consider the consequences of their actions. Kirishima, however, felt compelled to act, believing that they had to try to save Bakugo and Komi while they still had the chance. Mina attempted to mediate the escalating tension, trying to clarify their plan to track the villains and save their friends. Kirishima reaffirmed their resolve, explaining that the villains had targeted Komi and taken Bakugo alive, and they needed to act quickly to find them. Ida struggled to maintain his composure, feeling overwhelmed by the reckless determination of his classmates. Shoji intervened, reminding everyone that while their emotions were valid, they needed to stay rational and not let their feelings cloud their judgment. Aoyama suggested they leave the situation to All Might, emphasizing that they had only been given permission to use their quirks during training. Tokoyami agreed, acknowledging his own role in their previous failures. Kirishima felt the group's resolve wavering as they began to turn away from their plan. Tsu reminded them that they were all affected by the loss of Bakugo and Komi, but they needed to think clearly about their next steps. It didn't matter how noble their intentions were. When they ventured out to capture the wrongdoers, fully aware that they were breaking the rules, they were acting like villains rather than heroes. Everything hurt. From her head to her feet, Komi felt as though every inch of her body had been struck by a sledgehammer, and the pain only intensified with each passing moment. Yet, there was a strange comfort in the pain, a reminder that she was alive and breathing. As long as she could draw breath, she was fine. Still, the discomfort was overwhelming. Komi was reluctant to move. She was aware of her surroundings and felt her heart racing despite just waking up. The coldness enveloped her, and she realized she was lying on a wooden floor that smelled of mold and dust. The chill at the back of her neck persisted, a constant reminder of her precarious situation. She felt cold and alarmed, and that was all she could focus on. The villains had targeted Bakugo, not her. According to the Wild PP Cats, he was their primary objective. Komi had narrowly escaped their lethal attacks, and she couldn't be certain they intended to keep her alive. The thought of Bakugo stirred her, but she remained still, not wanting to alert any lingering villains. She lay quietly, straining to listen for any signs of others in the room. To her dismay, she soon realized she was not alone. There was a faint tapping sound, accompanied by the distant rhythm of music, likely coming from earplugs. The upbeat tunes contrasted sharply with her grim reality, leaving her feeling anything but uplifted. A strong urge to move surged within her, her limbs feeling stiff and underused. Carefully, she opened one eye, taking in her surroundings.